We have a magical bedtime story tonight. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before your eyes get heavy, go ahead and like the video, and subscribe to the channel. And while you're still here, where in the world are you listening from? What time is it where you are? Now lie back. Let your blanket wrap around you like an invisibility cloak. And listen closely, because these are no ordinary tales. What you'll hear tonight are the secret thoughts of Harry Potter himself, kept safe within the quiet pages of his diary. Moments never read aloud before. Not from the newspapers. Not from textbooks. But from beneath his pillow. From the soft space between dreams and danger. Each year, written in his own words. Every fear. Every friendship. Every flicker of magic before the spell was cast. Quick note. This edition was built from my original 3 videos. I've downloaded and lightly remastered the audio so it flows as one seamless story. You'll notice improved leveling, gentle noise reduction, tightened pauses, and smooth crossfades between entries. Where the original episodes ended, I've added a soft transition cue so you always know when one part closes and the next begins. If you hear the occasional artifact, that's from preserving the original performance. I kept the storytelling intact while making it more comfortable for long sessions. If this project adds value, if it helps you focus, relax, or see the story from a new angle, comments help a lot. Tell me which entry hit you the hardest, or what you want to hear next from this perspective. We'll begin with year 1, the boy in the cupboard and the letter that found him. We'll pass through year 2, whispers in the walls, and a door that should never have opened. And we'll end in year 3, where shadows wore hoods, and Harry met the truth about his past, and the stag that lives inside him. So close your eyes if you'd like. Let the castle find you. And if this story stays with you, if the magic hums gently in your dreams, then we'll return again, for year 4, the fire and the maze. But for now, let's begin. July 31st, somewhere, very late. I'm writing this by the light of the fire. It's still raining outside. The sea won't shut up. The wind keeps pushing against the walls like it wants in. It's my birthday. Well, I think it is. The clock's just past midnight. Technically. I didn't tell anyone. I mean, who would I tell? The Dursleys are asleep in the next room. Uncle Vernon snoring like he's sawing logs. Dudley's curled on the couch with his new rifle still clutched to his chest. He got a present. I got the floor. I don't know why I'm writing this. No one's going to read it. But I can't sleep. My thoughts won't stop pacing. So many things. The letters. The owl. That hut on the rock. And now, the knock on the door. It wasn't a normal knock. It shook the entire place. Like someone dropped a boulder against the wood. I thought maybe the storm had gotten worse, but then I heard it again. And again. Until Uncle Vernon grabbed the rifle. And then the door just flew off. There was a man standing there. Huge. Bigger than anyone I've ever seen. His shoulders brushed the sides of the frame. Hair like a storm cloud and eyes almost kind. But wild. Not dangerous exactly, just untamed. Like he belonged somewhere the rest of us don't. He said my name. Harry. Harry Potter. I didn't say anything. I think my mouth stopped working. He handed me a birthday cake. And then he told me everything I wasn't allowed to know. That I'm a wizard. That my parents weren't killed in a car crash. That someone named Voldemort tried to kill me when I was a baby, and couldn't. He said I'm famous. But I'm just me. I wear Dudley's old clothes and sleep in a cupboard and try not to make noise when I walk. I don't feel famous. He said I'm going to a school called Hogwarts. A school for magic. A real place. For people like me. I didn't know there were people like me. The man, Hagrid, that's his name, he got angry at the Dursleys. Especially when he found out they'd never told me anything. Aunt Petunia said my mum was a freak. I think Hagrid nearly turned Uncle Vernon into a toad. He even gave Dudley a tail. A real one. Curled like a pig's. It's quiet now. I'm still not sure it's real. But there's cake on the table. And a letter with my name on it in my lap. And I'm writing by firelight in a hut on a rock in the sea. And someone came for me. Someone said I mattered. That's enough for tonight. I'm going to try to sleep. But I don't think I'll ever feel quite the same again. August 1st, back in London. I think. I woke up to seagulls and the sound of bacon hitting a pan. For a minute, I forgot where I was. I thought maybe I dreamed it all, the storm, the letters, the giant, but when I opened my eyes, Hagrid was humming. He'd taken Dudley's coat and wrapped it around himself like a blanket. It still had bullets in the pocket. I don't know what kind of person cooks bacon in a storm on a stove made from scrap metal and patience, but that's Hagrid. We left the hut after breakfast. Took a boat back to shore. He rowed us through the mist like it was nothing, even though the boat was too small for him and the waves tried to pull us sideways the whole way. He said we were going to get me sorted. I didn't know what that meant. But I didn't ask. I think I was still afraid if I asked too many questions, I'd wake up in the cupboard again. Turns out getting sorted meant buying school supplies. For a wizard school. And not from just anywhere. We went to London. Then to a small, grubby pub hidden between a bookstore and a record shop, the Leaky Cauldron. It's like it didn't exist until Hagrid touched the door. Inside, everyone seemed to know me. They kept whispering. Pointing. One man kissed my hand. A witch called me the boy who lived. I didn't know what to say. I just kept nodding. Smiling. I've never been stared at for something good before. Then Hagrid took me through a brick wall. Literally. He tapped the bricks with his pink umbrella and they folded away like a puzzle solving itself. Behind it was a street I couldn't believe was real, Diagon Alley. Shops selling cauldrons, spellbooks, broomsticks, owls. Everything shimmered, floated, whistled, smoked. There was a potion bubbling in the street window and a goblin counting gold behind a velvet rope. I just stared. I didn't even know where to look. We went to the bank first, Gringotts. Goblins run it. Their fingers are long, and their eyes are sharp, but they don't miss anything. One of them took us deep underground in a cart that went faster than it had any right to. There was a dragon, I swear. Just a glimpse. But it was there. The goblin unlocked a vault with my name on it. Inside, gold. Stacks of it. My parents had left it for me. I'd never had money before. Not my own. I didn't know what to feel. Hagrid also stopped at another vault. Vault 713. He wouldn't tell me what was inside, but he tucked a small package into his coat like it was made of glass. After that, we bought everything. Robes from Madame Malkin's. A telescope. A pewter cauldron. Books with titles like Magical Theory and 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. But the wand. That was different. The shop was small and dusty. Ollivanders. The air inside smelled like old paper and lightning. Mr. Ollivander measured my arms, my ears, the distance from my nose to my knee. He said the wand chooses the wizard. He gave me one. I waved it. Nothing. Then another. That one made a stack of boxes explode. Finally, he handed me a wand made of holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. I held it. And everything felt still. Like the air sighed. Warmth rushed up my arm like fire without burn. Mr. Ollivander said it shared a core with Voldemort's wand. I didn't know what to say. My fingers tightened around the handle without meaning to. That was my wand. We had lunch after. I got my very first owl, a snowy one. I haven't named her yet. Hagrid said I could bring her to school. He gave me my train ticket too. Hogwarts. September 1st. Platform 9 and 3/4. I asked how to find it. He just winked. It's dark now. I'm back at the Dursleys, but only for 1 more month. They didn't say much when I walked through the door with an owl on my shoulder and a trunk full of magic. Uncle Vernon grunted. Aunt Petunia turned pale. Dudley ran to his room. I just smiled. For once, I had something they couldn't take. I'm counting the days. Something has changed in me. The cupboard feels smaller now. September 1st, first night at Hogwarts. I'm in a 4-poster bed. With curtains. Curtains. They're drawn around me now, and there's candlelight flickering against the red velvet, and I can hear someone, maybe Seamus, snoring lightly across the room. My trunk is at the foot of the bed. Hedwig's asleep in the owlery. And for the first time in my life, I think I might be safe. It feels strange. Today didn't feel real. It felt like stepping out of someone else's story and into mine. This morning started with confusion. The ticket Hagrid gave me said platform 9 and 3/4, but I had no idea what that meant. I was just wandering around the station like a ghost until I heard her. A kind woman with flaming red hair and a cart full of trunks said, packed with muggles, of course. She had boys, red-haired, loud, identical. Twins. And another boy, quieter. A bit nervous. That's how I met Ron. They showed me how to get to the platform. You walk straight through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. You don't stop. You don't look around. You just go. I nearly chickened out. But I didn't. And then suddenly, I was standing in front of the Hogwarts Express. Steam. Red paint. Magic in the air like something humming just beneath your ribs. I shared a compartment with Ron. He had dirt on his nose, and his wand was chipped, and he offered me a sandwich without asking for anything. His family doesn't have much, but they've got each other. That was obvious straight away. He told me about Hogwarts. The houses. The ghosts. Quidditch. I told him I didn't know anything. And then he just shrugged. You'll learn. No judgment. No weird looks. Just a smile. That meant more than I think he knows. Then she came in. Hermione Granger. Bushy hair. Bright eyes. Said she'd read all our school books already, twice. She fixed Ron's spell. He was trying to turn his rat yellow, and corrected my pronunciation of Leviosa before I could even try saying it. She was intense. But kind. A bit like being caught in a very tidy storm. Neville came in later, looking for his toad. I liked him immediately. He's soft-spoken and gentle and a little unsure of everything, which is how I felt inside. Still feel, honestly. We pulled up to the castle after dark. Hagrid was waiting. Boats carried us across a black lake, the castle glowing above like a floating city. Reflections in the water. Stars overhead. It didn't feel like Earth. Inside, we were met by Professor McGonagall. Strict, but not cruel. She led us to the sorting. The hat talks. Not just out loud, in your head. It's alive, sort of. I don't know how to explain it. It wanted to put me in Slytherin. It said I had the traits. Ambition. Resourcefulness. A thirst to prove myself. But I told it, quietly, almost desperately, not Slytherin. So it placed me in Gryffindor. Where Ron went. And Hermione. And Neville. The Great Hall was like something out of a dream. Candles floating in the air. The ceiling enchanted to look like the sky outside. Food appearing like magic, because it is. Laughter echoing off the stone. Warmth. Not just from the fire, from the people. I've never had a feast like that. Or a family table. After, Dumbledore gave a speech. He's strange, in a good way. Said a few words, nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, and then smiled like that made perfect sense. I liked him instantly. Now I'm here, writing this by Wandlight, half tucked under the covers. I don't know what kind of person I'll be here, but I know I don't have to pretend I'm normal anymore. Tomorrow, classes begin. Tonight, I have a bed with my name on it. September 5th, after lights out. There's something about the way Hogwarts breathes at night. The portraits sigh in their frames. The wind rattles high windows in the towers. The candles dim like they're falling asleep with us. Even the staircases stop shifting after midnight. I'm still getting used to all of it. Classes started a few days ago. It's strange. This is the first time I've ever wanted to wake up for school. I get to learn spells, potions, even how to fly on a broom. But it's more than that. For the first time, I feel like I belong somewhere. I'm not just the boy under the stairs anymore. Still, some things are harder than I expected. Like potions. Or more specifically, Professor Snape. He doesn't like me. I don't mean he's strict. I mean he really doesn't like me. He didn't even look at my cauldron. Just started asking me questions in front of everyone, fast and sharp like he wanted me to get them wrong. I didn't even understand what a bezer was. He called me arrogant. Said I thought fame was enough. I wanted to tell him I didn't ask for any of this. I didn't ask to be famous, or to be known, or to survive something I don't even remember. I just wanted to learn. That's all. Ron tried to make me feel better after, but I could tell even he was confused. Hermione just frowned and started flipping through her notes like she could somehow fix it. And then there's the third floor corridor. It's forbidden. Dumbledore said so on the first night, strictly off limits to students. That would have been warning enough, but then we got curious. Malfoy tried to get us in trouble, challenged me to a duel. It was a trap, obviously. But Ron, Hermione, and Neville ended up sneaking out with me anyway. We were caught by Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, and had to run. We hid behind a door. It should have led to a classroom or maybe a closet. Instead, we found a giant three-headed dog. Not a metaphor. A real one. Big as a car. Drool like oil. 3 heads. 3 pairs of eyes. It was standing on a trapdoor. Guarding it. We didn't stick around. We told ourselves we were imagining things. But I saw it. We all did. That dog is guarding something. Something important. Maybe even dangerous. I tried asking Hagrid about it when we visited his hut. He's not exactly subtle. When I mentioned the dog, he went red in the face and said, "That's Hogwarts business, that is." So now we know 2 things. The trapdoor is being guarded. Hagrid knows more than he's letting on. Something's going on here. I don't think I'm imagining it. There's a thread, and I can feel it pulling tight. Snape was limping the other day. He said he slipped on the stairs. But I saw him walking back from the 3rd floor corridor. That dog bit someone. I think it might have been him. I don't know what it all means yet. But I'm going to find out. Tomorrow we have flying lessons. Ron's excited. Neville's terrified. Me? I've never even touched a broom. But I'm ready. Sleepy now. The castle's gone quiet again. Even my thoughts are starting to drift. September 8th, late, after curfew. There's a broomstick under my bed. I don't think I'll sleep much tonight. Every time I close my eyes, I can feel the wind in my hair again, the cold bite of it against my knuckles, the rush in my chest when the world dropped away and I didn't fall, I flew. But I should start from the beginning. Flying class. We had it today. With the Slytherins. Madam Hooch has short grey hair and eyes like hawk feathers. She made us stand beside our brooms, hold out our hands, and shout up. Mine jumped into my palm on the first try. Ron's rolled around like it was drunk. Then Neville happened. He kicked off too soon. Madam Hooch shouted for him to come down, but the broom didn't listen. It jerked up, hard and fast, like it wanted to throw him. And it did. He crashed. Broke his wrist. While Madam Hooch took him to the hospital wing, she told us not to move an inch. Draco, of course, didn't listen. He found Neville's Rememberall, the little glass ball that turns red when you've forgotten something, and started tossing it in the air like a toy. Then he mounted his broom. He wanted me to beg for it. I could see it in his eyes. Instead, I followed him. I didn't think. I just did it. I kicked off, and suddenly, I was above it all. The courtyard, the castle walls, the trees, everything spread out below like pieces of a giant game board. My heart was in my throat, but I wasn't scared. Not really. It felt natural. Like breathing. Like blinking. Like finally doing something I was always meant to do. Malfoy threw the Rememberall. It arced through the air like a falling star, and I dove. Hard. Fast. No thought, just instinct. Wind screaming past my ears. Arms out. Caught it inches from the ground. The world exploded in cheers, then silence. Professor McGonagall had seen the whole thing. She pulled me out of line and marched me through the halls. I thought I was being expelled. Honestly, I was ready. I didn't regret it. But instead, she took me to meet Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. She told him she'd found their new seeker. That's how I found out I'd made the team. First year. Youngest seeker in a century. And I didn't even know what Quidditch was until yesterday. I think Ron was more excited than I was. He told everyone in the common room at dinner. Hermione rolled her eyes, but I saw her smile when she thought I wasn't looking. Even Fred and George said I had the natural talent, which coming from them, felt like a royal decree. But not everyone's thrilled. Malfoy wasn't finished. He challenged me to a wizard's duel. Said he'd meet me at midnight in the trophy room. I didn't want to go. I didn't care. But Ron did. He said I couldn't let him walk all over me. So we went. Hermione followed us. Said we were being completely irresponsible. Then she locked us out of Gryffindor Tower so she'd have to come too. Neville joined on accident, he'd been sleeping in the hallway. Malfoy wasn't there. Of course. But Filch was. He heard us. We had to run. And that's when we found the door. A door on the 3rd floor. Behind it, the dog. 3 heads. Yellow teeth. Eyes like coins. Each head snarled in a different direction. It was standing on a trapdoor. Guarding something. We slammed the door shut and ran. I think we all stopped breathing for a full minute. When we finally made it back, Hermione hissed at us. Said, you could have been killed. Or worse, expelled. But she didn't stop walking beside us. Didn't report us, either. She's annoying. And brilliant. And I think we need her. So now, there's a broom under my bed. And a secret behind a trapdoor. And something in me that woke up when I kicked off the ground today. The sky didn't scare me. I think that means something. December 25th, Christmas night. The common room is empty. The fire's gone to embers. Everyone else is asleep. But I couldn't, not after what I saw. I think I found a piece of magic no one else knows about. But let me start earlier. Today was Christmas. And it was strange. Not bad. Just full in a way I've never felt before. There were presents at the foot of my bed when I woke up. Not many. but one had no name on it. I opened it, and it was a cloak. Silvery. Light as smoke. It slid through my hands like water. Ron gasped. He said, "That's an invisibility cloak." I didn't know what to say. The note inside just said, "Use it well." That was it. Nothing else. No signature. No explanation. So after dinner, while everyone else was off playing Exploding Snap or sleeping off pudding, I slipped it over my shoulders and vanished. I walked right out of Gryffindor Tower. Past a group of Slytherins. Past Filch. Past Mrs. Norris. They didn't see a thing. It was like being a shadow. Or less than a shadow, just a whisper in the castle. I don't even know what I was looking for. I think I just wanted to go. To be somewhere secret. Eventually, I found myself outside a room I'd never noticed be on my shoulder. And I could see them. They were there. I turned around, no one. Just the empty room. But when I looked back at the mirror, they were still with me. It wasn't a trick. It wasn't a dream. I stood in front of it for what felt like hours. Ron came in eventually. He'd followed my footprints, and when he looked in, he didn't see my parents. He saw himself. Head boy. Holding the Quidditch cup. Surrounded by admiration. That's when I knew. The mirror doesn't show what's there. It shows what you want most. It shows the truth inside your heart. Ron thinks it's brilliant. He kept talking about it for ages. But I haven't stopped thinking about what Dumbledore said when he caught me the second night. I'd gone back. I couldn't stay away. He didn't get angry. Just looked at me. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. He said the mirror will be moved. Said it's dangerous, how it traps people in what they long for. He said the mirror gives neither knowledge nor truth. But I don't know. It gave me something. Just for a moment. It gave me them. I miss them so much, and I don't even know what I'm missing. I don't think I'll go back. But I don't think I'll ever forget it, either. The mirror is gone now. The room is empty. But something inside me is different. Like I'm carrying the memory of them in my pocket. Quietly. Carefully. Always. January 18th. Late. Almost frozen ink. The windows are frosted over. The castle feels like it's wrapped in wool, thick, quiet, slow. Even the ghosts seem to float slower in winter. Classes have started again, but everything feels heavier. Like the cold is pressing into our thoughts as well as our fingers. Still, I can't stop thinking about the mirror. I haven't told anyone, not even Ron, but some nights, I still wake up hoping it'll just be there again. Waiting. But Dumbledore moved it. He said it was dangerous, and I believe him. So I've been focusing on something else. The trapdoor. The dog. The corridor. Snape's limp. Hagrid's strange answers. All of it. Something's being hidden. And I'm not imagining it anymore. We've been trying to figure out what. Hermione's been scouring every book in the library. Ron's been helping by being loud and sarcastic in the background. And today, we found something. Well, Hermione found it. Of course she did. We were sitting by the fire, just barely thawed from double herbology, when she shouted, "I've got it! Nicholas Flamel." I remember the name from somewhere. I'd seen it on a card, the chocolate frog card I got on the train. Dumbledore's. Turns out Flamel is a real wizard. An alchemist. Over 600 years old. And he created something called the Sorcerer's Stone. Hermione read the description out loud, her eyes wide, almost glowing. The stone can transform any metal into pure gold and produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. That's what the dog is guarding. It has to be. Snape Snape's been acting even more suspicious lately. He caught us in the corridor near the 3rd floor last week. Asked what we were doing out of bed. His eyes, they don't blink when he's angry. They just burn. He looked at me like he already knew. Like he was waiting for us to figure it out. And Hagrid, when we told him we knew about Flamel, he nearly dropped his teacup. Said we shouldn't meddle. What's under that trapdoor is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, he muttered. But that only confirms it. They're hiding the stone. And Snape wants it. Why? We don't know yet. Ron says he probably wants to make himself immortal. He'd be even worse with unlimited life, he joked. Imagine Snape lasting forever. That's a horror story. But I'm not so sure that's it. He's not just power hungry. There's something else behind his eyes. Something colder. I don't trust him. I've also started Quidditch practice again. First match is soon. Wood's running us like a drill sergeant, but I don't mind. When I'm flying, I stop thinking about the stone. About Voldemort. About any of it. It's just wind and sky and breath and speed. It's the one time I don't feel heavy. But once I land, the thoughts come back. Questions that won't go quiet. Something's coming. I can feel it moving closer. Like footsteps behind a door that's just beginning to open. January 22nd, can't sleep. I still can't believe it happened. Someone tried to kill me today. Not just scare me. Not prank me. Not Malfoy being Malfoy. Really kill me. It happened during the Quidditch match. The whole school came to watch. It was Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff, and everything started fine. Cold air. Bright sky. My broom felt steady. My fingers were shaking a little, but only with nerves, not fear. Then something changed. I was flying, and suddenly, the broom wasn't listening to me anymore. It started jerking. Twitching. Backing beneath me like it wanted to throw me off. I tried to grip tighter. Hold on. But it kept rising. Spinning. Twisting. And I couldn't stop it. At first people thought I was showing off. Then they saw me nearly fall. I don't remember much clearly. Everything was sky, then crowd, then sky again. My stomach dropped. My mind went white. I felt like I was hanging by my heartbeat. Hermione saved me. She saw Snape muttering under his breath, staring straight at me, lips moving like he was reciting something. She ran across the stands, climbed under them, and set fire to his cloak. It broke whatever was happening. The broom snapped back under my control, just in time for me to dive, hard, and catch the snitch in my mouth. We won the match. But no one was cheering. Everyone saw. Even Wood said afterward, that wasn't Quidditch. That was something else entirely. We tried to ask Hagrid about it again. He insisted Snape would never try to harm a student. Said he was a Hogwarts professor, as if that's supposed to mean something sacred. But when I told him we knew about Flamel and the stone, he froze. Said too much again. He mentioned someone named Nicholas helped Dumbledore secure the stone. That it was being protected. He said Snape wouldn't dare. He knows Dumbledore's watching. But it wasn't just about daring. It was intentional. And the spell was focused. Who else would want to knock me off my broom in front of hundreds of people? Snape. It has to be. Ron thinks so. Hermione, she still wants proof. But I can feel it. In the way Snape looks at me. Like I'm something he wants to undo. He knows something. Or he remembers something. I'm starting to wonder if this isn't just about the stone. Maybe it never was. Maybe it's about me. The boy who lived. I hate that title. It doesn't feel like me. It feels like someone else's legend, and I'm stuck playing catch-up with a story that was written before I could walk. I'm scared. Not of flying. Not of Quidditch. Not of school. But of what I don't know. And what they do. The truth is circling like an owl overhead. And I can feel it lowering its wings. February 14th, writing under blankets. It's late. The kind of late that doesn't even feel like night anymore. The fire's gone out, but I'm still warm, sort of. My cloak smells like pine and smoke, and I think I still have a twig in my sock. We were in the Forbidden Forest tonight. We weren't supposed to be. Detention. It started with Norbert. Hagrid's dragon. He won it in a card game, because of course he did. He'd been raising it in his hut, which, if you've never smelled baby dragon droppings before, is an experience I wouldn't recommend. Norbert was tiny at first. Ugly in a cute way. Wings like parchment, eyes like marbles. Then he started breathing fire. We tried to help. Really. But it got out of control fast. When Malfoy found out, we had to do something. So Ron wrote to his brother Charlie, who works with dragons in Romania. Arranged for Norbert to be taken away safely. We smuggled the dragon up to the tallest tower, under the invisibility cloak, past Filch and Mrs. Norris and 2 suits of armor that definitely moved when we weren't looking. We thought we'd done it. But we got caught on the way down. Malfoy followed us. So did Neville, bless him, he was trying to warn us. All 4 of us ended up with detention. Hagrid was upset. More about the dragon than us, I think. And our punishment? Into the Forbidden Forest. At night. I thought it would just be trees and mist. It wasn't. We were split into pairs to search for an injured unicorn. Something had been attacking them. Drinking their blood. It leaves silver on the leaves where they lie. Hagrid went with Ron and Hermione. I was sent with Malfoy. That's when I saw it. A hooded figure, crouched over a fallen unicorn. Its blood silver, glowing faintly in the dark. The figure's mouth pressed to the wound. And then, it looked at me. Not just saw me, looked into me. My scar burned. Not just a sting, fire. I thought I was going to pass out. I couldn't move. I couldn't even scream. And then a centaur appeared. Firenze. He charged in and the figure vanished, melting into the shadows like smoke into wind. Firenze told me what the others wouldn't. Unicorn blood will keep you alive, even if you're cursed, even if you should be dead. But it comes with a price. It marks you. Damns you. He said only someone with nothing to lose would drink it. He said the thing I saw, he thinks it was Voldemort. That he's still alive. Weak. Hiding. And that he might be after the stone. That night, changed something in me. I faced teachers I thought were evil. Dogs with 3 heads. A broomstick trying to kill me. But nothing was like standing in that clearing, with silver blood staining the earth and something old and cruel breathing nearby. It didn't feel like a lesson. It felt like a warning. I keep thinking about the forest. The way it felt alive. Listening. The trees don't forget, I think. And neither will I. June 4th, just after midnight. It's happening. We always knew it would. But now it's real. Close. The kind of close you can hear breathing behind a wall. I can't sleep. None of us can. We're sitting in the common room right now, me, Ron, Hermione. Everyone else went to bed hours ago. But we're still here, staring at the fire like it's going to tell us what to do. And I guess I'm writing this in case something happens. So I don't forget how it felt. This exact moment. Before. Let me go back a little. This morning, Hagrid told us he got a dragon egg from a stranger. Said the man in the pub wore a hood and asked a lot of questions. Too many. Especially about Fluffy, the three-headed dog. And Hagrid, he told him you just play music and Fluffy falls asleep. We tried to tell Professor McGonagall. Tried to warn her. She didn't believe us. Said the stone was protected. That Dumbledore had left the school on urgent business and that we were letting our imaginations run wild. But we know what we saw. Snape, or someone else, is going to try to steal the stone. Tonight. So we decided. We're going down there. We don't know what's past that trapdoor. We just know we can't let whoever it is get there first. Hermione said we could get expelled. Ron laughed. We could die, he said, and she's worried about exams. But truthfully, we're all scared. There's something strange about the castle tonight. The air feels too still. The portraits are watching us more closely than usual. The halls echoed when we walked them after curfew. Even the moon looked sharper through the windows, like a coin you could cut yourself on. We used the invisibility cloak. Got past Filch. Mrs. Norris. Even Peeves, though he almost saw us. We reached the third-floor corridor. And we played the flute. Fluffy was already drowsy when we got there, so Ron played the flute Hagrid gave me for Christmas. The notes trembled, but it worked. The dog slumped, all three head snoring. We opened the trap door. Ron went first. Then Hermione. Then me. We fell into Devil's Snare. It tried to strangle us, thick vines, tight and cold like underwater weeds. Hermione figured it out. Told us to relax. It hated light, hated calm. That was the first challenge. We landed in a room full of flying keys. One of them opened the next door, but they were all enchanted, fluttering like silver birds, snapping and zipping away when we got close. I spotted the right one, a bit battered, with a bent wing. Ron and I got brooms. I chased it down, hand burning as it cut my fingers. But I caught it. The key turned, and the door opened. Next was the chessboard. A giant one. Life-sized. No way forward unless we played. Ron took the lead. He played brilliantly. Sacrificed himself so Hermione and I could checkmate the king. I still hear the sound of the rook crashing into him. He's okay. We moved him to the side gently. He told us to keep going. So we did. The next room had a riddle. Potions. A logic puzzle. Hermione solved it. Of course she did. Only one bottle let you move forward. One let you go back. The others were poison. She made me drink the one to go on. She stayed behind with Ron. Told me to finish it. I'm writing this now from the other side of the flames. There's just one more door. And behind it, whoever's trying to take the stone. I'm scared. But I'm also ready. Whatever happens next. I have to know the truth. About the stone. About the night my parents died. About me. I'll leave this journal here, tucked just behind the mirror on the far wall. Just in case. If no one finds it, that's okay. But if they do, please tell Ron and Hermione they were the best part of all of this. Here I go. June 5th, hospital wing, sometime after waking up. I'm alive. I didn't think I'd be writing that. I don't even remember falling asleep, but when I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was white linen and sunlight and Dumbledore sitting beside my bed. So yes, I'm alive. But I saw death. I looked it in the face. Or something like death. Something worse. Behind the final door. It wasn't Snape. It was Quirrell. Quirrell, the stammering, twitchy professor who couldn't meet anyone's eyes. He wasn't weak. He wasn't scared. He was pretending. He was the one trying to steal the stone. The one who let the troll in on Halloween. The one jinxing my broom at the Quidditch match. Snape was trying to stop him. I was wrong. Quirrell told me everything like it was already over. That he'd been working for Voldemort. And then, he unwrapped his turban. He didn't just work for Voldemort. Voldemort was inside him. Living as a face on the back of his head. I don't even know how to explain it. I still see it when I blink. Pale skin, red eyes, slitted nose. Eyes that knew me. Eyes that had tried to kill me once and were trying again. He wanted the stone. It was in my pocket. Except, it hadn't been, before. The mirror of Erised was there again. I looked into it and saw myself putting the stone in my pocket, and then it was actually there. Somehow. Quirrell tried to take it from me. But when he touched me, he screamed. His hands blistered. His skin burned. Wherever he touched me, his body began to fall apart. He couldn't hold me. He couldn't touch me. Dumbledore told me why later. It was love. My mother's love. A protection so old and powerful, it lives in my skin like a second heartbeat. When Voldemort tried to take me, her sacrifice became a kind of shield. One he couldn't see. One he couldn't break. That's why I survived then. That's why I survived now. I passed out before the end. The last thing I heard was Quirrell screaming. Then, blackness. When I woke up, I was in the hospital wing. Ron and Hermione were okay. Ron's head was bandaged. Hermione had been reading at my bedside when Dumbledore arrived. She pretended not to be crying. I didn't mention it. Dumbledore answered my questions, but not all of them. He said the stone was destroyed. Flamel agreed it was safest. He said death is but the next great adventure. He said Voldemort isn't truly gone. That is still out there, weak, scattered, waiting. But he also said this. What happened in that chamber was between you and him. And your mother. And the kind of person you are becoming. I'm still not sure what kind of person that is. But I know I'm not the same. I faced something dark. And I didn't run. I was scared. But I didn't run. That has to count for something. I'm tired now. I think I'll sleep for real. The stone is gone. The year is almost over. And for now, we're safe. June 20th, the train ride home. The Hogwarts Express is rumbling beneath me again. It feels different this time. The window looks the same. Green hills, winding tracks, sky cracked open with gold, but something's changed. I'm not watching it from the outside anymore. I'm part of the story now. The castle disappeared behind us an hour ago. Just a faint silhouette now in the distance, like a memory with turrets. Ron's asleep in the seat across from me. Crooked mouth, one sock falling off. Hermione's reading, as usual, but every few pages she stops and stares out the window like she's remembering something important. Something she hasn't quite figured out how to say. I know the feeling. So I'm writing instead. My last entry before summer. Maybe my last one for a while. The feast after the hospital wing felt like something out of a dream. I walked into the great hall and everything froze. It was silent, until Dumbledore stood up and smiled like I'd just returned from some long, noble journey. He gave out the house cup points. Slytherin was winning, of course. Their table was already celebrating. Malfoy looked smug enough to explode. But then Dumbledore spoke. He gave Ron 50 points for the best game of chess Hogwarts had seen in years. Hermione got 50 points for cool logic in the face of fire. Me? 60 points. For courage and something he called pure, unselfish bravery. And then? Neville. 10 points. For standing up to his friends. It was that last one that did it. Gryffindor won. The banners changed. The hall erupted. I think Fred and George were actually crying. Malfoy's face turned the color of spoiled milk. It was the first time I'd ever felt like I was on a team. Not just near one. Leaving Hogwarts was harder than I expected. I thought I'd be ready. The classes, the stairs, the trolls and dogs and curses, it was a lot. But when I packed my trunk, my fingers slowed. I kept thinking about all the little things I'd miss. The way the castle creaked like it was breathing. The smell of toast in the morning drifting through the common room. The sound of Hedwig landing softly on the windowsill in the middle of the night. The hum of the portraits as they whispered to one another when they thought we weren't listening. Even Peeves. Even Snape, in some strange way. McGonagall shook my hand before I boarded the train. She said, "Well done, Potter. You've earned your summer." And Dumbledore? He just smiled and said, "Until next time." I think he knows things before they happen. I think he sees people. Really sees them. And for some reason, he's decided I matter. That's still hard to believe. I keep thinking about the mirror. The stone is gone. Voldemort's gone, for now. But the mirror still lingers in my thoughts. Not the object itself, be you. And I might let them wonder. Just a little. I'll miss Hogwarts. I'll miss them. But I'll be back. In September, I return. And next time, I'll know the way. June 21st, home again, sort of. The cupboard's still here. The locks. The stairs creaking overhead. The smell of stale air and bleach. But I'm not the same boy who lived here before. I came home different. Not because I'm famous. Not because I faced Voldemort. Not even because I saved the stone. But because I belonged somewhere, once. And now I know I can belong again. If I had to write it down, and I suppose I am, I'd say this year was a little bit everything. I learned spells. Real ones. Rode a broom. Made 2 best friends. Faced down a mountain troll. Found a mirror that showed my parents. Discovered I was part of something bigger than I'd ever known. And lived to write about it. I also found out the world is darker than fairy tales say it is. And more beautiful, too. There's pain in it. Loss. Danger. Secrets behind doors you're not supposed to open. But there's also music that makes giant dogs fall asleep. And ghosts who pass through your chest with a giggle. And teachers who hand you chocolate after a Dementor flies too close. Okay, that one hasn't happened yet, but I heard about them. Next year. I don't know what's coming. But I can feel it. Like wind before a storm. Something waiting. Ron says Hogwarts always finds new ways to get you nearly killed. Hermione says we should revise more in case we survive. Me? I just keep thinking about that night in the forest. About Voldemort, still out there, hiding in shadows. Weak. But not gone. He'll try again. I know it. In my scar. In my bones. But I'll be stronger. We all will. Because I'm not just Harry anymore. I'm not just the boy under the stairs. I'm Harry Potter. And I've got a wand, a trunk, 2 best friends, and a seat on the train back to Hogwarts. Let him try. I'll be ready. July 31st, my birthday. Sort of. The Dursleys forgot again. Or maybe they didn't. Maybe forgetting is just easier for them than pretending I'm real. No cake. No card. No happy birthday, Harry. Just a quiet dinner of boiled ham and Dudley asking for more. He asked for more 5 times. Got it every time. I didn't ask for anything. Not that it would have mattered. Uncle Vernon still glares at me like he's waiting for me to explode. Like I'm hiding something sharp in my sleeves. I'm not. I haven't done a single spell. I can't. Underage magic is banned outside of Hogwarts. But I don't think they really believe me. Aunt Petunia flinched when I said owl last week. Dudley still calls me the freak when he thinks no one's listening. I haven't heard from Ron. Or Hermione. Or anyone. Not a single letter all summer. It's like the wizarding world just vanished. They locked my trunk in the cupboard under the stairs. Hedwig's in a cage. She hoots softly at night, restless. She hates being shut in. So do I. They made me promise not to say the word magic. I've said it in my head 27 times today. Sometimes I whisper it into my pillow. Tonight, they had guests over, Mr. and Mrs. Mason. Important clients for Uncle Vernon. He made me promise to stay silent in my room and pretend I didn't exist. I will be charming, he said at dinner. And you will be locked upstairs, pretending to be, what is it again? Unwell? Disturbed. So I sat in my room, listening to Dudley fake laugh from the hallway, counting the minutes, watching the ceiling fan turn. And then I heard the noise. A thump. Like someone had dropped a sack of flour onto the bed. I turned, and there he was. An elf. Small, no taller than the dresser. Big ears like bat wings. Tennis ball eyes. He was wearing a pillowcase like a tunic, tied at the sides. His hands trembled as he bowed so low his nose brushed the carpet. He said his name was Dobby. He said he was a house elf. He said I must not return to Hogwarts. He spoke in riddles at first. Wouldn't say who he belonged to. Just that he is powerful and important and he will punish Dobby if he hears Dobby is here. But Dobby knew things. He knew I hadn't been getting my letters. He said he'd been stopping them. Hiding them. So I'd think my friends had forgotten me. So I wouldn't want to go back. He said terrible things were going to happen at Hogwarts this year. That it wasn't safe. I told him I had to go back. That it was the only place I'd ever felt like I wasn't broken. Dobby cried. Then he dashed down the stairs, into the living room, and dropped Aunt Petunia's pudding all over the Masons. He used magic. In front of Muggles. The dish exploded. The cream slid down Mrs. Mason's pearls. Uncle Vernon's face turned the color of Dudley's school tie. The Masons left in a fury. And then, an owl came. From the Ministry of Magic. It dropped a letter on my head. A warning. Dear Mr. Potter, we have received intelligence that a hover charm was used at your place of residence at 12 minutes past 8 this evening. They think I did it. One more offense, and I'll be expelled. Uncle Vernon read the letter. Then he turned to me with a look I'd never seen before. Not just anger. Not even hatred. Satisfaction. Like he'd finally won. His locked Hedwig in her cage. Hammered bars across my window. I'm a prisoner now. In the only house I've ever known. Dobby's gone. He vanished mid-sob after punishing himself by banging his head against the lamp. I don't know what kind of magic can track a hover charm but can't tell who actually cast it. But I do know this. Something is going to happen. Something is already happening. And Hogwarts is still calling to me, louder than ever. The next morning, I woke up to a sound outside my window. Scraping. Knocking. I pulled back the curtains. There was a car. Flying. And inside, Ron. He waved like it was completely normal. Fred and George were in the front seat. Ron mouthed, "We're getting you out." Next entry, after escape. August 2nd, or the Burrow. I don't think I've stopped smiling since yesterday. My cheeks actually hurt. I'm sitting in Ron's room now, on a real bed, under a real blanket, with a Chudley Cannons poster above my head. There's a pile of homemade fudge on the nightstand and a stack of Ron's old spellbooks next to it. Everything in here is a little bit crooked and hand-painted and warm. It's perfect. Here's what happened. Ron, Fred, and George showed up outside my window. In a flying car. Their dad enchanted it, an old Ford Anglia. Sky blue, with squeaky hinges and a horn that sounds like a goose choking. They parked it mid-air, just outside the barred window of number 4. Fred picked the lock on the window. George bent the bars with something he called a smuggle pick-me-up charm. And the three of them hauled my trunk out with a rope. I nearly cried. They even brought string for Hedwig's cage. They didn't ask questions. Didn't tell me I should have written. Didn't make me explain why I looked like I hadn't slept in weeks. They just came to get me. Because they knew. Because friends do that. We flew across the countryside. It was still dark, just before dawn. Fog lying low over the fields like a blanket. The wind snapped through my hair. Ron leaned across the front seat and shouted, "We're not allowed to drive it normally, so don't tell Mum." Fred and George were laughing. The car hiccuped every time we climbed too steeply. I gripped the edge of the window until my knuckles turned white, but I wasn't scared. Not once. Then we saw it. The burrow. It looked like it had been built in pieces. A squat stone base, then floors stacked like books in a hurry, chimney leaning slightly to the left, a crooked sign that read "The Burrow" stuck into the ground with a pitchfork. It was the most beautiful place I'd ever seen. Pots floated by themselves in the kitchen. The clock didn't tell time, it told where everyone was, home, lost, mortal peril. Mrs. Weasley was waiting for us. She wasn't happy. Not with them. Not at all. But when she looked at me, her voice softened. "Oh, Harry, dear," she said, brushing dirt off my shoulder like I was her own son. She fed us sausages, eggs, toast, tea. Piled our plates high, then snapped at Fred for stealing marmalade and gave Ron a glare that could curdle milk. It felt like home in a way that stung a little. Because I didn't know what I'd been missing until I saw it. Mr. Weasley came home from work and asked how the car flew. Not why we'd stolen it. Not why we risked being expelled. Just how. Ron groaned. Mrs. Weasley nearly exploded. I sat between them and laughed so hard I nearly choked. Later, we denomed the garden. It was ridiculous. You have to grab the gnome, spin it like a discus until it's dizzy, and toss it over the hedge. They bite your knuckles and scream like gremlins. Fred said I had good form. George tried to set a record. Ron threw one into the pond. Even Percy cracked a smile. I wrote to Hermione. She'd been worried sick. Said she'd been sending letters all summer and couldn't understand why they weren't getting through. Dobby. It had to be Dobby. The little elf was trying to cut me off. From everything. But he failed. Because I'm here. And I'm going back to Hogwarts. The burrow is loud. And messy. And full of socks that fold themselves and mirrors that tell you to comb your hair. I've never felt safer. I think this is what it's like to be loved. And I think I could get used to it. August 18th, back at the burrow, late evening. Magic doesn't always feel safe. It's still beautiful, sometimes painfully so, but today reminded me that beauty and danger can wear the same cloak. Sometimes even the same smile. We went to Diagon Alley today. We were supposed to go together, all of us. Mr. Weasley had the day off. Fred, George, Percy, Ron, Ginny, and me. We were going to use the Floo network for the first time. That was the plan. Stand in the fireplace, grab some Floo powder, speak clearly, and let the magic pull you through. I'd never done it before. I watched the twins vanish into the green flames like it was nothing. They just shouted the Diagon Alley and disappeared. Then it was my turn. I took a handful. Stepped in. The half scraped my shoulders. I said the words. Or I tried to. I coughed. It came out wrong, diagonally. And everything spun. I didn't land in Diagon Alley. I crashed into a cold, dark shop filled with things that looked like they shouldn't be touched. Hand-shaped candles. Cursed jewelry. A cage in the corner that was definitely moving. Borgin and Burkes. I ducked behind a cabinet as the bell jingled and someone walked in. Draco Malfoy. With his father. Lucius Malfoy is like Draco in a mirror, older, colder, quieter. His voice never rises. It sinks. Every word feels like a trap with the door already shut. He was selling artifacts. Dark ones. Hiding things from the ministry. Smoothing his gloves. Telling Draco not to associate with the wrong sort. Then he said something about the Weasleys. Called them disgracefully poor and blood traitors. Draco laughed. He always laughs when someone else is smaller than him. I held my breath until they left. Then Hagrid found me. He'd come into Nocturne Alley to buy flesh-eating slug repellent for the school gardens, of course he had. He led me back out into the light, hand on my shoulder. It felt like surfacing. When we finally reached Diagon Alley, the Weasleys were frantic. Mrs. Weasley hugged me so tight my ribs squeaked. And then we saw him. Gilderoy Lockhart. At Flourish and Blots. He was doing a book signing, robes like turquoise wallpaper, teeth so white they sparkled. He saw me and yanked me forward like I was a puppy on a leash. The crowd surged. Cameras flashed. He shouted something about me being his youngest admirer and shoved a stack of his books into my arms. Then he posed. Wide smile. Arm on my shoulder. Like we were old friends. I couldn't breathe. Then Malfoy showed up again. He said I was enjoying the fame. Said I was lucky I didn't have to work for it. His father and Mr. Weasley got into it. Wands in pockets. Words sharp enough to draw blood. But it was what Mr. Malfoy did at the end that I can't stop thinking about. He picked up Ginny's old Transfiguration book. Looked at it like it was garbage. Then handed it back, slipping something inside before anyone could see. He walked away smiling. And Ginny's face turned pale. Something happened today. Something small. Hidden. But important. I can feel it. The same way I felt the trapdoor beneath Fluffy. The same way I felt the mirror watching me when I was alone. Something's coming. And it started today. September 1st, somewhere in the Forbidden Forest. We were supposed to be on the train. We were supposed to be eating chocolate frogs and talking about what classes we had and laughing at Percy being prefect again. But instead, I'm writing this from the back of a flying car that's half stuck in a tree. Let me go back. This morning was a blur of socks, toast, and last-minute packing. The burrow was buzzing, Mrs. Weasley yelling about clean underwear, Mr. Weasley trying to shrink everyone's trunks without setting them on fire. Ron and I loaded Hedwig and Scabbers into their cages, then piled into the enchanted car with Fred, George, Percy, and Ginny. It was chaos. The good kind. We made it to King's Cross. The station smelled like oil and newspaper. Everyone was rushing somewhere else. We ran toward the barrier. Fred and George went through together, no problem. Then Ginny. Then Percy. Then... we couldn't. Ron and I ran at it, hard. But instead of passing through like usual, we hit it. Bam! Solid. Cold. Metal. Platform 9 3/4 had closed itself. We tried again. Nothing. Just brick. The clock was ticking. The train was leaving. And then Ron said we could fly the car. I didn't think. I just nodded. We snuck back to the car, loaded our trunks, buckled ourselves in, sort of, and Ron turned the key. The engine groaned, lifted, and suddenly, we were in the sky. Flying over London. Flying toward Hogwarts. It was amazing. At first. The clouds were warm and cottony. The sun sparkled off the rooftops. We followed the train tracks, waving at towns, letting the wind pull at our hair. We felt like wizards. But then, the car started shaking. The engine coughed. The sky got darker. We flew lower. Lower still. Trees were rising up toward us. The clouds had turned grey and heavy. The car was tired. We saw the castle just before it happened, towers cutting the sky, windows glowing faintly. And then we hit the Whomping Willow. The tree did not appreciate being used as a parking spot. It attacked. One branch slammed the roof. Another snapped at the windshield. The car groaned, spun, and rocked like it was trying to fight back. Ron and I screamed. Hedwig hooted. Scabbers shrieked. I grabbed my wand, but the tree was too fast. Then, with a jolt, the car flung us out. It tossed our trunks, hooted in fury, and drove away into the forest. I'm not joking. It drove itself into the woods and vanished like it had had enough of magic students for one lifetime. We limped up to the castle gates just as the feast was ending. Professor McGonagall was waiting. She looked tired. Disappointed. Not surprised, somehow. Like she'd expected this exact thing from us. Snape was with her. He was delighted. He said we'd be expelled. Said we could have broken the International Statute of Secrecy and risked lives. Said we were reckless, foolish, dangerous. And he wasn't entirely wrong. But McGonagall gave us detention instead. And took points from Gryffindor. And told us next time we should just wait for her. We barely touched dinner. The feast was over by the time we got to the table. Fred and George clapped us on the back like we were legends. Percy glared like we'd shamed the family. Hermione looked like she couldn't decide whether to scold us or cry. And I just kept thinking about the barrier. How it closed only for us. As if someone didn't want us at school this year. Someone's pulling strings again. And the game's already begun. October 31st, just after curfew. The castle is too quiet tonight. The torches crackle like they're whispering. The portraits are whispering too, I think, but not to us. No one's saying anything out loud, but we all feel it, something is very wrong. It started with a voice. Not like a dream, not like a thought, a voice. Cold. Sharp. Hissing. Kill. Kill. So hungry, for so long. I heard it during the Halloween feast. 1 second I was laughing at nearly headless Nick's costume, he tried to swing his head all the way off this year, and the next. Silence. Inside me. Like something had replaced the air in my lungs with ice. The voice slithered into my ears like smoke under a door. Rip, tear, kill. I stood up without realizing it. My legs just moved. Ron and Hermione followed. I told them I'd heard something. Ron asked what kind of voice. I told them it sounded like it wanted to hurt someone. Hermione paled. She said, "No spell does that, Harry." But I know what I heard. We ran through the corridors, following it, me chasing the sound, them chasing me. And then we saw it. The wall. Soaked in water. The torches flickering wildly, as if they were afraid. Hung just above the stone floor, Mrs. Norris. Filch's cat. Still. Stiff. Eyes wide and cloudy. Next to her, in giant red letters, not paint. Blood. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. My stomach turned. Ron stopped breathing. Hermione grabbed my arm like the wall might pull us in. Then the voices came, real ones. Students. They flooded in, footsteps echoing down the hall, gasps bursting like fireworks. Malfoy saw the writing and grinned like it was a birthday cake made just for him. Enemies of the air, better watch out, mudbloods. The word stung, even though he didn't say it to me. Hermione flinched. Filch pushed through the crowd. When he saw Mrs. Norris, something broke in his face. He pointed at me. You killed her. You, curse you. I didn't even speak. I couldn't. Dumbledore arrived. So did Snape, McGonagall, Lockhart, who claimed he once cured a cursed iguana in Peru. Dumbledore examined Mrs. Norris and said, gently, she is not dead. Just petrified. It didn't make me feel much better. They questioned me, but Dumbledore believed me. Snape didn't. Potter was found at the scene, he said, voice slow as honey and twice as thick. Perhaps he was in the wrong place. Or perhaps he has an unhealthy curiosity for dark magic. I didn't respond. I couldn't. Because I wasn't just afraid I'd be blamed. I was afraid I was somehow involved. Because I'd heard it again just before it happened. That voice. Cold. Empty. Hungry. Filch thinks I cursed his cat. The Slytherins think I wrote on the wall. And now the school is whispering again about me. Hermione has started researching the Chamber of Secrets. Ron says his. Any mere nearly headless Nick, who was floating beside him, frozen in mid-whale. It's spreading. And people are looking at me more. They think I'm cursed. That I'm dark. That I know something. But I don't. Not really. Except I am hearing the voice more. In the walls. Always just before someone gets hurt. Hermione's been reading constantly, wandering between the library and Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Yes. Her bathroom. Turns out Myrtle was a student who died here. Now she lives in the pipes. Sobs loudly. Screeches at anyone who uses her sink. She saw something the night of the last attack. A pair of glowing eyes through a drain. She screamed and flushed every toilet in the room. It's not much of a clue. But Myrtle is tied to all of this. I know it. Today, Ron and I were with her when we found it. The diary. It was just lying there on the wet tile floor, half soaked in ghost water. No name. Black cover. Empty pages. We dried it off. I flipped through every one, nothing. Not a mark. Not a title. Not a signature. It didn't look magical. But it felt wrong. Too blank. Too silent. Like it was holding its breath. Ron thought it might be dangerous. Suggested we give it to a teacher. I didn't. I brought it back to the dormitory instead. And tonight, I wrote in it. Just a question. Do you know anything about the Chamber of Secrets? The ink sank in. And then, a new line appeared. Yes. It wrote back. The diary belongs to someone named Tom Riddle. He says he was a student at Hogwarts 50 years ago. Says he saw the chamber open before. Says he knows who did it. He offered to show me. The page glowed. I touched the ink. And I fell in. It wasn't like the pensive. It wasn't like a memory. It was more like a trapdoor opening under my thoughts. I stood in the past. In the corridor. Watched the teachers argue about closing the school. And then I saw him. Tom. Dark-haired, clever, quiet. He looked like a head boy. Polished. Calculated. He followed someone that night. Into the dungeons. A huge figure with wild hair and a baby creature in a box. Hagrid. Tom Riddle accused Hagrid of opening the chamber. And the memory ended. I don't know what to think. Could Hagrid really have done it? He's clumsy. Big-hearted. Half-giant. A little reckless, maybe, but dangerous. I can't believe that. But I saw it. And the diary doesn't lie, does it? I haven't told anyone yet. Not even Ron. It's too heavy. Too big. And it feels like the diary knows I'm keeping it. When I touched it again tonight, it felt warm. Too warm. Like it's alive. February 5th, I don't know what I am. They all saw. They saw me. And now they're afraid. I don't think I'll ever forget the look on their faces, not Malfoy's smirk or Hermione's wide eyes or the way the Hufflepuffs leaned back like I'd grown fangs. Maybe I have. It started with a dueling club. Lockhart's idea, of course. Self-defense against the dark arts. He announced, swinging his ridiculous lilac robes and nearly blinding someone with a charm that turned Professor Snape's cloak momentarily transparent. Snape was less than thrilled. Still, he agreed to help. He stood next to Lockhart, pale and sharp as a scalpel, and demonstrated a disarming charm that knocked Lockhart onto his back in 2 seconds flat. Everyone applauded. Except Lockhart. Then we were paired off. Ron with Seamus. Hermione with Millicent Bulstrode. Me with Draco. He looked delighted. We bowed. Then immediately tried to hex each other. I missed with Rictor Sempra. He hit me with something that made my legs go jelly-rigid. Sparks flew. Someone screamed. Lockhart panicked and shouted, "Let's move on to creatures." He meant snakes. Draco conjured one. Not a garden snake, a long, thick, black one that slithered across the stage with its tongue flicking and its body coiling in hunger. Everyone backed away. Except me. The snake turned toward a terrified Hufflepuff boy. Justin Finch Fletchley. The same one who'd been nearly attacked just weeks ago. And before I could think, I stepped forward and said, "Leave him alone." The snake stopped. Tilted its head. I said it again. Louder. It obeyed. Then I realized. No one else had understood. They hadn't heard, "Leave him alone." They'd heard hissing. Long, low, sharp. Snake speech. Parseltongue. It's a rare gift, they say. A dark gift, they say. Salazar Slytherin had it. So did Voldemort. And now, so do I. Afterward, everyone backed away from me like I'd sprouted horns. Even Justin. Especially Justin. He didn't look at me like a hero who'd stopped a snake. He looked at me like I was one. Hermione said, "It's not bad, Harry. It's just uncommon." But her voice was tight, like she was trying to tie her thoughts into something safe. Ron just nodded and said, "My mum says you know who could talk to snakes." I didn't ask for this. I didn't choose it. But it's inside me, like the voice in the walls. And now the whole school thinks I'm the heir of Slytherin. I don't even know who I'm heir to. I just know that every time the voice comes back, I feel something cold uncurl in my chest. Something ancient. Hungry. And I'm scared. Not of the snake. Of myself. May 8th, I can still hear them. I don't think I'll ever hear it. The scuttling. The clicking. The way the forest seemed to breathe with legs. They took Hagrid. It happened fast. Too fast. 1 minute, Ron and I were sitting in the common room, whispering about the diary, about how it had gone missing, just vanished from under my pillow, and the next, we heard boots on stone and shouting from the entrance hall. Cornelius Fudge. Minister for Magic. Grey mustache, heavy coat, a smile like a curtain being drawn too quickly. And behind him, Lucius Malfoy. Of course. They came to take Hagrid to Azkaban. Not just suspend him. Not question him. Take him. They think he opened the chamber again. That he's behind the attacks. That he's dangerous. I wanted to shout. That it wasn't him. That I knew it wasn't him. That the voice in the walls doesn't sound like Hagrid, it sounds like death. But the words didn't come fast enough. And then he was gone. Before he left, he bent down, looked right at us, and said, if anyone wanted to find out something, all they'd have to do would be to follow the spiders. Then the door closed. And he was gone. So we followed them. It sounds ridiculous now. But we did. Ron was terrified. You should have seen his face when he saw the first spider, big as a thimble, crawl out of the window and vanish into the grass. But he came with me anyway. We slipped out under the cloak. Into the grounds. Into the forbidden forest. The tree swallowed us fast. Branches snapped behind us like twigs under something heavier. The light thinned. The fog thickened. We followed the spiders. Hundreds of them. Scattering across the moss like threads of black ink spilled over the ground. And then we found them. Or they found us. Acromantulas. Spiders the size of cars. Eyes like wet stones. Fangs like silver daggers. We were surrounded. And then, from the dark, a voice. Aragog. Old. Blind. His voice thick and echoing. He told us everything. That he did not kill the girl 50 years ago. That he was not the monster of the chamber. That Hagrid was innocent. And then he told us we would make a good meal. Because his children were hungry. And he was old. And kindness doesn't always mean mercy. We ran. The car saved us. The car. The one that drove itself into the forest at the start of the year. It came crashing through the trees, doors flung open, horn blaring. It found us. Let us in. And drove. Branches hit the windows. The forest tried to hold us back. But we escaped. We collapsed onto the grass outside the forest, mud-soaked, shaking, alive. Ron didn't speak for 10 minutes. When he did, he said, I'm never following a spider again. I just nodded. Because the truth is, the monster isn't Aragog. It never was. It's still in the castle. In the pipes. In the walls. And it's waiting. May 28th, I can't stop shaking. Hermione is petrified. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. I can't talk about it, not properly. Not to Ron. Not even to myself, really. She's in the hospital wing. Frozen. Eyes wide, mouth open, fingers curled like she was still holding something when the moment hit. Like a photograph of a scream. Madame Pomfrey says she's stable. That she might wake up once they find the mandrake cure. But her face, her stillness. It doesn't feel like sleep. It feels like stone. Ron's trying to stay angry. That's how he copes. He kicks the legs of chairs when no one's looking. Shouts about Malfoy. Rants about Dumbledore being forced to leave. About the governors caving to fear. About how the real heir of Slytherin is still out there, still doing this. I don't say much. Because while he's raging, I'm listening. The voice is back. It came again last night. Louder than ever. Crawling under the floorboards of the dormitory. Pressing against my skull like it wanted to become me. Let me rip, tear, kill. It's not just a voice. It's a thing. A hunger. And I think I know where it's been hiding. Today, Ron and I went to visit Hermione again. We didn't say anything at first. Just sat next to her bed. The curtains moved a little in the breeze, but everything else was still. Like even the air didn't want to disturb her. That's when we saw it. Her hand. Curled around a torn scrap of parchment. Tight. I pried it loose, slowly. It was a page. Old. Ripped from a library book. Wrinkled at the edges. but the ink was still clear. One word circled in her neat little handwriting. Basilisk. Underneath, notes in the margins. Kills with its gaze. Spiders flee it. Moves through pipes. Everything fell into place. The monster in the chamber is a basilisk. A giant serpent. That's the voice I've been hearing. Not words. Parseltongue. That's why no one else hears it. Because I'm the only one who understands it. That's why everyone who was attacked didn't die. They saw reflections. Through water. Through glass. Through a camera lens. Colin. Justin. Nearly headless Nick. Hermione. Even Mrs. Norris. No one looked it in the eye directly. That's the only reason they're alive. But Hermione figured it out. And whoever's behind this knew. That's why they went after her. Because she was getting close. Because she was right. We took the page to Professor McGonagall. She read it. Went pale. Nodded once. Then whispered, "You boys stay in the common room. Do not leave. Not for anything." We didn't listen. Because Ginny Weasley has gone missing. They found her things in the girls' bathroom. And scrawled on the wall. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. They are sending the teachers to search. They're preparing to send the students home. But we know where the entrance is. We have to know. It's Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Hermione had already solved it. She was always there, watching. Myrtle died 50 years ago. She was the girl. She saw the eyes. The entrance is there. It has to be. So tomorrow, Ron and I are going in. Whether anyone lets us or not. We have to save her. June 1st, I'm writing this in case I don't come back. I'm leaving this page under my pillow. If you find it, tell Ron and Hermione they were the best part of all of it. This morning feels like 100 years ago. Everything moved so fast. Like the castle itself knew time was running out. First, we tried to tell a teacher. Professor McGonagall. But the hallway was empty. The staff had gone to search the dungeons for Ginny. Every classroom echoed. No footsteps. No portraits talking. Just the sound of us running. So we went to Lockhart. We didn't have a choice. He was packing. Shoving books into his trunk. Flipping through pages like he didn't recognize them. He confessed. Said he'd never done the things in his books. That he'd stolen other wizard stories. Modified their memories. He was a lie in lilac robes. Ron and I raised our wands. Told him he was coming with us. We dragged him to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. She told us everything. She remembered dying. Felt the cold when the stall door opened. Saw the eyes. Heard the words. That was the day the first girl died. That girl was her? The entrance was beneath a sink. No taps. Just a carving of a snake. I whispered to it in Parseltongue. The sink sank into the floor. The pipe opened. And we jumped. It wasn't a slide. Not really. It was like falling down a throat that never ended. Cold, damp, walls slick with slime. We dropped for what felt like forever. We landed in a cavern. Dark. Stone everywhere. And bones. So many bones. Then we found the wall. Serpents carved into it. Arching like fangs above a mouth. I spoke again. The mouth opened. Inside, everything smelled like old secrets and something still alive. We moved slowly. Wand light barely reaching the corners. Then the ceiling fell. Ron and Lockhart were separated. A cave in. Lockhart tried to curse us with Ron's wand, it backfired. He lost his memory. Completely blank. Ron stayed to dig him out. I went forward. Alone. The chamber was massive. Columns thick as castle towers. Water pooling on the floor. Carvings of snakes coiled around every surface. And at the end, Ginny. Lying still. Pale. I ran to her. Called her name. Shook her shoulder. She didn't move. And then he stepped out of the shadows. Tom Riddle. Not older. Not a ghost. Not a memory. A boy. Calm. Clean robes. Hands behind his back. He smiled like he already knew everything I would say. He told me he'd been waiting. He told me it was him. Tom Marvolo Riddle. And then he drew his wand and wrote his name in the air. The letters rearranged. I am Lord Voldemort. He'd preserved a piece of himself in the diary. Fed on Ginny's fears. Used her to open the chamber. To hurt the others. To write the words on the wall. And now that she was almost gone, drained, he was nearly whole again. And he wanted me dead. Then the basilisk came. He called it in Parseltongue. The whole chamber shook as it slithered from the mouth of the serpent statue. I couldn't run. I couldn't look. I just listened. And then, help came. A flash of fire. Fawkes. Dumbledore's phoenix. He dropped something into my hands. A sword. The basilisk struck. Blind now, Fawkes had slashed its eyes. But still deadly. Still huge. Still fast. It lunged. I ran. Water splashed, stones cracked, my heart slammed into my ribs like a battering ram. And when it turned again, I drove the sword into the roof of its mouth. The fang pierced my arm. I dropped to the floor. Everything blurred. Fawkes cried. 1 tear. 2. On my wound. It healed. Phoenix tears. They cure poison. I opened the diary with trembling hands. Pulled the fang from my arm. And stabbed the book. Ink screamed. Riddle's face twisted, shocked, betrayed, furious. He vanished like steam in the cold. Ginny stirred. She's alive. We're alive. We left the chamber together. Ron met us, muddy and stunned. We brought Lockhart too, who kept asking if we were his brothers. And now we're back. The school doesn't know yet. But tomorrow, the truth comes out. And maybe, for the first time, it'll stay out. June 3rd, I think I'm still in shock. Everything feels too bright. The corridors look the same. The portraits nod when I pass. The suits of armor creak and stretch like they've just woken from a nap. But something has shifted. Like the castle is breathing again. Ginny is okay. Really okay. She hasn't said much. But she hugged Ron for a full minute and didn't let go. She clung to me too, whispering, "I'm sorry," over and over again. I told her she didn't have to be. It wasn't her fault. She didn't know the diary was a trap. She didn't know he was inside it. She didn't know she was being used by Voldemort. I barely did. We told Dumbledore everything. Every word. We stood in his office, me, Ron, Ginny, McGonagall, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and I told him about the diary. About Tom Riddle. About the chamber. About Fawkes. About the sword. He didn't interrupt once. Just listened. When I finished, he nodded slowly and said, "Remarkable. Utterly remarkable." And then he looked me right in the eye and said, "You must have shown me real loyalty down in the chamber, Harry. Nothing else could have brought Fawkes to you." That's when I knew. It wasn't luck. It was choice. And I chose Hogwarts. I chose to stand. Then the door burst open. Lucius Malfoy, looking like he'd bitten something sour and liked the taste. And behind him, Dobby. Dobby the house elf. Head bowed. Eyes wide. Malfoy was angry that Dumbledore had returned. Said the school governors had signed his suspension. Dumbledore smiled and said they had, until Lucius persuaded them. Then I told him about the diary, that he slipped it into Ginny's cauldron at Flourish and Blots. He denied it, of course. But his eyes flashed. He turned to leave. And that's when I had an idea. I grabbed the diary, wrapped it in an old sock, and handed it to Malfoy. He snatched it, pulled out the book, and threw the sock aside. Dobby caught it. His eyes widened. He clutched it like treasure. Master has given Dobby a sock. And just like that, Dobby was free. Malfoy turned on me. Wand out. Rage boiling behind his teeth. But Dobby stopped him. A single flick of his fingers, and Lucius flew backward, robe snapping behind him like angry sails. He left without another word. Dobby turned to me. Harry Potter has set Dobby free. Dobby is free. Then he disappeared. I hope he finds somewhere to be happy. Classes are back. Everyone who was petrified has been revived. Colin's running around with his camera again. Justin told me he's sorry for thinking the worst. Hermione's voice hasn't stopped since she woke up. Ron can't stop smiling when she talks. Hagrid came back too. The cheering when he walked into the Great Hall was louder than the Quidditch Cup. There's only one chapter left now. And it feels different than last year. Not like the end of something, but the middle of something bigger. I think Voldemort is still out there. And I think he's not done with me. But I'm not done either. June 30th, on the train, watching the fields blur by. We're leaving again. The train hums under us, steady and warm. Outside the window, the countryside rolls past like it's been waiting for us all year, trees waving softly, sky cracked open and full of summer. Ron is asleep. Hermione's rereading her notes, even though exams were cancelled. Hedwig is tucked in her cage, dozing. And I'm just here. Thinking. This year was darker. Heavier. Last year, I learned I was a wizard. I found Hogwarts. Les, the smell of roast chicken and lemon tart. Everyone cheered. Dumbledore gave a speech. Lockhart's memory loss was explained as an unfortunate accident involving a faulty wand, and no one looked too upset about it. Hagrid was there. Ginny too. The hall felt full again. Whole. Before we left, Dumbledore pulled me aside. He said, "You've shown us that even the youngest among us can do the greatest good, Harry. But never forget, what you did was not just courage. It was choice. It is our choices, far more than our abilities, that show who we truly are." I think about that a lot. About what I could have done. What I did do. And what I'll have to do someday. Because Voldemort isn't gone. I saw what he left behind. I heard his voice. And I don't think he's finished with me. But I'm not finished either. The train is slowing. King's Cross is coming into view. And for the first time, I'm not afraid of going home. Because I know where I belong. Not just in Gryffindor. Not just in the castle. But in this story. I'm part of it now. Whether I want to be or not. But I do want to be. Because when the darkness comes back, and it will, I want to be ready. July 3rd, back at Privet Drive, the bedroom, not the cupboard. Progress. It's strange being back here. The streets are the same. The houses are square and quiet and all the same shade of pretending. Uncle Vernon still grunts when he sees me. Aunt Petunia still acts like I'm radioactive. Dudley flinches every time I reach into my pocket, like I might hex him. I haven't. But I might. Just once. This morning, I sat by the window with Hedwig, and I started writing. Just to see if I could put it all into words, what's happened. And now it's filling up the page like it's been waiting. So here it is. 2 years at Hogwarts. Year 1 was the beginning. The first time I felt like I existed. Like I was allowed to take up space. I was the boy under the stairs. And then I was the boy who lived. And then, somehow, I became me. I met Ron. And Hermione. Made my first real friends. Flew for the first time. Fought a troll. Discovered the Sorcerer's Stone. Faced Voldemort, well, what was left of him. I thought that was the end of it. Year 2 was something else. Darker. A voice in the walls. A diary that wrote back. A chamber no one believed was real. I watched students freeze in place. I saw Hermione turn to stone. I followed spiders into a forest that crawled. And I found out I can speak Parseltongue. I learned that Voldemort doesn't need a body to be dangerous. Just a name. A memory. A piece of himself buried in the wrong hands. I fought a basilisk. And lived. But I've also learned that living isn't just about not dying. It's about choosing. Choosing who I trust. Who I believe. What kind of wizard I want to become. And now, I'm here again. Back in a house where no one speaks to me unless they have to. But I'm not who I was. I know what friendship feels like. I know what home feels like. And I know I'll be back. But something's coming. I can feel it, just on the edge of things. Like storm clouds that haven't gathered yet, but the wind already knows. There was a name I overheard at the very end of term. A name that made McGonagall's face tighten. Sirius Black. He escaped from somewhere no one escapes from. Azkaban. And somehow, Dumbledore knows what it means. He didn't say it, not directly. But his eyes were different. Worried. Older. I don't know who Sirius Black is. But I have a feeling I will soon. And I don't think Voldemort's gone. Not really. There's something still tying him to me. Something I haven't seen yet. But it's waiting. And when I get back to Hogwarts, I'll be ready. Because I've survived a lot. And I'm just getting started. July 31st, the worst birthday again. But also, maybe not. It's funny how every year seems to start with a bang. Last year it was bars on my window. This year, I put someone in the air. I didn't mean to. Not really. Aunt Marge came to visit. She smells like boiled beef and cheap cologne. Talks like her voice is trying to break windows. She hates kids. She hates me. Uncle Vernon said if I kept my head down and didn't mention the M-word, they'd sign my Hogsmeade permission form. So I did. I said nothing. I sat still. I smiled when she called Mum a mistake and Dad a drunken layabouts. I swallowed it like poison and thought of Quidditch plays to stay calm. But then she said, "If you ask me, it's all in the blood. If there's something wrong with the bitch, there'll be something wrong with the pup." And that was it. My hands clenched. The air changed. And she started to rise. Slowly. Like a balloon filling with cruelty. Her buttons popped. Her feet left the floor. And she floated up, into the ceiling. I ran. Grabbed my trunk, Hedwig, my wand, everything I could carry. I didn't look back. The front door slammed behind me like the closing of a chapter. I walked. No idea where. Just walked. The night was heavy. like it knew I was alone. Then I saw it. Across the street. Between two street lamps. A dog. Huge. Black. Watching me. Its eyes didn't blink. I blinked. And it vanished. I tripped over my trunk. Wand out, heart pounding. And then, bang. A purple triple-decker bus screeched into view out of nowhere. Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Stan Shunpike. Spots. Ear-piercing accent. Called me Neville for half the ride until I gave him my real name. He didn't even flinch. They took me all the way to the Leaky Cauldron. Fudge was waiting. The Minister for Magic himself. Not angry. Not even surprised. Said I wouldn't be expelled. That Aunt Marge had been deflated. That everything would be handled. I asked why. Why wasn't I in trouble? He dodged the question. Said I was lucky. Said I should stay in Diagon Alley until school. I think he's scared. Not of me. Of something bigger. Later that night, I heard them talking in the hallway outside my room. Just 2 words. But they cut through the walls like cold air. Sirius Black. Something's happening. Something bad. And I'm part of it. Again. But the room upstairs at the Leaky Cauldron has a bed. A window. Hedwig. A lock on the door that I own. And I have my wand under the pillow. That's something. That's enough, for now. August 15th, Diagon Alley feels safer than it should. It's been nearly 2 weeks since I left the Dursleys. No yelling. No cupboard. No chores. Just me, a few gold coins, and a room above a pub that never really sleeps. The Leaky Cauldron buzzes all day, clinking glasses, flue flashes, someone trying to turn a hat into a rabbit in the corner, and failing. But my favorite time is early morning. Before the fire is lit. When the chairs are still upside down on the tables and the air smells like sleep and magic dust. I wake up before anyone. Feed Hedwig. Walk Diagon Alley. And for a while, I feel normal. I finished all my homework, even divination. I wrote a whole scroll about predicting death using tea leaves. I don't believe a word of it, but I drew a nice grim-shaped blob in the corner and said it meant impending misfortune. Seems accurate. I saw Ron yesterday. He ran through the pub like someone had lit his robes on fire and hugged me hard enough to crack my spine. Then came Hermione, arms full of books and a cat that looked like it had fought in a war. She called him Crookshanks. He immediately tried to attack Ron's rat, Scabbers. That went badly. We spent the day shopping. New books from Flourish and Blots. One of mine, The Monster Book of Monsters, tried to eat me. I had to wrestle it shut and tie it with a belt. Hagrid laughed. Turns out it's required reading for his new Care of Magical Creatures class. I'm nervous for that. He means well, but he once gave me a rock cake so hard it chipped my tooth. We passed quality Quidditch supplies too. There's a firebolt in the window. Top of the line. No handle polish, no magical marketing gimmicks. Just power. Quiet and sleek and fast enough to outfly the wind. I want it more than I want anything. I don't even ask how much it costs. I just stare. But the weirdest part came after dinner. Mr. Weasley pulled me aside. His face was tight, like he'd chewed a lemon and forgot to spit it out. "Harry," he said. "You must promise me something. Don't go looking for Sirius Black." I nodded. He looked at me like he didn't believe me. Like he wouldn't believe himself if he were me. "He's not just dangerous. He's after you." I said I wouldn't. I think I meant it. But when people tell me not to go near something, that's usually when the trouble finds me anyway. Not because I chase it. Because it always seems to know where I am. I'm packed now. Tomorrow we leave for the train. The black dog hasn't come back. But I still feel it. Not on the street. Not in the alley. But near. Like the future is watching me through a crack in the wall. And something inside it is hungry. September 1st, the sky cracked open on the train. We made it to the station. Barely. Mr. Weasley and Mrs. Weasley argued all morning. He kept trying to tell me something and she kept interrupting. Like there was a secret floating between them, and they were trying to smother it with toast. Ron's owl, Pig, escaped his cage. Crookshanks nearly caught him. Hermione was panicking. I tried to help, but my hand slipped on a cauldron and I spilled ink all over my robes. A normal morning. The Hogwarts Express was already hissing steam when we boarded. We found an empty compartment with someone already inside. A man, asleep. Cloaked. Leaning against the window like he'd been there for centuries. His suitcase said Professor R.J. Lupin. We sat quietly. Ron tried Bertie Bott's beans and got tripe. Hermione read arithmancy for the advanced mind. I just watched the rain blur the windows and tried to feel safe. I should have known. The train stopped. Just like that. No warning. No announcement. The lamps flickered. And then, darkness. Not nighttime. The kind of dark that presses against your chest and days you to breathe. The air turned cold. Our breath fogged the glass. Frost bloomed like spiderwebs across the window. And something stepped on board. We heard it before we saw it. Not footsteps. Just presence. Then the door slid open. And it was there. A Dementor. Tall. Hooded. Gliding. No feet. No face. Just decay and drowning and the slow collapse of everything warm. It turned toward me. And I heard. Not Harry. Please, not Harry. A woman's voice. Take me instead, kill me if you have to, but not Harry. Then a scream. My mother. And then. Nothing. I woke up on the floor. Lupin crouched over me, calm and focused. He gave me chocolate. Said it helps. I didn't believe him at first. But I took a bite. Warmth returned like breath under a blanket. Slowly. Cautiously. Ron and Hermione were pale. Everyone else in the carriage was fine. Only I had fainted. Lupin didn't say anything else. Just sat down. Pulled his cloak tighter. But I noticed the way he looked at me. Like he knew. Not just what happened, but why. I couldn't sleep after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard the scream again. Not loud. Just final. And I realized something. I've never actually heard her voice before. Not in a dream. Not in a memory. Just that one moment. Carried by something that wants to feed on the worst thing I've ever known. Welcome back to Hogwarts. The castle looked the same. But the sky didn't. It felt like the stars had been pushed farther away. And the cold came with us. September 20th, Hogwarts feels colder this year, and it's not the weather. The castle looks the same, but it doesn't feel the same. The staircases still shift. The ghosts still drift through walls like half-finished sentences. But there's something different in the air. The Dementors are stationed at the gates. You can feel them before you see them, like walking into a room where someone just cried. Even the portraits are quieter this year. Classes started a week ago. Hermione somehow signed up for everything. Even classes that happen at the same time. She won't explain how. She just smiles. Crookshank sits on her bag like a judgmental pumpkin and hisses whenever Ron gets near. Ron is convinced Crookshanks is trying to murder Scabbers. I'm not sure he's wrong. But the first time I felt something real this year was Professor Lupin's lesson. He brought us to a wardrobe. Inside was a boggart, a creature that becomes whatever you fear most. Neville went first. He's turned into Snape. With a swish of his wand and a shout of ridiculous. Snape ended up in his grandmother's clothes, complete with vulture hat. We laughed so hard we forgot we were scared. Mine? I didn't even make it to the front. Lupin stepped in before it reached me. And it turned into a Dementor. Even in disguise, it froze the room. Afterward, Lupin told me he wanted to spare me the embarrassment. But I wonder if he knew something more. Quidditch started too. Oliver Wood is training us like we're entering the Tri-Wizard tournament. But I can't stop thinking about that voice on the train. My mum. Her scream. It echoes. And it's always cold afterward. But something else happened today. Something brilliant. Fred and George gave me a map. Not just a map, a magic one. It shows every hallway, every room, every person in Hogwarts, even the hidden passages. It's enchanted with a spell. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. And when you're done, mischief managed. They called it the Marauders map. Said it belonged to 4 mysterious students years ago: Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Whoever they were legends. I used the map today. Snuck into Hogsmeade. And that's where I heard it. In the back of the 3 broomsticks. A conversation I was not supposed to hear. Sirius Black wasn't just some mad escaped prisoner. He was my father's best friend. My godfather. And the one who betrayed them. He told Voldemort where they were hiding. Led him straight to them. And when they died, Sirius laughed. The Ministry caught him in the wreckage, surrounded by the remains of another friend, Peter Pettigrew. They said there wasn't enough left of Pettigrew to bury. And Black? He was just standing there, laughing. I didn't feel anything at first. Then I felt everything. Rage. Cold. Shame for wanting a family with him in it. I didn't even realize I'd walked all the way back to the castle alone. I'm writing this now under the covers. The map is open beside me. Names flickering gently in the dark. I keep staring at one of them. Sirius Black. And wondering what kind of monster could laugh at the end of the world. But maybe I'll get the chance to ask him. Because if he's out there, really out there, I'm going to find him. October 14th, some weeks feel like one long night. It's raining again. Not the good kind. Not the soft, sleepy kind that taps on the windows and hushes the world. This is sideways rain, sharp and cold, like the castle itself is flinching. The stones are slick, and the staircases seem to move slower in protest. Classes keep going, but I'm somewhere else. I'm still in that pub in Hogsmeade, hearing Sirius Black's name in that low voice. Hearing the words Godfather, traitor, murderer roll out like they mean nothing. I keep thinking back to all the times I wondered what my parents were like, who their friends were. What it meant to be chosen as someone's family. And now, knowing that one of those friends gave them away for nothing, it burns behind my ribs. But I don't tell Ron or Hermione. I keep it tucked inside, like a splinter too deep to dig out. Lupin noticed, though. He always seems to know when someone's hiding pain. Like he recognizes it by the shape it makes in your shoulders. He pulled me aside after class and asked if I'd like to learn how to fight Dementors. I said yes before I could even breathe the thought. We meet in the empty defense classroom after dinner. The desks pushed back, the lamps low. There's a faint smell of old chalk and candle smoke. Lupin's wand glows gently as he shows me the shape of the charm. Expecto Patronum. He says it's not just about saying the words. It's about summoning something stronger than fear. A memory. A feeling so bright that the Dementors can't touch it. I try. And fail. Over and over. Every time the Boggart Dementor glides out of the trunk, I hear her again. My mother's voice. That last scream. I collapse on the floor, shivering. Lupin helps me up without a word. He always brings chocolate. Always waits for me to stop shaking. I don't know if I'll ever get it right. But I want to. Meanwhile, everything else is falling apart. Ron and Hermione are still fighting. About Crookshanks, about Scabbers, about trust. Hermione swears her cat didn't eat Ron's rat, but Scabbers is gone. Vanished. Ron's furious. Hermione's quiet and distant. And I'm in the middle again. I miss when the worst thing we argued about was homework. And then there's Buckbeak. What happened with Malfoy should have been nothing, just one more moment where he overreacts and plays the victim. But Lucius Malfoy pushed for a hearing. A trial. Like Buckbeak is a criminal instead of a magical creature that got spooked. Hagrid's been a wreck. I visited him the night he got the letter. His cabin was full of tea and tension. His hands were shaking so badly he spilled half the kettle. Beaky don't deserve this, he said. He's a good creature, Harry. Just misunderstood. I didn't know what to say. Because he's right. But right doesn't matter when people like Lucius Malfoy decide what happens. The castle feels colder every night. And I can't help but think. While we're all arguing about rats and cats and hippogriffs, something worse is moving closer. And no one sees it yet. But I do. I feel it in my dreams. I feel it when I walk past the windows and catch my own reflection looking back a second too long. Something's coming. And this time, it has a face. March 18th, I don't know who to trust anymore, except maybe the sky. Ron is gone. I mean, not gone forever. He's in the hospital wing now, bandaged and pale, sleeping like someone who just barely made it back through the door. But for a while, we didn't know. It started with a noise. Something frantic. I remember Ron shouting, the sound of paws scraping stone, and then he was just gone. Dragged. Pulled through the roots of the Whomping Willow like a thread yanked loose from the world. Hermione and I didn't even think. We just ran. The tunnel beneath the tree was damp and narrow, carved by time and secrets. The walls breathed cold, and the silence between our footsteps felt too loud. It led us to the Shrieking Shack. I used to think the shack's name was about ghosts or curses. But now I think it's about memory. Because that place holds screams, and not all of them. Neither did I. Not at first. But then Professor Lupin appeared. He didn't attack Sirius. He didn't defend us. He hugged him. Like a friend who had finally come back from war. And that's when everything really started to split open. Lupin told us the truth. Slowly. Carefully. Like every word was glass. He said he, Sirius, Peter, and my dad, James, were the Marauders. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Lupin is a werewolf. Sirius is an animagus, a dog. Peter too. A rat. They made the map. They broke the rules. They grew up together. And one of them betrayed the rest. I didn't want to believe it. Not just because it was too much, too fast, but because part of me wanted Sirius to be the monster they said he was. Because if he wasn't, that meant someone else was. And that person had been sleeping in Ron's bed for years. We forced him to show us. Lupin grabbed Scabbers. Sirius helped. They said the spell. And then, there he was. Not a rat. A man. Short. Shaking. Hair like straw, eyes like knives that had rusted. Peter Pettigrew. He begged. He cried. He called me Harry. Harry, I was your parents' friend. I didn't care. I wanted to hurt him. Hermione held my wrist. I think she knew I might not stop. Sirius wanted to kill him. So did Lupin. But I said no. Not because he didn't deserve it, but because my dad would have wanted justice. Not murder. We tied him up. Started walking him back to the castle. It was over. Or at least, we thought it was. Until the moon rose. And Lupin, our kind, tired, brilliant teacher, transformed. No potion. No control. Just the wolf. And all of us, alone in the woods. Peter escaped in the chaos. Ron collapsed again. And Sirius. He almost didn't make it. Now he's in the hospital wing too. They say he'll be sent back to Azkaban soon. Because we have no proof. Peter's gone. And the truth vanished with him. I keep replaying it. What we saw. What we could have stopped. How close I came to knowing what it feels like to have family. And how fast it slipped through my fingers. I don't know what's going to happen next. But I know I'm not going to let that man disappear again. Not the way he already did for 12 years. June 6th, I've lived the same hour twice, and I still don't understand how. It began with silence. The kind that sits in your bones. They took Sirius. Dragged him from the hospital wing in chains. No one listened. No one asked questions. The Dementors waited in the tower, cloaks fluttering like dead sails. They were ready to do what they do best, suck the soul straight from his body. No trial. No wand. Just cold. Even Dumbledore said there was nothing he could do. At least, not directly. But he looked at Hermione. And Hermione looked at me. And then she reached into her robes and pulled out time. A thin gold chain. A tiny hourglass. The thing she's been hiding all year. A time turner. Dumbledore told her something strange. He said, "You must not be seen. You and Harry both know the importance of being unseen." And then we turned it. Once. Twice. 3 times. The world tilted. The light bent. And suddenly we were behind ourselves. Hours earlier. Watching the sun sink again as if it hadn't already set. We didn't speak much. Just moved. Quiet as shadows. Through the grass, across the edge of the forbidden forest, careful not to disturb the air. We waited. And when the time was right, we freed Buckbeak. The hippogriff soared with us on his back, wind screaming in our ears. It was terrifying. It was perfect. We circled the tower. And we saw them, Sirius and the Dementors. He was already falling to the ground, twitching. The hooded things were closing in. About to take what was left of him. Hermione gripped my shoulder. "Now, Harry," she whispered. "Now. Cast it." But I couldn't. I froze. Because I remembered what I'd seen the first time. A stag. A blinding, silver stag galloping out of the dark, scattering the Dementors like smoke. I thought, my dad did it. I was sure of it. But now, as we stood behind the trees, no one came. There was no stag. There was just me. Watching Sirius fall. Watching myself collapse. And realizing. It was me. It had been me all along. I stepped forward. Raised my wand. And shouted it with everything I had. Expecto Patronum! And the stag came again. Strong. Beautiful. Bright enough to light up the whole forest. It wasn't my father. It was his magic, his memory, flowing through me. And for a moment, he was there. I felt him. In the way the stag moved. In the way it stood between me and the dark. We saved Sirius. Snuck him out of the tower, onto Buckbeak's back. He turned to me before he flew. Put a hand on my shoulder. Said he was proud. Said I was just like James. He said he'd write. I hope he does. Even if he's on the run, even if I never see him again, I hope he knows I believed him. That I saw the truth, even when no one else did. Time turned forward again. No one noticed the missing hippogriff. Or the lock picked on Sirius's door. Or the boy with mud on his shoes staring at the sky, hoping it remembers how this hour used to end. Sometimes I think about that stag. How it knew the path. How it didn't hesitate. How it felt like a part of me I didn't know existed. And now, I wonder what else I might find inside me if I keep looking. June 11th, the train feels slower when you don't want to leave. The Hogwarts Express always sounds the same. That low, steady hum of wheels on tracks. The occasional whistle like it's dreaming. But this time, the compartments feel a little too big. A little too empty. Ron's asleep, finally. His leg is still bandaged from when the dog dragged him off, but he's been smiling again, in his awkward, lopsided way. Hermione's rereading one of her books, though I can tell she's not really reading. She keeps glancing at me, like she wants to say something but isn't sure if now's the right time. It never is. And it always is. We haven't told anyone about the Time Turner. Or the Patronus. Or the stag. Not really. Only Dumbledore knows. He said something strange after the rescue, about how when 2 lives are saved in one night, it means more than magic can measure. I don't know what that means yet. But I think I will. Lupin left. Quietly. He said he couldn't risk staying, too many parents would complain about a werewolf teaching their children. I tried to tell him they were wrong, that he was the best defense teacher we've ever had. He just smiled, soft and tired. You're more like your father than you know, Harry. Not just in how you fly, but in what you choose. He gave me the Marauders map back before he left. Said it belonged with someone who needed it. It still smells like parchment and trouble. And home. Sirius wrote to me. He sent a letter. Delivered by a huge, shaggy black owl, and inside it, a scrap of parchment with his handwriting. Messy. Confident. He said thank you. Said I saved more than his life. He also gave me permission to live with him. If I ever wanted to. If things with the Dursleys got worse. I think I reread that line 100 times. Of course, the Ministry won't allow it, not until his name is cleared. But just knowing I have someone out there, that I'm not alone. It changes everything. There's something else. I didn't tell anyone this. But when I cast that Patronus, I felt something shift. Like a lock turning. Like some door in me that had always been closed finally opened. I don't think I'm the same anymore. Not because of what happened. But because of what I chose to do. The train is slowing now. We're nearly back to London. Back to the Dursleys. Back to number 4, Privet Drive. But this time, I'm not scared. This time, I have names. Sirius. Remus. My father's friends. People who knew me before I even existed. People who believe in me, even when I don't fully believe in myself. The sky is soft through the window. The summer is waiting. And somewhere out there, Voldemort is waiting, too. But I'm ready. more than I've ever been. June 14th, I used to count summers by how many days I'd have to stay in the cupboard. Now I count them by how many nights I dream of flying. It's strange, looking back. 3 years ago, I didn't know who I was. Not really. I knew I was different, stranger than the other kids, quieter, faster at noticing things I wasn't supposed to notice. I knew how to hide bruises, how to cook for people who never said thank you, how to shrink inside myself until I nearly disappeared. But I didn't know I was a wizard. Didn't know what it meant to belong somewhere. Didn't know magic had a name, and that name was mine. First year, I was mostly afraid. Afraid of being sorted wrong. Afraid of letting people down. Afraid of hearing my parents' names in whispers I didn't understand. I made my first real friends. I faced a mountain troll. I looked into a mirror that showed me what I miss most in the world. And by the end, I faced Voldemort, with nothing but a chessboard and courage I didn't know I had. That was the year I learned how to choose bravery, even when it hurt. Second year was darker. The walls whispered. Blood appeared. People froze like statues in the corridors. And they said it was me. They looked at me like I was the danger. The heir. The enemy. But I wasn't. I was the boy who could talk to snakes. The boy who followed the spiders. The boy who opened the Chamber of Secrets, not to unleash a monster, but to end one. I held a sword in my hand and faced a basilisk with no one beside me but a ghost and a phoenix. That was the year I learned what it means to stand alone, and win anyway. Third year wasn't about facing evil. It was about facing the truth. I met the man they said betrayed my parents. Then I learned he didn't. I learned my father had friends who'd risk everything for him, even after death. I learned I had family I never knew about. But I also learned how easily the world believes lies, how hard it is to prove the truth when it's buried beneath a name. I cast a Patronus, one strong enough to drive back 100 Dementors. And I saw its shape. A stag. My father's animagus form. That was the year I realized I carry more than his name. I carry his light. 3 years. 3 chances to be broken, and I wasn't. Not fully. I still cry sometimes, but quieter now. The dreams come and go. The darkness, too. But I'm still here. And I think I'm ready for what's next. Because I know more now. About who I am. About who they were. About what's worth fighting for. And maybe most importantly, what's worth protecting. Even if it's just a quiet moment, a letter from a godfather, or the smile of a friend. Magic isn't always in spells. Sometimes it's just still being here. And just like that, the candle burns low. We've reached the end of part 1. 3 years. 3 chapters of a life shaped by letters, spells, shadows, and light. We began in the cupboard, where magic was just a whisper behind a locked door. We met friends, found ghosts in mirrors, and stepped through chambers carved from legend. We rode a hippogriff under moonlight, rewound time with trembling fingers, and cast a Patronus so bright it silenced the dark. But this is only the beginning. If you'd like us to open the diary again, to return for year 4, the fire and the maze, leave a comment below. Let us know you're still listening. Let us know you're still dreaming. Because year 4 is where the world changes. Where the goblet burns blue. Where the graveyard waits. Where Harry learns that even in a crowd, he can feel completely alone. And if you made it this far, here's something for you. A riddle. A secret. A test for true dreamers of Hogwarts. Which spell was invented by a Hogwarts student in the 18th century, used only once in the books, and can silence anything, even a ghost mid-sentence? If you know the answer, whisper it in the comments. And maybe, just maybe, we'll reveal the truth when the next story begins. For now, rest easy. The castle remembers you. The candle's almost out. And the diary will be here when you return. Good night. We have another magical bedtime story tonight. I know you use these whispers to fall asleep. So, before your eyes get heavy, go ahead and like the video and subscribe to the channel. And while you're still here, where in the world are you listening from? What time is it where you are? Let us know, if you're awake long enough to type. Now lie back. Let your blanket wrap around you like an invisibility cloak. Take a breath. Feel the sheet settle. And listen closely, because these are no ordinary tales. What you'll hear tonight are the secret thoughts of Harry Potter himself, kept safe inside the quiet pages of his diary. Moments never read aloud before. Not from the newspapers. Not from textbooks. But from beneath his pillow, in the soft space between dreams and danger. A quick recap, just in case you missed part 1. Year 1, the boy in the cupboard and the letter that changed everything. Year 2, whispers in the walls and a door that never should have opened. Year 3, shadows in hoods, the truth about his past, and the stag that lives inside him. If you haven't heard that story yet, you'll find it waiting on our channel, ready to lull you into a gentler sleep. We'll still be here when you return. Tonight, part 2, the middle years. Year 4, the fire and the maze, dragons, mer songs, and a cup that was really a trap. Year 5, prophesies, pink quills, and a corridor lined with whispers in the Department of Mysteries. Year 6, a prince who wrote in margins, an emerald flash on a lightning-struck tower, and a white tomb by the lake. These are the years where magic begins to hurt, and yet, it never stops glowing. Every fear. Every friendship. Every flicker of light before the spell was cast. Harry writes it all, because writing is how he remembers to breathe. So close your eyes if you'd like. Let the castle find you. And if this story lingers, if the magic hums softly in your dreams, leave a comment below and tell us. If enough dreamers ask, we'll return once more for Year 7, where the Hallows wake and the war finds its final name. But for now, just listen. July 31st, somewhere very late. I'm writing this by the light of the fire. It's still raining outside. The sea won't shut up. The wind keeps pushing at the walls like it wants in. It's my birthday, well, I think it is. The clock's just past midnight. Technically. I didn't tell anyone. Who would I tell? The Dursleys are asleep in the next room, Uncle Vernon snoring like his soaring logs, Dudley curled on the couch with his new rifle still. And there, the diary snaps shut, the candle flickers, and the story begins. August 1st, the dream felt more real than the room. I woke up with my heart pounding and my pillow damp. Not from sweat, though maybe a little, but from something colder. I think it was fear. Or memory. Or maybe both. My scar hurt. It hadn't in so long, I almost forgot what it felt like. A slow, crawling burn. Not sharp like a curse, but deep, like something waking up far away and dragging me with it. I pressed my hand against it, the way you might press a bruise just to check if it's real. It was. The room was still. Summer air drifting through the open window, the smell of cut grass and pavement. Hedwig rustled quietly in her cage, and the street outside was empty, just shadows and birdsong. But inside me, something was echoing. Something I saw in the dream. There was a room, stone walls, high and windowless. Lit by firelight that didn't seem to flicker. A snake coiled by the hearth, watching. And 2 men, one tall, stooped, nervous. The other, smaller, shrouded, but humming with a kind of power that made my skin crawl even in sleep. They were talking about me. Not just my name. Me. The smaller one, him, I think, he gave the order. The boy must be watched. And then the tall man turned. And I knew him. Wormtail. Peter Pettigrew. The rat who betrayed my parents. The one who got away. That's when the pain flared. The scar, searing white behind my eyes. And I woke up choking on air. I haven't told anyone yet. I don't know how. What do you say? Hi, it's me. Harry. My scar hurts again, and I think Voldemort's getting stronger in a house I saw in a dream. No one wants to hear that. Not the Dursleys. Not even Ron or Hermione, not yet. I did write to Sirius. Told him I was fine. Which was a lie. But not a big one. Just the kind you tell someone who's hiding from the world because of you. The truth is, the summer feels hollow. No Hogwarts. No owls in the rafters. No smell of parchment or the soft creak of the common room stairs. Just me. This bed. This scar. I don't know why it started hurting again now. But I think something is moving. Something dark. And this time, it's not just in dreams. August 23rd, there's no place like this anywhere else in the world. I woke up to the sound of something clanking outside the window. For a second, I thought I was still dreaming. That maybe the snake and the scar and the cold whisper in my head had followed me to the morning. But it wasn't magic. It was Ron's dad, Arthur Weasley, trying to pick the lock on the Dursleys' front door with what looked like a pair of enchanted pliers and a grin too big for a weekday. Harry. All set. Just like that, I was out. Out of the house. Out of that small room. Out of the silence. And into the burrow. The Weasleys' home smells like warm bread and polished wood and something always bubbling on the stove. The stairs squeak differently than the ones at Privet Drive. Here, they sound like someone remembering laughter. Mrs. Weasley hugged me twice. Ginny smiled like she forgot to be shy. Fred and George levitated my trunk upstairs just to show off. And Ron just clapped me on the back and said, "Finally." Hermione was already there. She'd arrived the day before and was halfway through a book on Quidditch referees. I hadn't realized how much I missed her until she started correcting Fred mid-sentence and I felt normal again. But this wasn't just a visit. This was something bigger. The Quidditch World Cup. Everyone's been talking about it. Ireland versus Bulgaria. Entire wizarding families camping in enchanted tents. Portkeys and platforms and stadiums built into valleys with magic thicker than mist. We're going. Mr. Weasley got tickets through work, ministry connections, and even Percy looked smug about it, which is impressive considering Percy's normal expression is somewhere between disappointed and examining a quill for defects. I couldn't sleep last night. Not because I was scared. Because I was excited. And maybe that's why the scar hasn't hurt since I arrived. Maybe being around people who care about me, people who fight over toast and pass notes under the table and argue about dress robes, it makes the shadows a little quieter. I don't know. All I know is I'm here. And tomorrow, I'll be standing beneath a sky filled with brooms and cheers and magic that isn't trying to hurt anyone. Just for a while. August 25th, the night burned brighter than the match ever did. It started like a dream. Green hills. Shimmering tents. Magic in the air thick enough to touch. The Quidditch World Cup was everything I imagined it would be and more. There were broomsticks streaking overhead before we even reached the pitch. Whole families camping under floating flags. A wizarding village built in a field for a single night. Our tent was enchanted. Bigger on the inside, of course. For beds, a stove, even a mirror that tried to complement Ron's hair. It was perfect. And then came the match. Ireland versus Bulgaria. The stadium was beyond massive, rows upon rows of gold-plated seats climbing into the clouds, flags whipping wild above enchanted torches. And when the game started, the Irish chasers moved like lightning. The Bulgarian seeker, Krum, flew like he'd been born with wings instead of arms. There was cheering, laughter, fireworks in the shape of shamrocks and leprechauns. Ireland won, but Crumb caught the snitch. And somehow, everyone was happy. It felt like magic was being used exactly as it should be, for joy. But it didn't last. It never does. Later that night, I woke to shouting. Screams in the camp. Tents torn. Fires rising. Shadows moving in the smoke. It was chaos, Death Eaters in black masks, casting spells that shattered the ground and flipped entire camps like cards. Muggles floating in the air, limp and turning slowly like forgotten dolls. We ran. Ron. Hermione. Me. The air smelled like burnt parchment and fear. People were crying, disapparating, vanishing into the dark. I couldn't see anyone I knew. Only flames and panic. Then, above it all, in the sky, a green light twisted itself into shape. Not a spell. Not a firework. A symbol. The Dark Mark. A skull? With a serpent curling out of its mouth, like a tongue. The same mark burned into Death Eater's skin. The same one that appeared the night my parents died. Someone cast it. But who? We found Winky, Mr. Crouch's house elf, faint and trembling, and my wand clutched in her hand. It was missing from my pocket. I don't remember losing it. But the spell was cast with it. The Ministry didn't believe her? Or me? Not really. Even Mr. Weasley looked worried, though he tried not to show it. That night, long after the tents had vanished and the fires were out, I looked up at the sky again. It was clear. Stars blinking softly overhead. But all I could see was that skull. Floating. Waiting. Watching. September 1st, the train feels slower when you're worried what's waiting at the end of it. I kept thinking about the sky. Even days later, after we packed the tents and left the fields and the Ministry swept everything quiet again, I couldn't stop seeing that green skull above the trees. It shouldn't have appeared. Not after all this time. Not after everything that's supposed to be over. But no one talks about it now. Not really. Mr. Weasley said the Ministry was handling it. Hermione said Winky was probably bewitched. Ron said we should just focus on the school year. So I tried. The Hogwarts Express was waiting, just like always, red and whistling faint steam into the air. The platform was noisy, parents hugging, trolleys clattering, last-minute owls swooping over heads. Mrs. Weasley kissed Ron's forehead like it was still his first year. Fred and George slipped me a chocolate frog and whispered something about a new product line they were working on. Ginny waved. And then I was on board. Back in the compartment with Ron and Hermione, watching the countryside blur past in greens and browns, just like always. Only, not quite like always. There's something different this year. The teachers all looked more serious on the platform. Even the air feels tense. Like the castle's bracing itself. And then we got the letter. The Triwizard Tournament. Hermione read it aloud, her Prefect badge gleaming a little too brightly. It's a magical competition between schools. Hogwarts. Beauxbatons. Durmstrang. 3 champions. 1 from each. Dangerous. Banned for over a century. Now returning. And no one under 17 allowed to enter. That part felt especially directed at me. Ron looked disappointed. I think he imagined himself holding a trophy in front of the whole school. Hermione started immediately speculating about safety protocols. And me? I just stared at the letter and thought, why now? When the castle came into view, I felt that familiar hum in my chest. Like it remembered me. The boats on the lake. The lanterns in the trees. The towers climbing into mist. It all looked exactly the same. But I could feel something underneath it. Something stirring. Like the floorboards of Hogwarts had started whispering in their sleep again. And whatever dream they're having, I think I'm already in it. October 30th, there's a kind of magic that doesn't shimmer. It waits. Like breath before a storm. We felt it before we saw them. The whole school gathered outside in their cloaks, frost curling at the edges of the lawn. The lake was still as ink. And then the wind shifted. Beauxbatons arrived first. Their carriage came from the sky, a giant, pale blue thing the size of a house, pulled by winged horses the size of elephants. They landed like a sigh, their hooves barely touching grass. The horses' breath steamed gold. At the door of the carriage, a tall woman stepped out, taller than Hagrid, with robes like carved ice. Madame Maxim. Headmistress. Dignified. Imperious. Beautiful in the way statues are beautiful. Her students followed, elegant, reserved, like they were born from snowfall. Then came Durmstrang. From the lake. A black ship, rising up from beneath the surface, as if the water had decided to let go of a secret. Wood so dark and steaming. Sails furled. And from the hold, figures emerged, thick coats, pale faces, sharp eyes that watched everything. And him. Viktor Krum. Seeker for Bulgaria. The one who caught the snitch. Every student knew his name, but no one expected him to be here. A real champion. A boy like us. Only not. Later that night, Dumbledore made the announcement. His voice carried like the last note of a spell. The Triwizard Tournament would begin. The rules were simple, one champion from each school. Selected by the Goblet of Fire, a magical cup, blue-flamed and ancient, placed in the Great Hall beneath a drawn age line. No one under 17 could apply. You had to place your name into the fire. And if chosen, the goblet's decision was binding. No quitting. No backing out. No exceptions. Fred and George tried to trick the age line, of course. Swallowed an aging potion and leapt across it like it was a game. It wasn't. They were thrown backward. Beards trailing like silver rope, and landed on each other in a tangle of limbs and protest. Ron laughed so hard he nearly choked on his pumpkin juice. Even I laughed. But somewhere beneath the laughter, I could feel the fire watching. That goblet, it's not just wooden runes. It's alive in a way most things aren't. It listens. And I think it was already listening to me. Even though I never planned to say a word. October 31st, my name didn't echo like the others. It landed. Hard. Like a curse breaking open. The hall was golden with candlelight. The goblet burned blue at the front, a low flame swaying as if listening to something none of us could hear. Everyone was holding their breath. You could feel the moment stretch, like a one drawn before a duel. First name, Viktor Krum. Durmstrang erupted in applause. He didn't flinch. Just nodded once, sharp and low, like he'd been waiting for this since birth. Second name, Fleur Delica. The girls from Beauxbatons lit up like starlight. She stood like she was floating. Pale hair catching the flame. Eyes calm and unreadable. Third name, Cedric Diggory. Hufflepuff exploded. Cedric looked shocked, just for a moment, then smiled, kind, modest, steady. The kind of boy even other houses liked. It was done. 3 champions. 3 schools. The flame dimmed. The tension broke. And then it burned again. A 4th name. Everyone turned. Dumbledore caught the parchment midair. The room hushed, as if the castle itself leaned forward. He read it aloud. Harry Potter. It didn't feel like my name. Not in that moment. It felt like I'd stolen something. A seat I never reached for. A path I didn't choose. I didn't put my name in. I didn't. But the silence didn't believe me. I walked forward like I was underwater. The looks on their faces, I'll never forget them. Shock. Confusion. Anger. Ron's was the worst. He wouldn't meet my eyes. Wouldn't speak. Dumbledore pulled me aside. Asked if I did it. His voice wasn't angry. But not soft, either. Like he couldn't believe I hadn't. I told him no. Told him again. He believed me. I think. But others, they didn't say anything. They just stared. Like I'd cheated. Lied. Betrayed some invisible oath. The champions were told to prepare. Meet the judges. Begin training. But I wasn't a champion. I was an accident. A name thrown in by someone else. For what? I don't know. But someone wants me in that tournament. And I think they want me to lose. November 5th, I'm being trained to die in front of a crowd. And I can't even tell anyone why. They gave us a golden egg. A prize, they said. A clue for the first task. It's smooth and heavy, warm in my hands like it remembers something. But when I open it, it screams, an awful, piercing cry like metal grinding underwater. Everyone else says it's supposed to help, to guide us toward survival. All it does is hurt. Ron still isn't talking to me. He walks past me in the corridors like I'm just another face. Like I wanted this. Like I climbed into the spotlight and dragged the fire with me. I can't explain it. Can't fix it. And somehow that feels worse than the dragons. Yes. Dragons. That's what the first task is. Hagrid told me, his eyes shining with the dangerous kind of pride that only Hagrid can carry. He snuck me out after dark, past the forest, where the handlers were preparing them. For dragons. For champions. Each of us will face one. And survive. Or not. I'm not ready. There's no way to be ready for something that breathes fire and hates you on sight. But help came. Strange, unexpected help. Cedric. He's the only one who should be angry with me, who has every reason to hate me, but he's not. He's kind. Level. He warned me to look at the egg. To figure it out soon. Because time is running out. Then Moody stepped in. He's not like other professors. There's something about him, one eye that sees too much and a voice like gravel underfoot. But he helped. He gave me a direction. Not spells. Not potions. Just a word, flying. That's when I knew. If I had any chance at all, it would be on a broom. My broom. So now I'm training. Quietly. Alone. Early mornings and late nights, casting summoning charms over and over until my fingers ache and the wind feels like it's pushing back. Accio broom. Accio broom. Accio broom. Sometimes it comes. Sometimes it doesn't. And I wonder, what if I call and it doesn't answer when it matters? What if I fall? What if that's what someone wants? But I won't stop. Because no matter who put my name in, no matter why they want me in that arena, I'm not going down easy. November 24th, the dragon wasn't the scariest part. It was the silence right before. The morning of the first task, I felt like I couldn't breathe. Like the air had thickened with every step toward the arena. Every heartbeat louder than footsteps. They kept us waiting in a tent behind the stadium. Cedric. Fleur. Krum. Me. No one spoke much. Fleur was pale, but calm. Krum sat hunched, eyes hard, as if already flying. Cedric paced, jaw clenched. And I just sat there, trying not to shake. Bagman came in, all cheer and booming voice, like it was a game. He offered us a bag, for tiny models of dragons inside, each one twitching, snarling, miniature teeth bared. I reached in. Hungarian horntail. The worst one. Of course. When it was my turn, I stepped out and the world exploded. The stands were packed. Hundreds of eyes, shouts, cheers, some for me, some not. The wind was sharp. A. D suddenly. I could breathe again. Up. Into the air. Away from the fire, the teeth, the claws. She roared and lunged, tail whipping stone like thunder. But I moved. Dove. Climbed. Spun. The stadium blurred. The wind was mine. She chased me, wings tearing the sky. Fire grazed my robes. And then, I saw it. The egg. Gleaming, unguarded for a heartbeat. I dived. Faster than thought. Closer than safe. My fingers closed around the gold, just as her jaws snapped shut behind me. And it was over. The cheers came after. But in that moment, it wasn't about the crowd. It was about not dying. I landed, breathless, smoke still in my lungs. The egg clutched to my chest. Madame Pomfrey scolded me for a burn on my arm. Hermione hugged me so tight I nearly dropped the egg. Even Ron. Ron came back. He didn't say sorry. Just looked at me and muttered, "You could have told me about the dragons." And I smiled. Because sometimes, that's all you need. December 3rd, everyone cheers when you survive the dragon. But they don't follow you into the quiet that comes after. There's something strange about the days after the first task. No screaming crowds. No dragons. No fire. Just long corridors, frost on the windows, and too many people looking at me like they still don't know whether to be impressed or suspicious. They cheer when it's loud. But when it's quiet, they stare. The egg sits at the foot of my bed now. Glistening gold, beautiful and cold. I've opened it 3 times. Each time, it screams. Not a normal sound. Not pain. Not words. Just a shriek that fills your skull until your ears ring and your thoughts scatter like birds. Hermione says it's a riddle. That magic sometimes hides meaning in chaos. She's probably right. She usually is. But I haven't had the energy to chase noise into meaning. Ron's back to being Ron. He asked if I could summon snacks from the kitchen with my wand. I tried. We got a spoon. He said it was close enough. I didn't realize how much I missed the way he jokes until he made fun of my hair again. Hermione's different lately. Quieter. Watching Ron more than usual. And he doesn't notice. I don't think he ever notices. Sometimes I feel like I'm watching both of them from behind glass. The other champions, Cedric, Fleur, Krum, they all carry themselves like they belong here. Like they understand why the goblet chose them. I still don't. Moody pulled me aside after class. His magical eye spun while his normal one stayed locked on mine. Constant vigilance, he growled. He meant more than just dark wizards. I think he was warning me. About what? I'm not sure. At night, I can't sleep. I lie in the dark and listen to the wind press against the castle walls. Sometimes I hear the egg shriek in my dreams, even when it's closed. And in those dreams, I see the goblet again, flaming, hungry, whispering my name without sound. Not asking. Summoning. Maybe that's the real task. Not the dragon. Not the egg. But the waiting. The not knowing. The feeling that something's watching you from just beyond the edge of your vision. And you don't know if it wants you to win or burn. December 15th, snow is quieter at Hogwarts. But nerves are louder. It snowed this morning. Thick, slow flakes drifting down like feathers shaken from some giant, invisible pillow. The castle looks like a music box under glass, towers capped with white, courtyards glistening, the lake frozen still. Everything looks peaceful. But inside, everyone is panicking. Because the Yule Ball is coming. And apparently, we're expected to dance. The champions are supposed to lead the opening. That means me. In front of everyone. No broom. No wand. No dragon to fight. Just awkward footsteps and music I've never heard before. I think I'd rather face another Horntail. Ron's in denial. He keeps saying plenty of time, while turning red every time Fleur-Delica walks by. Hermione's tight-lipped. She's already got a date, she says, but won't say who. That makes Ron even more irritable. As for me, I tried to ask Cho Chang. I really did. I caught her after charms, voice cracking like a bad spell, and blurted it out before my brain could stop me. She smiled. Apologized. She's going with Cedric. Of course she is. I ended up asking Parvati Patil. She said yes, kindly, with a giggle that made me feel slightly less like a troll. She's even convincing her sister to go with Ron. Which is generous. And brave. I've never worn dress robes before. Mine are dark green and a little stiff. Hermione says they make me look taller. Ron's are maroon and vintage, which, apparently, is wizard code for ancient. He hates them. He swore vengeance on every lace frill and refused to come down from the dormitory until I dragged him. The hall that night, it didn't look like Hogwarts. The walls shimmered with silver frost. Ice sculptures glowed from within. The tables were round and clothed in velvet. Candles floated low, warm and golden. Music swelled from a platform where goblins played strange, soft instruments. It was beautiful. Terrifying. But beautiful. The dancing wasn't as awful as I feared. I only stepped on Parvati's foot once. Maybe twice. The rest of the night passed in a blur of laughter and clinking goblets. Fleur floated. Krum barely spoke. Cedric and Cho looked perfect. And then I saw Hermione. Her hair done in soft curls. Her dress, blue, floating like ocean water. Her smile, different somehow. Grown. She was with Krum. Ron nearly swallowed his own tongue. He sulked the rest of the night, muttering things I pretended not to hear. Hermione left early. I couldn't sleep again. Too much to think about. The ball. The egg. The silence after the music. And the way Hermione's eyes looked a little wet before she disappeared into the crowd. I think we're all growing up. And I don't think we know what to do with it yet. February 24th, the lake looked calm. But underneath, it remembered everything. The clue was always there. The egg screamed when opened, until Cedric pulled me aside, awkward but honest, and said, "Take a bath with it." He didn't mean it literally. Or maybe he did. Either way, it worked. Moaning Myrtle found me first. Floating above the water in the prefect's bathroom, eyes wide and voice soft. I almost dropped the egg when she popped out of the tap. But she told me, put it under the water. So I did. And it changed. The scream became a song. Garbled, distorted, but still a message. Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground. I didn't understand it all, but I understood this: the next task would be in the lake. And we'd be expected to retrieve something taken, something precious. But how? I couldn't breathe underwater. I searched everywhere. Books on gillyweed, bubblehead charms, enchanted gills, everything. Hermione tried, too, though I didn't tell her exactly why. And then? The night before the task, I still had nothing. I was going to drown. That's when Dobby came. Burst into the dormitory like a wind-up toy at midnight, bouncing with panic. He brought gillyweed, a slimy, rubbery plant meant to be chewed. It will help Harry Potter breathe underwater, he squeaked, eyes huge. I didn't question it. I didn't have time. The lake was still that morning. I stood with the other champions, Cedric, Fleur, Krum, trying to keep my hands from shaking. The whistle blew. I dove. The gillyweed worked. My neck tingled. My lungs shrank. And suddenly, I had gills, cool, rushing water sliding into them like wind. I could swim. Not like a boy. Like something meant to live down there. The lake was deeper than I imagined. Silent. Endless. And not empty. Merpeople swam through the dark, watching with wary eyes. There were kelp forests, broken statues, things I couldn't name drifting in the currents. I found them all in a row. Ron. Hermione. Jo. Fleur's sister. Tied below, asleep. One for each champion. We were meant to take just one. But Fleur hadn't come. I couldn't leave her sister. I couldn't. So I untied both Ron and Gabrielle. The merpeople didn't stop me, but they watched. On the surface, I was exhausted. Soaked. Shivering. But alive. The judges talked. Whispered. Argued. I came in last, technically. But Dumbledore gave me high marks for moral fiber. Ron said it was the most Gryffindor thing I'd ever done. Hermione hugged me. Twice. Crumb asked her for a walk by the lake later. And I saw something flicker in Ron's expression. The sun came out that afternoon. The lake sparkled. But part of me was still deep beneath the water. With songs no one else could hear. March 17th, it's not the dark that scares me. It's how familiar it's starting to feel. There's this moment after the second task when everything slows. People congratulate you. Teachers nod politely. Students move on to exams and gossip and the next Quidditch match. But beneath it all, something is changing. The air tastes different. Like stormlight and iron. Sirius wrote back. His letter was short. Rushed. He told me not to ignore the dreams. That my scar hurting isn't just a coincidence. That Karkaroff, Durmstrang's headmaster, has a dark mark burned into his arm, just like the Death Eaters. And most chilling of all, the signs are gathering again. Harry, keep your wand ready. Trust no one completely. And watch your back. I read it 3 times by candlelight before tucking it into my trunk, hidden between socks and chocolate frog cards. And the dreams have come back. Not just shapes. Corridors. Doors. Voices. I see a room I've never entered, filled with cold wind and snake-like whispers. And Voldemort. Not clearly. Just glimpses. The shape of his shadow. The sound of Pettigrew's voice, high and trembling. I wake with my scar burning and my sheets tangled like vines. Even Barty Crouch, one of the tournament judges, is acting strangely. He vanished from the ministry weeks ago. Shows up briefly at Hogwarts looking half ghost, rambling about rules and justice, then disappears again like smoke. No one explains. No one asks. And no one seems to think it's odd. But I do. I've learned to pay attention to things that don't make sense. Hermione is still in the library constantly. She started a new campaign, SPEW, to protect house elves, and she's as passionate as ever. Ron rolls his eyes, but deep down, I think he's proud of her. Crumb keeps lingering nearby. Always quiet. Always watching Hermione. I wish I could tell if he's just a boy with a crush or something else. There's talk of the 3rd task now. Whispers of something dangerous. A maze, maybe. But no official announcement yet. I catch Cedric in the corridor sometimes. He smiles, but it's thinner now. Less bright. I think he feels it, too. Something is coming. I don't know if it's part of the tournament or something using the tournament as a curtain. But I know the signs. I know how the air feels before lightning strikes. And I can feel the clouds building. June 24th, I thought the maze would test my courage. I didn't know it would test my fate. They built it on the Quidditch pitch. The grass was gone. The sky was too quiet. And where there used to be cheers and bludgers and broomsticks, there were walls, towering hedges, green as ink and twice as silent. The maze. For weeks, we trained. Spell after spell, stunning, shielding, lighting charms. Dumbledore said it would be about wits and nerve. But something about the way he looked at me when he said it. He knew. He always knows. They lined us up at the edge, just before sunset. The walls rustled like they were breathing. The stands were full, but I couldn't hear the crowd. Only the wind. Cedric and I stood side by side. He looked calm, determined. Fleur to our left. Krum to our right. Bagman raised his wand. And the maze opened. The hedges closed behind me. Instantly, the world changed. The silence wasn't just quiet, it was swallowing. The paths twisted without sound. Magic pulsed faintly underfoot, as if the ground itself was waiting. I passed shifting walls. A blast ended Scroot. A boggart that turned into Voldemort, his face as pale and hollow as my worst thoughts. I banished it. But my hands trembled afterward. Then I heard something. Screaming. It was Fleur. A flash of red light. Gone. I ran, wand tight in my hand, and nearly collided with Krum. His eyes were blank. Empty. And he cast the Cruciator's curse on Cedric. I stunned him before I even thought. Cedric looked at me, shaken, then nodded. We moved forward. Together. That's when we saw it. The cup. Glowing softly in a clearing of stillness. No monsters. No traps. Just us. And the finish line. We looked at each other. We'd made it. And so, we agreed, we'd take it together. A Hogwarts win. Shared. We counted to 3. Touched it at once. And the maze disappeared. We didn't return to the stadium. We landed in a graveyard. Dead silence. Gravestones rising crooked and forgotten. A cold wind whispering things I couldn't understand. And then I saw the name. Tom Riddle. And the cup, it wasn't a prize. It was a portkey. A trap. Cedric looked at me. Confused. Before he could speak. Kill the spare. A voice. Cold. Casual. And then, green light. Cedric fell. Like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Just like that. Gone. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. The graveyard closed around me like a fist. And then? He rose. June 24th, later, there are moments where time doesn't move forward. It just falls. Like ash. Cedric was still lying next to me. Eyes open. Unblinking. And the grass beneath him didn't remember he had ever stood. I couldn't cry. Not yet. There wasn't space in me for grief. Just horror. And heat. And a heartbeat that didn't feel like mine. Wormtail appeared, his wand raised, his hand, silver. He bound me to a gravestone, Tom Riddle's. I couldn't move. Could barely breathe. Then he dropped something into a cauldron. Bones. Sliced his own arm. Took my blood. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. The air thickened. Magic like smoke. It swirled and hissed and spun. And then he was there. Voldemort. Returned. He looked human. Almost. But wrong. Eyes red. Skin pale as death. His voice smooth, sharp as broken glass. And he smiled. Like the world was finally back the way he wanted. He summoned the Death Eaters. They came crawling from shadows. Masks and cloaks. Some I recognized. Some who hid behind power, behind money, behind lies. And Voldemort mocked them all. He told them I had escaped him as a baby, that he had been weakened by love, but that now he was whole again, and I would die properly this time. He gave me my wand back, told me to bow, said we'd duel. There was no escape, no help, just his voice and my fear and Cedric's body a few steps away. But I raised my wand. Expelliarmus! He cast at the same moment, and our spells met. Not like sparks, like beams, gold and green, colliding, locking. The air tore apart. The wand sang. We were connected. And then ghost-like forms began to rise from Voldemort's wand. Cedric appeared first. He looked at me and said, "Take my body back." Then others, a woman I didn't know, a man, and then my mum, my dad. They stood beside me, whispered courage into me, told me when the connection broke, run. Take Cedric. Use the cup. Get away. I listened. I broke the connection. Grabbed Cedric. The portkey flared. And I left that place of death, just as Voldemort screamed behind me. We landed in the stadium. Crowds cheered. Until they saw Cedric. The cheering stopped. And all that was left was silence. And me, shaking, holding a boy who would never wake up again. June 25th, the worst thing about grief is how the world keeps moving. Even when you can't. I don't remember getting back to the castle. Just flashes. Mad-Eye Moody pulling me away. Whispers in the dark. His voice low. Urgent. Too urgent. Then his eye was spinning. His hand shaking. He knew things he shouldn't. What I'd seen. What I'd heard. Things I hadn't told anyone. And then I realized. That wasn't Moody. It was Barty Crouch Jr. Using Polyjuice Potion. He had been pretending to be Moody for nearly the entire year. Feeding me hints. Guiding me through the tournament. Manipulating the maze. He put my name in the goblet. He made sure I got to Voldemort. All of it, a plan. He would have killed me if Dumbledore hadn't burst in when he did. The real Moody was found in a trunk. Alive, barely. Cursed, bound, hidden. The truth came out in bursts. Fudge. McGonagall. Snape. Dumbledore. All standing over me as if they still couldn't believe it. But I could. Because I had seen him. Voldemort. Alive. Whole. And Cedric. His parents came. Mr. Diggory knelt beside him, whispering words no one should ever have to say. Mrs. Diggory didn't cry. She just looked at me. As if I'd returned from a place her son couldn't follow. I told Dumbledore everything. The graveyard. The spell. My parents. And he believed me. But the Ministry didn't. Fudge refused to accept Voldemort's return. Called it confusion. Hallucination. Said Crouch was mad. Said I was just a boy. It was easier that way. For him. But not for us. Dumbledore stood at the leaving feast. He didn't let Hogwarts celebrate. He told the truth. Out loud. Said Voldemort was back. Said Cedric Diggory was murdered. The hall went quiet. Even the walls seemed to listen. Later that night, Hermione cried in the common room. Ron sat beside her, eyes glassy. He didn't say anything. Neither did I. There weren't words for the shape grief takes when you're 15. Just silence. And a wand tucked beneath your pillow. And dreams full of green light. I don't know what comes next. But I know the world isn't the same. And I'm not either. June 30th, leaving Hogwarts used to feel like pressing pause. Now it feels like walking away from the only place that understands. The trunks are packed. The dormitory is quieter than it's ever been. Even the castle seems to know this year has ended on a different note. Not with cheers. Not with house cup points or sweet farewells. Just grief. And warnings. The train whistle echoed through the valley this morning. We boarded like sleepwalkers, Ron, Hermione, and me, all three of us moving in a kind of hush. Even Fred and George didn't crack many jokes. Ginny didn't say much either. The train rumbled forward. And still, I kept thinking about Cedric. His empty seat. His parents on the platform, staring through us as we passed. Their son should have been with us. Laughing. Talking about the holidays. But he wasn't. And nothing I say will ever fix that. Hermione had her books out before we even passed Hogsmeade. But she wasn't reading. Ron was picking at a chocolate frog wrapper he hadn't opened. I stared out the window. Fields. Hills. The world moving past like nothing had changed. But everything has. Before we left, Dee won't run. Not anymore. July 12th, some nights, the wind carries whispers. And I think magic is just the part of the world that listens. The Dursleys haven't changed. Dudley still stomps around like a spoiled troll. Aunt Petunia wipes every surface twice. Uncle Vernon watches the news with a red face and mutters things like bloody nonsense every time they mention anything remotely strange. They haven't said a word about Cedric. Not even when I came home quieter than usual. Not even when I stopped asking for pudding or second helpings. I'm just the boy who lives in the cupboard to them again. But that's fine. Because I'm not really here. I'm still on that platform. Still hearing Cedric's father cry. Still seeing green light bloom like a flower made of silence. Hedwig came today. She brought a letter. From Sirius. Stay sharp. Stay kind. I'm closer than you think. He doesn't say where. Doesn't sign his name. But I can feel his presence in every curl of ink. It helps. I sit in my room at night, sometimes with a candle burning low, this diary in my lap, and I write to feel less alone. Ron's letters come every other day, full of spelling mistakes and Quidditch rants and questions he forgets to answer. Hermione's are neater. Longer. She asks how I'm sleeping. I don't tell her the truth. Some nights I do sleep. And in those dreams, I'm not in the graveyard. I'm in the common room, by the fire. Cedric is there. Sirius. Even my parents. They smile. They don't speak. But they don't need to. Because I know. We're not done. The world has gone quiet. But it's not peace. It's the breath between lightning and thunder. And I'm holding my wand under my pillow again. Waiting. Because he's back. And I'm not the same boy who arrived at Hogwarts 4 years ago. I'm Harry Potter. And I remember. July 28th, 4 summers ago, I was a boy who didn't know magic was real. Now I know death is. I think I'm finally starting to understand what Hogwarts really is. It isn't just a school. It's a mirror. A fortress. A test. And every year, it's shown me something I didn't know I could survive. First, it was the troll. Then the basilisk. Then a soul-sucking wraith. And this year, it was a graveyard. A boy dying beside me. A man coming back from death. And a world that looked away. People will remember the Triwizard Tournament as a tradition. As a story with dragons and mazes and cheering crowds. But I'll remember it as the year Cedric Diggory died with his eyes wide open, and no one wanted to speak his name. The year the Dark Lord returned, and the Ministry tried to call it fiction. The year my name wasn't just pulled from a cup, it was written in prophecy. Even if I don't know what that prophecy says yet, there are still moments from this year that won't leave me. Like the way the maze pulse beneath my feet, alive with something ancient. Or how Voldemort's wand felt when our spells connected, how it hummed, not with magic, but with recognition. Or the way my mother's ghost held back death for just one more second. That second saved me. That second made me. Ron and Hermione have stayed close all summer. Letters like clockwork. Ron jokes. Hermione analyzes. I feel like they're trying to hold the world steady for me. Sometimes I let them. Sometimes I don't write back. There are things I've seen now I can't describe in ink. Not yet. I keep thinking about what Dumbledore said before I left. Dark times lie ahead. But those who have something worth fighting for never fight alone. I didn't fully understand it then. But I think I will soon. Because something is coming. I can feel it in the silence before sunrise. In the way the Daily Prophet avoids my name. In the way dreams come slower, heavier now. Next year won't be about riddles or mazes or secret chambers. It'll be about truth. And power. And resistance. And I'll be ready. Because I've been broken and rebuilt. Marked. Chosen. Scarred. And I'm still here. July 30th. The sky feels like it's holding its breath. I wish I didn't understand why. The heat is awful. Privet Drive isn't built for this kind of summer. It's like the pavement is sweating. The air doesn't move. And everything smells like cut grass and boredom. I lie in the flower bed sometimes, just under the open window, listening to the news through the Dursleys' telly. Not for weather reports. Not for sports. Just in case they say something weird. A storm that moved in the wrong direction. A cold wind without clouds. A name no one's supposed to remember. But they don't say anything like that. They never do. Ron and Hermione haven't written much. Not since I came back from Hogwarts. Just vague lines. Everything's fine. We can't say much. Trust Dumbledore. It's like they're in on something I'm not. And Dumbledore hasn't contacted me at all. Not a single owl. He saw me through everything last year, Cedric, the graveyard, Voldemort's return, and now he's silent. Everyone is. I'm just here. In this house. Sweating. Waiting. Sometimes I hear things at night. Rustling in the hedges. Whispers under the sound of wind. A fox? A spell? I don't know. I keep my wand under my pillow again. I don't sleep much. Today, I snapped. Dudley and his gang were teasing some little kid down the street. I told him to back off. He laughed. Called me a freak, like he used to when we were younger. But his voice has changed. Deeper now. He's taller than me. He tried to shove me. We nearly got into it. And then, the air went cold. Not cold like the breeze shifted. Cold. Like the sun blinked out. Like something had slipped into the world that didn't belong. I felt it before I saw it. Dementors. 2 of them. Gliding between the houses like smoke. I pulled my wand before I even thought. Expecto Patronum. The stag exploded out of my wand, brilliant and fierce. It drove them off, but not before one got to Dudley. He collapsed. Couldn't breathe. Couldn't speak. He looked broken. I carried him home. A neighbor saw us. A nosy one. And now, I've just received a letter. I'm being expelled from Hogwarts. For using magic in front of a muggle. They're taking everything away from me. Because I did the right thing. Because I survived. Again. Something is wrong. Not just with the ministry. Not just with the sky. Something in the world is shifting. And I don't know who I can trust anymore. But I know this: Voldemort is back. I saw him. And if no one else will say it, I will. August 1st, the sky cracked open tonight. And with it, something in me did too. I was pacing when it happened, still clutching the ministry's letter in my fist like it might bite again. They said I was expelled. That my wand would be destroyed. That I'd violated the decree. I was ready to leave. Or fight. Or both. Then the sky split with a gust of wind. And they arrived. Witches and wizards in cloaks, on brooms, cutting through the heat like ghosts through fog. "Harry," someone whispered. "We're the advance guard. Don't panic." There were a dozen of them. Moody. Tonks. Kingsley. Lupin. Lupin's face calmed me before his words did. They flew me over the countryside, miles and miles of fields and towns melting into night. The wind cut the heat from my skin. It was the first time in weeks I felt like I could breathe again. We landed in London. A quiet square. A line of grimy old houses. Then Tonks tapped her wand. The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix may be found at number 12, Grimmauld Place. And just like that, a house pulled itself into existence. It was tall, dark, and unfriendly. The windows looked like they'd seen too much. The front door snarled instead of creaking. The hallway smelled like dust and something older. Sirius's house. His childhood home. He greeted me with tired eyes and a hug that lasted longer than I expected. The house breathes, in a way. Paintings scream. A mounted elf's head watches the hallway. There's a portrait of Sirius's mother that shrieks about blood traitors whenever the curtains are pulled. I hate her voice. So does Sirius. He drinks fire whiskey while he curses her memory. I finally saw Ron and Hermione again. They tried to smile. But I wasn't ready. I let them have it, every letter they didn't send, every secret they kept. They tried to explain. I didn't care. I was angry. At them. At Dumbledore. At the world. But I'm here now. And I've learned what the Order of the Phoenix is. A secret group. Fighting Voldemort. Behind the ministry's back. Because the ministry refuses to believe the truth. They're calling me unstable in the papers. The Daily Prophet paints me like a lunatic. But I'm not crazy. I'm just awake. There's talk about a weapon. Something Voldemort wants. Something the Order is guarding. No one will tell me what it is. But I feel like I'm part of something again. Like the silence is over. The world still feels wrong. But for the first time all summer, I don't feel alone in it. August 3rd, the house has too many doors, and all of them close when I get near. Grimmauld Place is the kind of quiet that doesn't feel peaceful, it feels suspicious. Every stair creaks, every wall listens. There are dark things sealed in the cabinets, and the curtains move when no one's near them. But it's the people who whisper the most. The Order meets behind closed doors. Dumbledore isn't here, hasn't even sent a word, but they still won't let me in. I'm not allowed to know what they're planning. Not allowed to know what Voldemort is doing. Not even allowed to sit in the room. Just watch from the landing. And listen. I tried. I pressed my ear against the door last night. I heard Mr. Weasley talking about surveillance charms, and Moody grumbling about guarding some secret object. I heard Sirius snap at someone, said I had a right to know more. But then Mrs. Weasley's voice cut through everything. He's not a soldier. He's a child. She meant it kindly. But it stung like a hex. I went upstairs after that. I didn't want anyone to see my face. Not even Ron and Hermione. They were trying so hard to act normal, playing chess, reading magazines, joking about Fred and George's latest prank powders. But I could see it in their eyes. They knew more than me. And they weren't allowed to say. Sirius sat with me later. He told me about the house. How it belonged to his family, pure-blood maniacs who believed muggles were beneath them. His parents disowned him when he was 16. Said he was a disgrace to their name. He lives here now. But he's not free. It's like the walls hate him. Like they remember who he was. He says we're both trapped. Me with the Dursleys. Him in this dusty tomb. Neither of us where we really belong. I asked about the weapon. He wouldn't tell me. Just looked away and said, there are things better left until Dumbledore says otherwise. That name again. Always him. Last night I dreamed about a hallway. Long, cold, with a locked door at the end. I think I've seen it before. But not with my eyes. No one trusts me with the truth. But I feel like it's getting closer. Like it's just behind that locked door. Waiting. August 12th, there's a kind of fear that doesn't feel like panic. It feels like standing at the edge of something final. They tried to ruin me. The Ministry. They changed the time of my hearing. Moved it forward without warning. Tried to make sure I wouldn't show up. But I did. Thanks to Mr. Weasley, who ran with me through the underground like we were escaping something. He didn't say much. But his silence felt like belief. When we got there, I wasn't brought to a room. I was taken to a chamber, an ancient place that smelled like cold stone and judgment. I stood alone. A single chair in the center of a circle of witches and wizards. Cornelius Fudge sat at the head, face like carved frost. The question wasn't did Harry Potter cast a Patronus? It was how do we shut him up? They didn't want to hear about Dementors. They didn't want to know Dudley nearly died. They didn't want to believe Voldemort sent them, or that he's even back at all. They just wanted to make me an example. Strip away my wand. My school. My voice. And then? He entered. Dumbledore. Wearing blue robes like the night sky, eyes unreadable. He didn't look at me. Not once. But he spoke for me. Defended me with facts, law, and silence. Fudge didn't like it. He tried to twist everything, said I should have waited. Said I was reckless. But Dumbledore didn't waver. And in the end, they voted. Cleared of all charges. I didn't feel victory. Just the chill of knowing how close it came. Outside, I tried to thank Dumbledore. He walked past me like I wasn't there. No nod. No warmth. Not even my name. He's keeping his distance on purpose. And I don't know why. That trial wasn't about me. It was about fear. The kind that makes people lie. And silence others who won't. If this is what truth costs in their world, I'm willing to pay it. September 1st, I don't know what I expected Hogwarts to feel like this year. Safe? Familiar? It doesn't. It feels uncertain. Like the castle is waiting to see what I'll do. The train ride started with whispers. People stared. Some looked away when I met their eyes. Others didn't bother to hide it, like I was a wild creature in a cage they were hoping would snap. Seamus didn't even pretend. He said his mum didn't believe me. Said I was making it up about Cedric, about Voldemort, about everything. I almost lost it. But Ron stood up, eyes blazing. I didn't say much after that. Just sat back and stared out the window. The compartments felt smaller this year. Maybe because so many friends now feel like strangers. Except for Luna Lovegood. She sat with us, wearing radish earrings and reading the Quibbler upside down. She didn't flinch when I said Voldemort's name. She just nodded and said, "He'll want your mind, you know. That's how they work, those who fear the sun." I didn't ask what she meant, but I remembered it. When we arrived, the sky over the castle was bruised purple and gold. I looked for the carriages, but there were no horses this time. Just creatures. Thestrals. Winged, skeletal things with eyes like glass and breath like frost. I asked Ron if he saw them. He didn't. But Luna did. "You can only see them after you've seen death," she said softly. "The castle hasn't changed. But I have. The Great Hall feels colder." The Sorting Hat sang about division, not bravery. It warned us. Said Hogwarts must stand together or fall apart. And I think I believe it. There's a new defense against the dark arts teacher. Professor Umbridge. She wears all pink and smiles like a porcelain doll. But her eyes are calculating. Her voice is sugary, false, like it was brewed in a ministry cauldron. She stood up during Dumbledore's speech. Interrupted him. Gave a little speech of her own. About progress. About order. About standing together under proper leadership. No one applauded when she sat down. But the message was clear. She's not here to teach. She's here to control. This year isn't going to be about exams or house cups. It's going to be about truth. And the price of telling it. September 10th, you don't always notice when a shadow spreads. Sometimes it looks like lace. Smells like tea. Smiles like a toad. Umbridge. Her classroom smells like dried flowers and chalk. The walls are covered in kitten plates, charmed, mewing softly. It should feel gentle. It doesn't. It feels like a cage. We opened our books expecting curses, counter-curses, anything useful. But no. She gave us theory. No spells. No wands. "You are not to use magic in this class," she said with a smile that never touched her eyes. "There is nothing to be afraid of if you behave." I raised my hand. I asked, calmly, why we weren't being taught real defense. Why we weren't preparing for danger, because danger is real. Because Voldemort is back. Her smile widened. "You've been misinformed." She gave me detention. That night. Her office is pinker than her classroom. Lace curtains. Doilies. The same purring kittens on decorative plates. But when the door closes, it's like the room exhales, something slow and patient and cruel. She gave me a quill. No ink. "You'll write, I must not tell lies." I didn't understand. Until I wrote it. And the words carved into the back of my hand. Blood ink. No spell. No sound. Just pain, sharp and quiet. She watched. And sipped her tea. I don't know how long I sat there. Just writing the same line, over and over, as the cut deepened and healed and cut again. She never raised her voice. Never lost her smile. It was worse than shouting. I didn't tell anyone. Not Ron. Not Hermione. Not McGonagall. I don't want to give her the satisfaction. I don't want to seem weak. I've seen worse pain. But not like this. Not like something wearing a smile while it draws blood. Umbridge isn't a teacher. She's something else. A censor. A spy. A soft-voiced enforcer of silence. And she's not just here for the class. She's here for me. September 16th, Hogwarts used to breathe. You could feel it in the stairs, the portraits, even the wind off the lake. Now it holds its breath. Waiting. Watching. Umbridge is growing roots. She's been named Hogwarts High Inquisitor, a title that sounds like it belongs in some ministry archive, not inside these walls. But with it comes power. Real power. She started observing teachers, sitting at the back of their classrooms with her clipboard and sugar-sweet smile, nodding along and making notes like she's judging a flower show. Except the flowers are people. And the prize is their silence. She watched McGonagall's Transfiguration class yesterday. Didn't say a word. Just scribbled. But McGonagall didn't flinch. She stood straighter. Sharper. Her voice didn't even tremble. When the bell rang, she looked Umbridge dead in the eye and said, "If you have any questions about my teaching, I suggest you consult the results of my students." Then she turned and left. Hagrid still hasn't come back. His cabin's dark. The pumpkins are overgrown. Fang howls sometimes at nothing. Rumors are everywhere. Some say he's been sacked, others say he was sent to speak with giants. No one tells us anything. And that silence is spreading. The halls feel narrower lately. There are new rules posted every day, bright pink parchment tacked onto every bulletin board. No groups larger than 3 may congregate without prior approval. No unauthorized reading materials. No disruptive behavior, including discussions of unsanctioned topics. Unsanctioned topics. That's what truth is now. People are scared to talk in the common room. Some even check the corners before whispering. Even the ghosts seem quieter. I catch the other students staring at me more now. Some with sympathy. Some with suspicion. A few with admiration. None okay tired. Not in the physical way, but in that too long in a small room kind of way. Like the walls of number 12 Grimmauld Place were weighing on him the same way Umbridge is weighing on us. We told him about the blood quill. About the new rules. The whispered fear. How Dumbledore still won't speak to me. Sirius clenched his jaw but didn't interrupt. And then he said something I haven't stopped thinking about since. They're not trying to teach you. They're trying to break you. But they've forgotten something important, Harry. You've already survived worse. We asked him about the Order. About the weapon. He wouldn't say much. Just that Voldemort is trying to rebuild, gain information, power, followers. He said the Ministry is more afraid of Dumbledore than of Voldemort. Because Dumbledore represents change. Truth. Rebellion. Uncontrolled magic. I asked him if I'm being kept in the dark on purpose. He didn't answer directly. Just said, "You're not a child anymore, Harry. But the people who love you still see the boy in the cupboard." Then he added, "Don't let them decide who you are." I didn't realize how much I missed him. Not just him, but the idea of him. Someone whose blood and fire still run like mine. Who's not afraid to stand against something just because it's big. Sirius is reckless. But he's real. When the fire winked out, the room felt colder than before. But I also felt steadier. Like I'd touched something important. Even if just for a minute. They're watching me here. But I'm watching them too. And I'm not the only one getting ready. October 10th, there's something beneath the surface. Something no one will name. But I can feel it. Like a storm building behind a locked door. They keep talking about a weapon. Not to me, of course. I hear it in fragments. Whispers behind closing doors. Mad Eye mentioning it at Grimmauld Place. Kingsley muttering something about the department. Mrs. Weasley changing the subject every time I walk in. Something Voldemort wants. Something the Order is guarding. And no one will tell me what it is. Not even Sirius. It's like being back in the cupboard again. Everyone out there making decisions. Telling you what's good for you. While you sit in the dark, trying not to break. But something's shifted at school too. Jo. She's different around me now. We talked after charms yesterday. Just the two of us, walking slowly down the corridor near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. She said she believed me. About Cedric. About Voldemort. Her voice cracked when she said Cedric's name. Mine did too. She asked how I keep going. I didn't have an answer. I told her I don't think I do. I just don't stop. Sometimes we sit near each other in the library now. Or end up beside one another at breakfast. She doesn't talk much. Neither do I. But the silence feels like understanding. Back in the common room, Hermione's eyes are sharper than usual. She says we need to prepare. The Ministry's rewriting truth, and Umbridge is censoring everything. The Daily Prophet still calls me unstable. Still paints Dumbledore like a madman. And defense against the dark arts is still nothing but theory and ink. We're being left exposed. She's right. We can't trust them to teach us how to fight. So we'll have to teach ourselves. Something is coming. And I don't want to be helpless when it does. October 17th, I didn't mean to become a teacher. I just wanted to stop feeling powerless. But maybe that's where change always begins. It started in the back room of the Hogshead, curtains drawn, windows streaked, the air thick with smoke and spilled secrets. Hermione had arranged everything. She wrote the list. Found the place. Dragged us all to that crooked old pub like she already knew this would matter. And somehow it did. There were more students than I expected. All of them crowded around sticky tables. All of them looking at me. Like I had answers. Like I was someone who could lead. I told them the truth. About Voldemort. About Cedric. About how the Ministry is lying. How Umbridge is keeping us weak on purpose. I didn't try to sound heroic. I just told them what it felt like to stand alone in that graveyard, wand shaking, breath short, death just steps away. I said if they wanted to fight back, I'd show them how. They believed me. Every single one of them. We called it Dumbledore's Army. A name she'd hate. A name that felt like rebellion in our mouths. And then, just when we needed it most, the castle gave us something unexpected. The Room of Requirement. It appeared like a secret remembered. A door where there wasn't one. A space that changed to fit what we needed. Stone floors, soft lighting, cushions, books, even a dueling dummy. It felt alive. Like it had been waiting. The first lesson was simple, disarming charms. Expelliarmus, I said. Like this. Like you mean it. They watched me. Then tried it themselves. Some were clumsy. Some were quick. Neville's wand backfired once and nearly singed Seamus's eyebrows. But no one gave up. By the end of the session, something had changed in the air. It wasn't just practice. It was belief. They weren't looking at me like a freak anymore. They were looking at me like maybe I was someone who could make a difference. I don't know if I am. But I want to try. December 18th, magic isn't always loud. Sometimes it's quiet. Sometimes it happens in a moment you never expected. We've been training for weeks now. Every time the room appears, it's better, smarter. It seems to learn with us. The cushions shift closer, the walls adjust for spell echoes, the lighting dims when we're tired. It's more than a room. It's a sanctuary. Everyone's improving. Neville, he can disarm now without dropping his own wand. Ginny's hexes are fast, sharp, like she's been waiting her whole life to let them fly. Even Luna moves like she's dancing with her magic. They're becoming a force. And I think I'm starting to believe in the idea of us. Umbridge, meanwhile, has doubled the rules. She's sniffing out secrets like a bloodhound in lace. There's a new decree posted every morning, no clubs, no gatherings, no secret meetings. But still, we meet. Still, we fight. Yesterday, after training, Cho stayed behind. Everyone else had left. Just her and me. The air smelled faintly of dust and pine from the enchanted Christmas garland that had appeared across the walls. She said she was glad we were doing this. Said she admired me. And then she leaned in. Her lips were soft. Warm. Just a kiss. But it felt like everything in my chest turned over. Afterward, we didn't say much. She smiled, blushed, tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. Then she left. And I just stood there, heart beating like a drum, one still warm in my hand. In the corridor later, Umbridge caught me. No room. No DA. Just me, walking too late, books under my arm. She smiled that awful smile. And handed me another detention slip. Another evening with her quill. Another message carved into my skin. I must not tell lies. But I've stopped flinching. I think that frightens her more than if I screamed. The DA is growing. So is her fear. And somewhere between that kiss and the sting of her curse, I decided something. We are not done. January 15th, trust doesn't break like glass. It frays. Softly. Until the silence underneath is louder than the words that came before. It happened fast. One day, the room of requirement was warm and alive, full of sparks, laughter, real magic. The next, it was gone. Not just locked. Vanished. We met for the last time just after the new year. Cho had been quiet. I thought it was about the kiss. But now I wonder if it was something else. They came for us the next day. Umbridge and her inquisitorial squad. She'd found out. Someone had told her. They dragged me into her office. Cat plates purring all around, fire crackling low, like it was enjoying the show. She didn't shout. She smiled. Said the DA had been an illegal organization. Said I was its ringleader. And then she unrolled a parchment. With my name at the top. And underneath it, the signature that gave us away. Marietta Edgecombe. Cho's friend. She'd gone to Umbridge. Told her everything. I felt the betrayal before I understood it. Like the floor had shifted under me. Dumbledore arrived before they could expel me. Before they could snap my wand. He read the parchment. Paused. And then he did something I'll never forget. He said he'd organized the DA. Took full responsibility. They tried to arrest him. Wands drawn. Ministry officials everywhere. But Dumbledore, he didn't flinch. You seem to be laboring under the delusion that I'm going to come quietly, he said, eyes twinkling just once. And then he was gone. Disapparated right from under them. Like smoke. He left me behind. But he saved me. Again. They didn't expel me. Didn't break my wand. But Umbridge is headmistress now. The DA is over. The room is silent. And Hogwarts feels smaller. I saw Cho again in the corridor today. She opened her mouth like she wanted to say something. I walked past her. I couldn't do it. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I'm tired of being a name on a list. Of being the reason people get hurt. But I'm not done fighting. Not while they still hold this place in fear. Not while he is still out there. February 3rd, not all the monsters live in the Forbidden Forest. Some walk the corridors. Some sit behind desks in pink cardigans. And some come home with stories written in bruises. Hagrid's back. He showed up in the middle of the night, limping, battered, face half shadowed by a beard that looks like it's been through a war. And maybe it has. He wouldn't talk at first. Just muttered something about business for Dumbledore, and how he'd been out east. But the truth came out, little by little. In pauses. In flinches. In how he kept touching the scar on his shoulder like it was still hot. He'd gone to speak with the giants. Him and Madame Maxim, trekking through mountain ranges, cold nights, whispers of Voldemort's followers trying to recruit them. Said he tried to reason with them. Tried to show that not all wizards feared their kind. But the giants didn't listen. Some had already chosen sides. Others didn't care. One night, he and Maxim were nearly killed. He didn't say it like a boast. Just a fact. Something that happened. And when I looked at him, really looked, I realized something awful. He's been carrying this silence alone for months. The bruises are fading now. But Umbridge has her eyes on him. She started at inspections. Follows him during lessons, scribbling in that vile little clipboard. She watched him try to teach us about Thestrals, and when one of them spooked a Slytherin, she scribbled faster. Said he was unfit for instruction. He's trying so hard. He wants to stay. Wants to protect us. But I think he knows it's only a matter of time. He's not the only one being watched. Umbridge is everywhere now. Corridors. Classrooms. Common rooms. The walls feel like they have ears. The portraits pretend not to listen, but I see the way their eyes flicker. I don't know how much longer we can take this. But I do know this. Hagrid deserves better. We all do. February 10th, I didn't know your mind could bleed. That thoughts could bruise like skin. That someone could step into your head and leave footprints. Dumbledore still won't talk to me. Still won't look at me. But he sent Snape to teach me occlumency. Mind defense. A way to keep Voldemort out of my head, out of my dreams. Because the connection is growing. The dreams are sharper now. I can feel what he feels. See what he sees. Sometimes I wake up gasping, with the cold stink of his thoughts still clinging to me. It's not just fear anymore. It's hunger. Snape's lessons are worse than I imagined. He doesn't explain. He commands. Clear your mind. As if it's that simple. As if I can just push everything down, or the whispers, the pressure, the ache behind my scar, and make it vanish. He casts Legilimens, and it's like drowning. My thoughts come rushing forward, Cedric's eyes, blank and lifeless. My mum screaming. The graveyard. The Dursleys. Sirius, laughing. Cho, crying. All of it. Torn open. And Snape sees it. He doesn't say much after. Just sneers, and tells me again how weak my defenses are. But I see something in his eyes. Something cold. And something else I don't understand. I hate it. Not just the intrusion. The feeling that someone else controls what I remember. That Voldemort might one day use my own mind like a doorway. That maybe he already has. I want to get better. But how do you defend a place that's already been broken into? I'm trying. Every night I lie awake, whispering to myself. Clear your mind. But thoughts aren't like spells. They don't obey. December 24th, there are places where magic can't fix things. Where wands are quiet and time just waits. I walked through one today. It was full of ghosts who still breathe. We went to visit Mr. Weasley at St. Mungo's. After the snake. After the dream I had, or whatever it was. I saw it, through its eyes. The flicker of torches. The hiss of fangs. The sound of blood dripping on cold stone. He should have died. But he didn't. Mrs. Weasley said it was thanks to me. Because I saw it happen. Because I told them in time. But I don't feel heroic. I feel haunted. The hospital doesn't look like magic. It looks like hope, barely held together. Peeling wallpaper. Tea that tastes like spells gone stale. Quiet, except for coughs and whispers and people pretending not to cry. We passed a man who kept coughing up slugs. And another who laughed at nothing, rocking in his chair, fingers twisting at invisible threads. I didn't want to stare. But I did. Because I had to understand something. What happens when you don't come back? On the 4th floor, we saw them. Neville was already there. With his gran. Standing beside a pair of beds. The 2 people lying in them, motionless, eyes open but blank, were his mum and dad. The Longbottoms. Auras. Tortured by Death Eaters until their minds shattered like glass. Neville didn't say much. He didn't cry. Just stood there with a wrapper in his hand, Drubel's best blowing gum, and carefully tucked it into his mum's palm. She didn't react. But he smiled. Just a little. I didn't know what to say. Didn't know what to feel. Just that something inside me shifted. That Neville carries more than anyone sees. And that this war, this silent, creeping war, is older than we are. We left in the snow. My scar was quiet. But my heart wasn't. I saw what Voldemort leaves behind. And what kind of world he wants. And I know now, we can't let it happen. March 5th, some voices echo even when they go silent. And when they speak again, it's like hearing thunder roll after weeks of holding your breath. Dumbledore looked at me today. Really looked. It's been months since he did that. Since the trial. Since the whispers. Since the world started shifting and cracking beneath my feet. I used to think his silence was protection. Then I thought it was punishment. Now, I'm not sure what to think. I was in his office. Fawkes let out a low, musical cry from his perch above the fire. The air smelled like dust, like candle smoke, like the moment before a spell is cast. And Dumbledore finally spoke. He said he hadn't looked at me because he was afraid. Not of me. Of what I carried. Of Voldemort and the connection between us. He told me things. Terrible things. That Voldemort tried to possess me at the Ministry. That love, the thing he always said protected me, was the only force strong enough to push him out. And that Voldemort may be seeking something deeper than power. Immortality. Then Dumbledore said this. I care too much about you, Harry. I cared more than I should. And that has made me blind. He's never said anything like that to me before. Not once. I wanted to shout. To ask him why he didn't speak sooner. Why he left me alone in the dark. But I didn't. Because I think I saw something in him I hadn't seen before. Something fragile. Something human. Before I left, I asked one question. What does Voldemort want? He didn't answer. Not really. Just looked at the window, where snow was falling against the glass, and said softly. He wants what he lost long ago. And what he can never truly have. I don't know what that means. Not yet. But I think I will. Soon. April 2nd, the Forbidden Forest doesn't hum anymore. It holds its breath. As if something new has taken root, something too big to belong, and too strange to ignore. Hagrid took us deep into the woods today. Me and Hermione. Said he had to show us something. Wouldn't say what. Only that it was important. That it was family. The deeper we walked, the quieter the world became. Even the centaurs wouldn't come near us. They watched from the trees, silent, golden-eyed, full of judgment. And Hagrid kept walking. He brought us to a clearing wrapped in shadows. And there, half hidden behind thick trunks and torn branches, was a giant. Slumped. Breathing. Half asleep. His head was massive, like a boulder with eyes. His hands were the size of tree roots. And when Hagrid said his name, he stirred. Grawpy. Hagrid's half-brother. He found him in the mountains while he was away. Brought him back. Hidden him here. Tied him to trees with ropes enchanted and reinforced a dozen times over. He wants to civilize him. Teach him words. Teach him to stay. But Grawp doesn't understand. Not fully. He swipes, grunts, roars when he's frustrated. He almost hit Hermione. And yet, Hagrid looks at him like he's a lost piece of himself. He asked us, begged us, to look after Grawp if he's sacked. Said he might not be around much longer. Said Grawp would need a friendly face. I wanted to say no. I wanted to tell him this was mad. But Hagrid looked small. Not in size. In worry. In hope. So we said yes. And now I keep thinking. How many people in this world are too big to belong? Too strange to be accepted? And how many of them just need someone to stay? I don't know how we'll keep Grawp hidden. But I know this. We owe Hagrid more than we can say. June 15th, it wasn't a dream. It felt like falling into someone else's skin. And when I woke up, I couldn't breathe for the fear that it was already too late. It started with a hallway. Long, endless. Lined with doors that pulsed with cold magic. And I knew it. I've seen it before, in dreams that weren't dreams, in flashes that feel like memories Voldemort left be. And how it felt. But Hermione saved us. She lied. Said we were hiding a weapon in the Forbidden Forest. And Umbridge believed her. Of course she did. Her hatred makes her stupid. We led her to Grawp. To the centaurs. To justice. She's gone now. Carried off screaming into the trees. Don't know if she'll come back. Don't care. But Sirius is still in danger. And the Ministry won't help. Dumbledore is still missing. And we're alone. So we're going. Me. Ron. Hermione. Ginny. Neville. Luna. 6 students. Marching into the heart of the Ministry. To save the only family I've got left. I don't know if we'll make it back. But I have to try. June 17th, it felt like walking into a memory I didn't know I had. A place built from silence and riddles. Where time hums wrong, and the walls seem to breathe. We broke into the Ministry of Magic. No plan. No backup. Just 6 of us, under the invisibility cloak, slipping past night security on the back of Thestrals, wings slicing the dark over London. It should have felt mad. It did. But it also felt right. Because Sirius needed us. Because no one else was coming. The Department of Mysteries isn't like any other place I've ever seen. It's a maze of doors. Cold, shifting corridors that loop and twist like thoughts you've tried to forget. Each room was stranger than the last. A room where time turned inside out, where a shattered time turner spilled seconds like sand. A room of swirling brains in glass jars, thoughts floating in pink mist. A room full of whispering orbs. We found it. The Hall of Prophesies. Row after row of fragile glass globes, each glowing faintly with the weight of what they held. And then we saw it. My name. On a prophecy. Tucked among hundreds. Dusty. Waiting. I picked it up. And the room seemed to breathe. That's when they came. The Death Eaters. Dozens of them. Black-robed. Smiling. Led by Lucius Malfoy. He said I'd been lured there. That Sirius wasn't even at the Ministry. That the vision was a trick. It was a trap. And I walked straight into it. They wanted the prophecy. Said only I could remove it. Said it would explain everything. But I didn't care about that anymore. I cared about getting out. We fought. Wands drawn, spells fired, shells shattering, glass flying like rain. Neville, brave as I've ever seen him, stood his ground with a broken nose and blood on his robes. Luna dodged hexes with dreamlike calm. Ginny's ankle twisted, Hermione knocked cold, Ron laughing strangely under a Confundus charm. We were losing. Until the order arrived. Tonks. Kingsley. Moody. Sirius. He was there. He was alive. For a moment, I thought we'd made it. For a moment, I thought the worst was over. But then, Bellatrix. A flash of red light. A shout. A fall. Sirius went through the veil. That arch. That whispering stone veil that doesn't echo. He didn't scream. He vanished. Gone. Just like that. I ran to it. Called his name. Shouted. Begged. But there was no reply. Only the flutter of fabric. And the cold. He's gone. And I don't know if I'll ever feel whole again. June 18th, I thought grief would feel like drowning. But it feels more like burning. A fire that starts behind your ribs and never goes out. Sirius is gone. I keep saying it in my head, hoping it will change the way it feels. It doesn't. He fell through the veil. No body. No final words. Just a curtain that swayed once and stilled. Like he was never there at all. I chased Bellatrix. Through the Ministry's ruins. Through the echo of collapsing shelves and broken glass. I wanted to hurt her. More than I've ever wanted anything. I caught her. Cornered her. My wand in my hand, my chest hollow with rage. She taunted me. Laughed. Said I couldn't do it. Said I didn't have it in me to cast the Cruciator's curse like she had. So I tried. The spell burst from my wand, wild, red, furious. She screamed. But only for a moment. She said it had to come from hate. Real hate. And mine was tangled with grief. Then he came. Voldemort. He appeared like smoke coalescing into form. Eyes red. Voice cold. And suddenly it wasn't just rage anymore. It was fear. He raised his wand. Spoke my name like it was already written on a tombstone. But I didn't run. I stood there, wand shaking, heart splintered, ready to die if it meant taking him with me. And then? Dumbledore arrived. He was fury and flame. Silent spells, blinding light, the floor cracking beneath them as they dueled across the hall. Old magic. Deeper than words. I've never seen anything like it. But Voldemort didn't win. He vanished before the auras arrived, his face twisted in rage and something else, fear. Real fear. For Dumbledore. For the first time in a year, the Ministry saw the truth. Saw Voldemort with their own eyes. No more lies. No more pretending. The war has begun. Fudge looked pale when he saw him. As if he realized how many lives his denial had already cost. But none of it matters to me right now. Because Sirius is still gone. And all I can feel is the fire he left behind. June 20th, I always thought the worst thing would be not knowing. But knowing, that's heavier. Like someone placed a weight on my chest and whispered, "This is who you are now." I asked Dumbledore. After the Ministry. After the fighting. After Sirius. I asked him why. Why Voldemort came after me. Why I could feel him in my dreams. Why everything, Cedric, the prophecy, the pain, the loss, why it always came back to me. And he told me. Everything. There was a prophecy. It was the one I held in my hands before it shattered in the Department of Mysteries. But Dumbledore had heard it long ago. Before I was born. It said that a child would be born as the 7th month dies. That he would have the power to defeat the Dark Lord. That neither can live while the other survives. It could have been someone else. Neville. His birthday is close enough. But Voldemort chose me. He marked me as his equal. That's why he came for my parents. That's why I've never had a choice. The scar isn't just a scar. It's a connection. A thread between our minds, our magic, maybe even our souls. And that thread is part of the prophecy. The part Voldemort never knew. Either he kills me, or I kill him. There it is. No more guessing. No more wondering if I'm just a pawn or a mistake. I'm the one. Not the chosen one by fate. Chosen by Voldemort's fear. Dumbledore said he didn't tell me before because he wanted to protect me. That love protected me. That I wasn't ready. Maybe I'm still not. But I deserve to know what I'm walking into. And now I do. I don't feel brave. I feel tired. But there's something else beneath the ache. Not anger. Not sadness. Just this, quiet. Like the ground before a storm. I'm going home soon. Back to Privet Drive. Back to the cupboard under the stairs in my memory. But I'll be different this time. Because I know now. The war is mine, too. June 23rd, every year, the train takes me back. But it never brings me to the same place. Not really. Because every time, I'm not the same person who boarded it. King's Cross. The platform still smells like steam and sweets and too many hugs all at once. But this time, it feels like I'm standing just outside the memory of it all. The laughter feels distant. The sunlight too soft. Like I'm walking through a memory that doesn't quite belong to me anymore. Ron and Hermione sat beside me the whole ride. Ron kept tossing a chocolate frog in the air and missing it on purpose, like he was trying to make me smile. Hermione pretended to read. But I saw her watching me from the corner of her eye, her mouth tied with worry. They mean well. But I needed silence. And the window gave it to me. Outside, the countryside rolled past like it always does, green and gold, stitched with hedges and drifting clouds. But this time, I kept thinking of that veil. How the curtain fluttered. How Sirius disappeared without a sound. And I keep wondering. If I'd moved faster, thought smarter, cast stronger, maybe he'd still be here. I didn't tell Ron and Hermione what the prophecy said. Not yet. Not today. I'll carry that weight a little longer. Because once I say it out loud, I'll never be able to take it back. Luna stopped by. She looked around like she was seeing a different train than the one we were on. Said something odd about Thestrals and how death isn't an end, it's just another room we haven't seen yet. Then she smiled and offered me a copy of the Quibbler. I took it. And weirdly, I felt better. The train slowed. The station rose into view. And the summer air hit me like a whisper of the world outside Hogwarts. The one I keep forgetting still exists. Tonks was there, waiting to escort us. Her hair was bright pink again, like a flame burning in the fog. And the Dursleys stood off to the side, arms crossed, eyes sharp, already angry without words. I turned back for one last look at the train. And for a second, I thought I saw Sirius. Standing beside the window. Smirking. Fading. I blinked. He was gone. I'm not ready for summer. For silence. For pretending I'm normal. But I'll go. Because I must. Because the war has begun. And I need to be ready. July 3rd, some houses don't creak when they're old. They sigh. And when you listen closely, you can hear the lives that used to move through the walls. I'm at 12, Grimmauld Place now. They didn't send me straight back to the Dursleys. Said I needed rest. Said it wasn't safe. But I think they just didn't want me to be alone. Not yet. The house is cold. Even in summer. The air feels like it's been holding its breath since Sirius vanished. His room is just as he left it. Posters of Muggle motorcycles. Burnt bits of old family photos. The curtains drawn too tightly. A trunk half-packed and still open. I haven't gone in. Not really. Just stood in the doorway, once or twice, watching the dust hang like mist in the light. Mrs. Black still screams from her portrait, even more now. Creature mutters from the shadows, scurrying past rooms that feel more like mausoleums. No one speaks of Sirius out loud. But everything is him. The teacup left on the shelf. The coat still by the door. The laugh that still echoes in the stairwell when it's quiet. I can't stop replaying it. The duel. The veil. The way he looked at me just before, like he still had something to say. And then, nothing. I know Dumbledore said he's gone. I know what I saw. But sometimes, when I walk down the hall, I expect him to step out from the kitchen and ruffle my hair, call me kid, and grin that mad grin of his. He doesn't. Lupin's been staying nearby. He checks in without saying much. Just a cup of tea. A glance. A hand on my shoulder. It's enough. Ron and Hermione write every few days. They're at the Burrow, trying to get everything ready for school again. But nothing feels ready. Not the world. Not me. There's a silence here that wraps around my thoughts. And inside it, I keep hearing the prophecy. Neither can live while the other survives. This house used to belong to the Black family. Now it belongs to the war. And to me, I suppose. But it doesn't feel like mine. It feels like a chapter Sirius never got to finish. Sometimes, I sit in the hallway, close my eyes, and whisper to the dark. Tell me what to do. The dark never answers. But the silence keeps me company. July 12th, the sky's been restless. Clouds like bruises, wind that changes direction halfway through a breath. Something's coming. The owls know it too. They started arriving 3 days ago. One by one. Feathers slick with rain. Tired eyes. Urgent parchment sealed in wax. The first letter was from Ron. He says his dad's doing better. Back at the ministry, though better there seems to mean pretending things are normal while preparing for the worst. He mentioned Percy. Still won't speak to them. Still choosing the ministry over his own family. Ron tried to make it sound like a joke. But I could feel the ache beneath the ink. Hermione's letter was longer. Told me she's been reading about the Fidelius charm again. That she found a reference to the veil in a book older than Hogwarts. She didn't say much else, just that she believes me. Believes that maybe, just maybe, Sirius isn't entirely gone. Not yet. I didn't know how much I needed someone to say that. Luna sent a drawing. It's me. Riding a thestral through clouds shaped like lion heads and moons and shoes. It's labeled Harry Potter, Seeker of Secrets. She spelled seeker wrong. I kept it. The final letter was unsigned. Just a single line in tiny handwriting. The Storm's eye is shifting. He watches the department still. No owl waited behind. No clue who sent it. But I know what it means. The Department of Mysteries. The prophecy. That hall of orbs and whispers. I've been looking out the window more. Watching the clouds twist over London like threads in a giant hand. Thunder in the distance, but no rain yet. Just waiting. There's a kind of silence that feels like a held breath. And this summer feels like that. Like the world is waiting for someone to speak a name that will start it all again. I'm trying to rest. Trying to sleep. But every time I close my eyes, I hear a veil flutter. July 31st, I turned 15 today. Funny how birthdays stop feeling like celebrations and start feeling like checkpoints. Like mile markers in a storm. I sat up late tonight. Just me and this old notebook, the candle flickering like it's trying not to be seen. Hedwig's asleep. Creatures muttering somewhere. The house is still. And for the first time in weeks, my hands aren't shaking when I pick up my quill. It's been a year of secrets. Of silence. Of watching the world shift underneath my feet while I pretended I could still stand tall on it. I think about the boy who got off the train last September. The one who still hoped for a letter from Sirius every other morning. The one who thought Dumbledore had abandoned him. The one who thought pain was the worst thing he'd feel this year. He didn't know yet that pain wasn't the enemy. Loss was. Sirius is gone. That truth doesn't sting any less when I write it. But it's different now. Like I've begun carrying it instead of just standing in its shadow. I know why Voldemort wants me gone. I know what the prophecy means. But I also know this. I am not alone. Ron. Hermione. Neville. Luna. Ginny. They stood with me when no one else would. Fought beside me. Bled beside me. And they're still here. I'm not Dumbledore. Not some destined savior. I'm just a boy with a scar. A wand. And a name Voldemort can't speak without fear curling at the edges of it. Summer is quiet now. But it won't last. The Daily Prophet has started printing the truth again. Fudge is stepping down. And Dumbledore's face is back on the front page, not as a warning, but as a leader. The Order is growing. The castle will be watched more closely than ever. And somewhere out there, he's watching too. The war has begun. And if I have to fight, if I'm meant to fall, then I want my wand in my hand, my friends beside me, and Sirius's laugh echoing in my memory. There's still one more prophecy, I think. The one I write myself. It begins like this. I am Harry Potter. And I will not run. August 1st, there's something different about the air this summer. Not just warmer, sharper. Like it's waiting. Like everything's holding its breath. Dumbledore came for me at dusk. He didn't wait at the door like last time. No arguments with the Dursleys, no long speeches. Just a low knock, a quiet voice, and the smell of lemon drops in the hall. He looked older. Not just the usual kind of old, but tired in the bones. His hand, blackened, ruined, half hidden beneath his sleeve. I didn't ask. He didn't explain. But I noticed. We didn't go to the Burrow. Not right away. Instead, he took me somewhere unfamiliar, shabby, quiet, too normal. We were visiting a man named Horace Slughorn. A name I barely remembered from a chocolate frog card. The house was wrecked when we arrived, upturned chairs, blood on the wall, a smear of something that looked like magic gone wrong. But it was a trick. Slughorn had faked it. He was hiding in plain sight, transfigured into an armchair. It would have been funny if it hadn't felt so necessary. Even former professors are afraid now. He's coming back to Hogwarts. Dumbledore wants him to teach again. I'm not sure why, but it's clear it's important. Slughorn collects students the way people collect stamps. He remembers names, favors, bloodlines. He remembered my mum. Said she was one of his favorites. Kind. Brilliant. Powerful in her own way. He looked at me like I was a photo of someone he used to admire. I think he agreed to return because of her. Not me. When we finally arrived at the Burrow, it was already dark. Mrs. Weasley hugged me like I'd just come home from war. Fred and George offered jokes instead of grief. Ginny smiled, half fire, half moonlight. And Ron. Ron was just Ron. My best mate. Still. Hermione showed up the next morning with books under her arm and worry in her eyes. They didn't ask too many questions. Not about Sirius. Not about the prophecy. I think they knew the answers would still hurt too much. I've been sleeping in Ron's room. But some nights I just lie awake, listening to the clock on the landing tick off the hours we're not getting back. Sirius is still gone. That truth doesn't feel newer, just heavier. But I'm starting to notice something else: Voldemort's name in the papers, attacks too close to home, disappearances no one can explain. He's not hiding anymore. And Dumbledore's moving, fast. Something's coming. And this time, I don't think Hogwarts will be enough to stop it. August 10th. Not all promises are spoken out loud. Some live in silence. Others, like this one, burn their shape into the world so deeply they can't be undone. Snape made a vow. That's what I heard from inside the hallway, eavesdropping again, ear pressed to the door of a world I'm never quite allowed into. Narcissa Malfoy came to him in the dark. Her sister, Bellatrix, followed close behind like a shadow that could kill. They wore cloaks thick enough to strangle the moonlight, and voices twisted from fear and pride. Narcissa begged. Bellatrix doubted. Snape agreed. They called it an unbreakable vow. I'd only read about it once, in a footnote. Magic that seals a promise in blood and light and death. GE have opened their shop, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, and it's brilliant. Exploding candies. Daydream charms. A joke for every nightmare. But even their windows are warded now. This year, everything feels different before it even begins. The map looks the same. The castle waits. But I feel the shift. In the silence. In the choices people are making. In the promises sealed in fire. September 1st, there's something strange about coming back to school when the world feels like it's falling apart. Everything looks the same, but your eyes don't trust it anymore. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from the station like it always does, slow at first, then gathering steam until London was a memory pressed behind glass. But even that felt different. There were more auras at King's Cross this time. More eyes. More ones hidden beneath coats. Mum's clock at the Burrow doesn't even have the safe on it anymore. Just travelling, home, and mortal peril. We took our usual compartment. Ron filled it with snacks he didn't want to share. Hermione kept rearranging the new books she already read twice. And I kept glancing out the window, pretending I wasn't listening for danger in the sound of the wheels. That's when Slughorn visited. He peeked in with his round glasses and walrus mustache, all smiles and good cheer, like he hadn't spent the last year hiding from the world. He remembered my name before I even said it. Didn't say a Harry Potter. He said Lily's boy. He invited me to join something he calls the Slug Club, a handpicked group of students he thinks are promising. I didn't want to go. But Hermione elbowed me hard and whispered that it might be smart to say yes. That Slughorn knows things. Things about the past. Things about Tom Riddle. So I went. The compartment was full of polished names and smooth voices, children of famous authors, ministry officials, Quidditch stars. Slughorn smiled and asked me about the Triwizard Tournament like it was some glorious sport instead of something that nearly killed me and got Cedric murdered. I didn't say much. But I watched. Slughorn collects people. That's what Hermione says. He builds a web of connections, favors, memories, he trades in potential. It's not evil. But it's not harmless either. He knew my mum. Talked about how clever she was. How good she was at potions. How he always thought she should have been in Slytherin. The way he spoke about her, it made something in me ache. Like hearing someone describe a dream you barely remember, but know you once loved. I don't know if I trust him. But I can feel that he matters. Somewhere in this tangled mess, Horace Slughorn is a thread that leads somewhere dark. And Dumbledore wants me to follow it. So I will. September 5th, some places smell like they remember too much. Spinner's End is one of those places. Even the air there clings like cobwebs. I didn't visit it, not physically. But Dumbledore showed it to me. In a memory, silvery and slow, pulled from his mind like silk. He's been taking me into the pensive, showing me bits of Voldemort's past. Or Tom Riddle's, really. That's the part that makes my skin crawl. Knowing he had a name once. A bed. A childhood. That he wasn't born a monster. Spinner's End was where Snape lived as a boy. Grey Street. Smokestacks. A house that looked more like a bruise than a home. He was quiet. Watching. Always watching. Even back then, his clothes didn't fit. He spoke like he was measuring every word before letting it escape. That's where he met Lily. My mum. She was young, freckled, bright, already burning with magic she didn't understand. She made a flower bloom just by touching it. And Snape saw her. Recognized it. He told her what she was. A witch. I wanted to look away. Seeing her like that, before me, before Dad, before everything, it felt like I was intruding on a memory that wasn't mine. But I watched. Because she laughed when the flower opened. And I think, just for a moment, I heard the same laugh I sometimes still dream about. Dumbledore didn't say why this memory mattered. Not yet. He just looked at me afterward with that tired, endless gaze and said, we must understand who he was, before we can face who he's become. It's strange. To think Voldemort was once a boy in a house like that. Poor. Angry. Hidden. It doesn't excuse what he became. But it makes it feel more real. More terrifying. Because monsters made of shadow are one thing. But monsters made of memory? Those are harder to escape. September 12th, some parties are traps dressed up in tablecloths and sugar. And even when you're smiling, you feel the net slowly tightening around your shoulders. Slughorn hosted his first little supper last night. He called it informal. Said he just wanted to reconnect with promising young minds. But the table was laid out like a ministry gala. Silver platters, enchanted wine, candles that whispered names I didn't recognize. He placed me at the center of the table. Directly across from him. The honored guest. The boy who lived. The boy who wouldn't leave. He asked me about my childhood. What it was like growing up famous. He didn't know about the cupboard under the stairs. Didn't ask why I never speak of my parents without looking away. He was too busy nudging me toward Quidditch stories and newspaper clippings. As if that's all I am. Around me, the others smiled like foxes. Cormac McLaggen bragged about his uncle at the ministry. Zachariah Smith name-dropped his grandfather until even Slughorn looked bored. Hermione sat stiff and polite, analyzing every word. Ginny, thank Merlin, made fun of the tablecloth. I'm not used to being wanted for anything but the scar. Slughorn says he admires me. But it's not admiration, not really. It's possession. He collects students like trophies. Like memories of greatness he can hold close in case the war swallows him too. I can't blame him. We're all trying to hold on to something right now. Even if it's just a name. Still, I can't shake the feeling that Slughorn is hiding something. The way his eyes flicker when Voldemort's name comes up. The way Dumbledore keeps asking me to watch him. Not challenge him. Just observe. Wait. There's a thread between Slughorn and Tom Riddle. It hasn't unraveled yet. But I can feel it pulling. And if I follow it far enough, I think I'll find the part of this war no one said aloud. September 18th, there are ghosts in the corridors this year. Not the usual kind. These ones wear Prefect badges and slither in robes. These ones vanish when you blink. Something's wrong with Malfoy. More than usual. He's not bragging. Not hexing first years. Not even pretending to laugh at Crabbe and Goyle's jokes. He's quiet. Focused. Pale in a way that doesn't look like fear, it looks like obsession. I've followed him twice now. Once to the 7th floor corridor. He stood in front of a blank stretch of wall like he was waiting for it to open. The second time, he ducked into Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Alone. He didn't come out for nearly an hour. Ron thinks I'm imagining things. Hermione too, though she says it nicer. They think I'm seeing shadows where there aren't any. But I know what I saw. Malfoy bought something in Knockturn Alley over the summer. He was talking to Borgin. Threatening him. He's up to something. He doesn't look scared. He looks chosen. And that's worse. There's something else. On the Marauders map, his dot keeps disappearing. Not moving. Disappearing. Like he's not just hiding from people. He's hiding from Hogwarts itself. Fred and George have been selling Peruvian instant darkness powder. Distraction kits. Vanishing cabinets. I saw one listed in their backroom catalog, dangerous magic with a tidy little price tag. What if Malfoy has one? What if he's building something? Dumbledore's watching him. I can tell. But he won't tell me anything. He just gives me that look, half smile, half secret. Like I already know the answer but haven't said it out loud yet. I think Malfoy's a Death Eater. I think Voldemort's given him a task. And I think it has something to do with the castle. No one believes me. But I've seen the way Malfoy's eyes look when he thinks no one's watching. Like he's walking toward something he doesn't think he'll come back from. And I know that look. Because I've worn it too. September 25th, it was just sitting there. Tucked behind a pile of battered copies. No shimmer. No curse. No warning. Just a soft spine, stitched with secrets. The potions classroom felt different this year. Slughorn made it brighter. Fewer cobwebs. Laughter humming off the stone walls like the ghosts were being told to behave. I hadn't meant to take that book. We arrived late. Only a few battered copies left at the back of the cupboard. One of them was nearly falling apart, creased pages, ink stains, notes scribbled into every margin like it had lived a whole second life beneath the printed one. The moment I opened it, I knew it wasn't normal. Whoever wrote in it, whoever owned it, was brilliant. More than that. Precise. Creative. Dangerous. Instructions rewritten. Corrections made. Potions that should have taken me hours suddenly turned to gold in my hands. I brewed draught of living death like I'd known it since birth. Slughorn nearly cried. He gave me a bottle of Felix Felicis, liquid luck, for being the best in the class. Ron nearly fell over. Hermione looked like she'd swallowed a lemon. But I hadn't cheated. I just followed the margins. In the back, there's a name. This book is the property of the Half-Blood Prince. That's it. No other clue. No surname. No house. Just a title. I've started reading the notes late at night. Some are harmless. Better methods for stirring clockwise, which ingredients to slice rather than crush. But others? They're not what you'd find in any textbook. Langlock, a charm that glues the tongue to the roof of the mouth. Levi corpus, non-verbal, hoist someone by the ankle into the air. Jinxes. Hexes. Little curses too clever to be accidental. I should feel cautious. I should hand it over. But I won't. Because when I follow his instructions, his magic, I feel sharper. Clearer. Almost like I'm remembering something instead of learning it. I asked Hermione what she thought of the name. She said Half-Blood Prince sounded pompous. But there was something in her voice, something wary. As if she could sense the power in the ink even without seeing it. The thing is, I like the way it feels. The edge of it. The precision. The certainty. There's no prophecy in that book. No destiny. Just lines to follow, spells to master, control to take. I think that's what scares me. I think that's why I won't stop reading. I don't know who the prince was, but I'm starting to feel like I do. Like he's whispering through the margins, just for me. And I'm listening. October 2nd, I used to think Quidditch was simple. Fly fast. Catch the snitch. Win the match. But leadership, that's different. It's not about the broom. It's about the weight in your voice when you tell someone to trust you. They made me captain this year. McGonagall handed me the badge like she was giving me an inheritance. She smiled, sharp and proud, like she expected me to turn into Oliver Wood overnight. Ron whooped. Ginny winked. Hermione said she thought I deserved it, and then subtly reminded me not to let it go to my head. Which I didn't plan to. But it's harder than I expected. Tryouts were chaos. Every second year with a new broom showed up. Slughorn's Slug Club sent 3 boys from Ravenclaw just to observe. And Romilda Vane kept asking if I needed a personal cheering squad. That's a no. In the end, I built a solid team. Ron back as keeper. Ginny, brilliant Ginny, playing chaser with this wild kind of elegance. She flies like she's laughing at gravity. New beaters, Andrew Kirk and Jack Sloper, a bit unpredictable, but with good aim. Demelza Robbins and Katie Bell rounded it out. Strong, fast, smart. We're not perfect. But when we're in the air, and the wind cuts through the shouts, and the sun hits the hoops just right, I remember why I love it. Except, now it's mine to lose. Every missed goal is my fault. Every fumble, every penalty, my responsibility. Ron froze during the first practice scrimmage. Completely froze. Didn't move when the quaffle flew past him. I wanted to yell. Instead, I swallowed it and clapped him on the shoulder. He smiled. Weakly. I know what pressure does. I wear it every day. It doesn't help that Malfoy's team is getting better. He's barely on the pitch these days, always off skulking or vanishing, but his stand-ins are meaner. Quicker. There's something brewing under all of it. Even the game feels heavier. Like it's not just for points anymore. Like it's the only place we can still feel in control. And then there's Ginny. She's more than I remember. Not just a Weasley. Not just Ron's sister. She's fire and focus and that laugh that cracks something open in my chest. She's dating Dean Thomas now. But sometimes when we pass in the corridor, she looks at me like she knows what I'm thinking. And maybe she does. The Prince's book helps me with energy. With planning. With confidence, somehow. He doesn't talk about sports, of course. But he's making me sharper in ways I didn't expect. Like my brain's moving a second ahead of the broom. Still, this year, this team, it's more than just winning. It's holding something together when everything else is falling apart. It's choosing joy even when war is whispering at the walls. So I fly? Because it reminds me that I'm still Harry. Not the chosen one. Not the boy who has to survive. Just a seeker. Still chasing something just out of reach. October 18th, I didn't know how fast everything could shift until I started noticing the gaps. The silence between jokes. The way your best mate starts laughing at things you don't find funny anymore. Or the way someone else starts laughing at him louder. Ron kissed Lavender. It happened after a match. We'd just beaten Slytherin, barely. He blocked a goal at the last second and the stands exploded. And there she was. Lavender Brown. Waiting by the changing room like it was fate. She flung herself at him. Arms around his neck. Mouth on his. Right there. In front of everyone. It should have been funny. But it wasn't. It was loud. Messy. Embarrassing, really. But Ron grinned like he'd just won the Triwizard Cup. Hermione didn't say anything. She just stared for a second, blank and too still, and then she turned and left the party without a word. I wanted to follow her. But I didn't. They haven't spoken since. She's burying herself in homework now, staying up late, pretending not to look at the sofa Lavender drapes herself across every evening. Ron is being Ron. Proud. Defensive. Loud. Every time they snog in the corner, it's like he's shouting, "Look! Someone wants me." And I get it. I do. But I also miss him. The real him. The one who used to finish my sentences, or elbow me during breakfast, or lie awake and talk nonsense before we fell asleep in the dorms. Now it's just Lavender. And the quiet that follows her laughter. Ginny called him a prat. I didn't disagree. It's strange. How fast people change. How fast we change. Hermione's hurting, and she won't say it. Ron's winning something, and he doesn't even know what. And me? I'm just trying to keep the threads from breaking. I've been thinking about Ginny more lately. She's with Dean, still. But sometimes she walks past me and says something funny in that way of hers, sharp but warm, and my stomach flips. It's not the kind of thing I meant to notice. But I do. Classes are harder. Slughorn keeps asking me to tell stories about my childhood like I was raised in a castle instead of a cupboard. The Prince's book still helps. His handwriting feels familiar now, like a whisper I've come to trust. Hermione disapproves. Openly. But I don't stop. Because when everything feels like it's falling sideways, that inked advice keeps me upright. I don't know what's going to happen with Ron. Or Hermione. Or Ginny. But I know this. We're all growing into something we don't fully understand yet. And some part of me is afraid we won't come out of it together. October 30th, there's something about a closed door that makes you feel like you're already too late. I don't know what's behind it. But I know whatever it is, it's not meant to be opened. Not from the outside. I saw Malfoy again. He slipped through the shadows near the room of requirement. His footsteps silent, careful, like someone who's been practicing how not to be heard. I followed. But the corridor stayed blank. Just smooth stone and silence. He disappeared into nothing. Or rather, into something I can't see. I told Ron and Hermione. They listened, sort of. Hermione asked what proof I had. Ron shrugged and said, "It's Malfoy. He's always up to something. But I don't think they see the shape of it yet. This isn't just mischief. It's not house rivalry. It's ether mission." I went to Borgin and Burke's over the summer. He was there. He threatened Borgin. Now he's sneaking off again and again. And then I saw it. In the back of the shop. A vanishing cabinet. I didn't know what it was at first. Just a big, battered cupboard. Until I remembered. Fred and George shoved Montague into one last year, and he vanished for days. Said he was trapped in darkness. Said he could hear things, voices, muffled and far away. Like he was between places. There's a second one at Hogwarts. I'm sure of it. And I think Malfoy's trying to fix it. What if he's trying to connect the two? What if he's building a door between Hogwarts and Knockturn Alley? A hidden path into the castle? I don't know how yet. Or who he's letting in. But I know he's doing it. Filch found me poking around the 7th floor again. Gave me detention for loitering with intent. If only he knew. The problem is, Dumbledore won't tell me anything. Every time I try to bring it up, he changes the subject. Says I need to stay focused on my lessons. On Slughorn. On the past. But what about the present? What about the trap being built now, in our own walls? I don't trust Malfoy. I never have. But this year, it's different. He's working for someone. And I think, whatever that cabinet does, it's the key. I just have to figure out what it opens, before he does. November 12th, it didn't feel like luck. Not exactly. It felt like certainty. Like I'd already seen the world tilt in my favor. And was just calmly stepping through the moment where it happened. I took the Felix Felicis today. The bottle of golden potion Slughorn gave me back in September. The prize for brewing Draught of Living. Past the greenhouses. Into the edge of the Forbidden Forest. That's where I found Slughorn. Harvesting venom from Aragog, Hagrid's dead Acromantula. Of course he was. I helped. Said all the right things. Let him reminisce. Let him boast. Let him feel like someone I needed, not someone I was cornering. And then I asked him about Tom Riddle. About a conversation they had, years ago. The one he's tried so hard to forget. He didn't want to give it up. He said it was a mistake. Said Riddle was charming. Persuasive. Curious in ways that felt flattering, until they didn't. But in the end, he gave me the real memory. Slipped it into the vial himself. His hands trembled. He said, "Don't think too badly of me." I don't. He made a mistake. We all have. The difference is, some mistakes change the world. When I brought the memory to Dumbledore, he looked at me differently. Not proud. Not surprised. Almost relieved. Like he was waiting for me to prove something to myself. We haven't viewed it yet. That's tomorrow. But I feel it, coiling at the edge of my thoughts. Something big. Something true. And for the first time in a long time, I feel like I'm not stumbling in the dark anymore. Just walking a path I was meant to find. November 13th, there are truths that don't make a sound when they fall into your mind. No thunder. No scream. Just a slow settling. And you realize that the war isn't coming, it's already here. We watched the memory. Dumbledore and I, sitting side by side over the pensive. He didn't say much before it started. Just looked at me, steady and calm, like a lantern held aloft in the fog. And then we leaned in. The memory was cleaner than before, and no smoke, no static. Slughorn, younger but still round and blinking, sat in a velvet armchair. And across from him was Tom Riddle. Not yet Voldemort. But already close. His eyes dark with curiosity. His voice soft. Charming. Too smooth to trust. He asked Slughorn about Horcruxes. Said he wasn't curious, just academically. Asked what would happen if someone made more than one. More than two. 7. Slughorn tried to laugh it off. Tried to say it was a theoretical question. But even in the memory, you could see the chill in his spine. And Riddle smiled. Like he already knew the answer. A Horcrux is made when you split your soul. By committing murder. You tear your soul apart, trap a fragment inside an object, anchoring yourself to the world even if your body dies. It's how Voldemort survived the night he tried to kill me. Why he didn't die? Because he'd already split his soul. Not once. But 7 times. Dumbledore thinks he made 6 Horcruxes, and that the 7th part, the one that didn't split, is what lives in his current body. The diary. The ring. There must be more. More pieces of him, hidden, cursed, waiting. And unless we find and destroy every one of them, we can't kill him. Not truly. I felt sick afterward. Not from the horror of it, but from the clarity. From knowing the path in front of me is darker than I imagined. Not just a duel. Not just a prophecy. but a hunt for pieces of a man who wanted to become deathless. Dumbledore says he's going to take me with him. To find one. Not yet. But soon. And I said yes. Of course I did. Because this is the reason I'm here. Not to play Quidditch. Not to pass exams. Not even to survive. But to end this. I just hope I'm enough. December 25th, I always forget how loud the burrow is. Not just in volume, but in feeling. It hums. It moves. Even the walls seem to shift with every footstep or laugh or bang from Fred and George's old room upstairs. It shouldn't feel like home. But it does. Mrs. Weasley cried when she saw me. She always does. She pulled me into a hug that smelled like cinnamon and flour and a little bit like safety. Mr. Weasley tried to give me space, but even he was watching me out of the corner of his eye like he wasn't sure if I'd vanish if he blinked. I know they all know about the prophecy now. That Dumbledore's been telling them pieces. That the wars carved new shadows onto all of our faces. But for a few days, we pretended it wasn't there. We decorated the tree. I helped Ginny hang some of the charmed stars and she laughed when one of them exploded glitter in my hair. I didn't mind. Hermione arrived late. Her parents still try to hold on to her normal. Ron had already eaten half the gingerbread house by then. I got a sweater again. Green. With a golden snitch knitted right in the middle. Ron's was maroon. Again. He groaned. I smiled. Some things don't change. But something felt off. Tighter than usual. It was too quiet between Ron and Hermione. They didn't argue, didn't snap. Just avoided each other like two magnets flipped the wrong way. And Ginny and Dean had one of those whispered fights where you can feel every word, even if you don't hear them. I stayed out of it. Mostly. On Christmas night, we stepped outside to breathe the cold. The air was sharp and silver, the kind of air that makes your lungs ache in a good way. I stood by the garden wall, hands deep in my pockets, watching the frost crawl up the gnome statues. Ginny came out and stood beside me. Didn't say anything at first. Then she said, "You think too loud, you know." And I laughed, because I do. She looked up at the stars. I looked at her. For a second, everything went quiet. Not the awkward kind. The kind that feels like a held breath between pages. Then the fire came. It wasn't a normal fire. Not accidental. Not magical in the friendly sort of way. Someone set the burrow ablaze. We ran. Shouted. Wands drawn. The sky lit up orange. Billowing smoke. Mr. Weasley yelling. Ginny darting toward the source before anyone could stop her. We didn't find the attacker. They were gone before we reached the flames. It wasn't about destruction. It was a message. Nowhere is safe. Not even here. The burrow didn't burn completely. Just part of the field. But the scorch marks remain. And so does the smell. And so does the knowledge. Voldemort's not waiting anymore. He's reminding us we're in the middle of this war, whether we feel ready or not. I'm trying to hold on to the laughter. The sweaters. The moments with Ginny. But it's getting harder. March 16th, I used to think there was no such thing as bad magic. Only bad intentions. But today? I learned magic can cut deeper than anyone ever should. It happened fast. Too fast for me to stop it. I found Malfoy in the boys' bathroom, alone. Crying. That's what stopped me, at first. The sound. He was standing over a sink, gripping the porcelain so tightly his knuckles had gone white. His shoulders were shaking. Not like he'd been hexed. Like he was breaking apart from the inside. I said his name. Not softly. I still don't know if I meant to hurt him. He turned. Drew his wand. Said something about me spying. About me being finished. Then he cast first. I reacted. The spell left my lips before I even knew what it would do. Sectum Sempra. It was one of the half-blood princes. Written in the margins like a secret only we shared. No warning. No note. Just the spell. Malfoy screamed. The slash appeared across his chest like he'd been sliced by an invisible sword. Blood poured out. Too much. Too fast. It splattered across the mirror. The sink. The floor. He fell. I couldn't move. Snape burst in. He didn't ask questions. Just dropped beside Malfoy and began to heal him, his face twisted with fury, disgust, maybe fear. The magic was strange, older than anything we learn in class. He saved him. And then he turned to me. He demanded the book. The prince's book. I told him I'd thrown it away. I lied. I hid it in the room of requirement. Buried it beneath a broken cabinet, where even I might not find it again. Because I can't use it anymore. Not after this. The thing is, I didn't mean to. I didn't know it would do that. But I said the words. I pointed my wand. I let power answer before I asked the price. Snape gave me detention for the rest of the term. Dumbledore hasn't said anything yet. I'm sure he knows. I've tried to explain it to myself a dozen times. Malfoy struck first. He's dangerous. He's working for Voldemort. But that doesn't undo what happened. That doesn't change the sound of his scream. There's blood on the floor of the second-floor bathroom. Scrubbed clean by now, I'm sure. But I still see it. Every time I close my eyes. Magic is trust. And I broke it. June 14th, the sea never forgets. Dumbledore brought me to the edge of it tonight, and I swear, the waves whispered his name like they'd been waiting for him to return. I followed. Because I always would. But I wasn't ready for what waited in the dark. He said we were going. Didn't ask. Didn't explain. Just looked at me across the desk and said, "Tonight, Harry." I didn't pack anything. Didn't tell anyone. We just left. Through the gates. Past the village. And then, crack, apparat to a stretch of jagged cliff on the edge of the world. The wind screamed. The rocks beneath us were slick and steep, ancient and sharp as dragon glass. And the ocean crashed below like it wanted to eat the shore. But Dumbledore didn't pause. He just stepped toward the edge like it was a corridor he'd walked 100 times. There was a cave carved into the cliff wall. You couldn't see it from above unless you knew what to look for, unless you could feel the magic pulsing underneath the stone. And it was pulsing. Wrong. Rotten. Like something had bled into the air itself. We went in. Wand-light trembling against the wet walls. The ceiling low. The path narrow. Then we reached it. A black lake. Still. Perfectly still. In the center was a stone island. And in the center of that, a pedestal. And on the pedestal, a goblet filled with a glowing liquid. Dumbledore said the potion had to be drunk. That we couldn't touch it. Couldn't vanish it. Couldn't cheat the enchantment. Someone had to drink it. And he told me, no matter what happened, I had to make him finish. I wish I hadn't said yes. I wish I hadn't seen what it did to him. The first sip was bad. The second, worse. By the third, he was trembling. By the fifth, he was screaming. He cried out. Begged me to stop. Clutched at the stone and shouted things I didn't understand, pleading, shaking, like his soul was being boiled from the inside out. I tried to stop. But he wouldn't let me. Make me drink it, Harry, he gasped. So I did. Until the goblet was empty. Then the inferi came. From the lake. Dozens. Maybe hundreds. Dead eyes. Wet hands. Bones and silence. They crawled from the water like the lake had been holding its breath just to let them out. I tried to fight, but they kept coming. I couldn't scream. Couldn't think. Just cold. Cold. And then the fire came. Blue and blinding and beautiful. Dumbledore raised his wand, shaking, barely standing. But he still summoned that wall of flame like he was made of stars. It roared around us, pushed the Inferi back into the black. He saved us. Even broken, he still saved us. We got the Horcrux. A locket. Tucked inside the pedestal. But even as we left, I could feel something wrong with it. It wasn't finished. It wasn't the end. Just another piece of a riddle that refuses to be solved. Dumbledore's weak now. Barely standing. He let me apparate us back. For a moment, I held him. And it felt like the world had turned upside down. There's something coming. I can feel it. I don't know what it is yet. But it's already inside the castle. June 15th, it's hard to write when your hands are still shaking. Harder still when the person who always had the answers is gone. He trusted me. And I froze. We got back to the astronomy tower. I helped him up the steps, one hand around his arm, the other gripping the Horcrux so tightly I thought it would crack. Dumbledore was pale. His breath rattled. But he smiled at me. He actually smiled. Said, "Fetch Snape." But we never got the chance. The door burst open. Footsteps. Wands drawn. Draco Malfoy, face pale, wand shaking, eyes wide but not surprised. He had been waiting. He disarmed Dumbledore. I couldn't move. I was frozen, literally. Dumbledore had cast a silent spell before Malfoy entered. Full bodybind. Hidden under the invisibility cloak. I watched it all. Helpless. Invisible. Trapped. Malfoy spoke like someone who didn't want to be there. Like a boy reciting lines from a script he didn't write. He said he had to kill Dumbledore. That Voldemort ordered him. That the dark mark in the sky wasn't a warning, it was a signal. Dumbledore tried to save him. Even then. Even while unarmed and swaying on his feet. He offered Draco protection. Forgiveness. A way out. And Draco wanted to take it. You could see it. But he couldn't say the words. Then the others arrived. Death Eaters. Towering. Masked. Laughing like this was entertainment. They urged Draco on. But he couldn't do it. He lowered his wand. And that's when Snape came. I thought, just for a second, he's here to help. That's what Dumbledore meant. Fetch Snape. But Dumbledore looked at him and said, "Severus, please." And Snape raised his wand. And said, "Avada Kedavra." Green light. Like a sick sunrise behind my eyes. Dumbledore's body lifted, just for a second, and then fell. Over the edge. The sound his body made when it hit the ground. I can't forget it. Won't forget it. Not ever. Snape ran. I broke free of the spell. Ran after him. Screamed. I fought him. But I couldn't match him. He didn't even look angry. Just resolved. He deflected every curse. Knocked me back like I was nothing. And then he said it. "You dare use my own spells against me, Potter? I am the Half-Blood Prince." He vanished into the night. Like a ghost that had always been waiting to disappear. We brought Dumbledore's body back. McGonagall tried to stay composed. Hagrid broke down sobbing. The whole school felt like a church with no prayers left. The locket? It was a fake. Inside was a note. Signed R.A.B. The real Horcrux is still out there. Dumbledore died for a decoy. I don't know how to grieve yet. But I know this. He trusted Snape. And Snape murdered him. June 30th, it rained the night before the funeral. Not a storm, just soft rain, like the sky was mourning without making a fuss about it. I stood by the window and watched it bead down the glass. I didn't cry. Not then. Dumbledore's body was laid in white silk. They placed him in a tomb by the lake. Marble. Clean. Cold. It glowed faintly under the summer sun, as if the stone itself remembered the light he used to carry with him. Every seat was filled. Ministers. Teachers. Ghosts. Even centaurs stood at the tree line. Firenze bowed his head. I sat between Ron and Hermione. Hermione held my hand, tight, trembling. Ron didn't say anything, but his shoulder pressed against mine like an anchor. Fawkes flew overhead once. Just once. A long, slow arc. His song broke me. It sounded like sunrise and goodbye. When they sealed the tomb, I felt it. Finality. The weight of it. The truth that Dumbledore was gone, and he wasn't coming back with answers, or a plan, or even a gentle nudge in the right direction. It's just me now. Ginny came to me afterward. She didn't say a word. She didn't have to. Her eyes were red, but she wasn't crying anymore. We stood by the water and I told her it couldn't work. Not now. Not while I'm hunting Horcruxes. Not while Voldemort is still alive. She nodded. Like she already knew. I wanted to hold her. But I let go. And walked away. Ron and Hermione followed me back up to the castle. I told them everything. About the Horcruxes. The hunt. R.A.B. The locket. The diary. The ring. About how we have to find the rest. Destroy them. All of them. And that I'm not coming back to Hogwarts next year. Hermione said, "We're coming with you." Ron didn't hesitate. Just nodded. And that was it. No argument. No speech. Just loyalty. I don't know where the road starts. But I know where it ends. And I know I won't walk it alone. The war is real now. The time for waiting is over. The time for hiding is gone. And I'm done hoping someone else will save us. Dumbledore's gone. But the fight isn't. July 1st, the castle feels hollow now. Like it's holding its breath. I stood outside the gates today, just for a moment, and looked back at the turrets. At the towers. At the place that used to feel like the safest spot in the world. And all I could think was, this is where everything changed. I've been thinking a lot about Hogwarts. Not just the lessons or the ghosts or the floating candles, but the heartbeat of it. The way the castle knows things before you do. How its staircases never take you where you want, only where you need. This year, I think it tried to warn me. There were signs. Cracks in the floorboards. The way Dumbledore looked at me after each memory. The chill that lingered near Malfoy like a second skin. Even the room of requirement felt darker. It started with the potions book. That little bit of genius scribbled in the margins. The Half-Blood Prince made me better. Faster. Stronger. But not wiser. And in the end, the price of trusting his spells was paid in blood. Slughorn came back. A good teacher, even if he plays favorites. But what mattered more was the memory he tried to bury, about Horcruxes. About how Voldemort didn't just kill, he split himself. Again and again. And again. We watched the memories. Dumbledore took me deeper than ever into Tom Riddle's past. Orphanage. Hogwarts. The ring. The cup. The locket. All pieces of a puzzle I was never meant to finish. But now must. And there was Draco. I wanted so badly to catch him. To prove he was up to something. And he was. But he was also scared. Cornered. He didn't want to kill Dumbledore. Not really. But Snape did. I trusted Snape less than anyone. And still, some part of me wanted to be wrong about him. But on that tower, when it mattered most, he didn't hesitate. He cast the spell. Green light. Gone. And Dumbledore. He drank poison for us. For me. He believed I could finish this. That I'd find the Horcruxes. That I'd end it. That belief weighs more than a prophecy ever could. There was good this year too. Ginny. I let myself feel something real for the first time. Even if I had to let it go. Ron and Hermione. Still beside me. Even now. Especially now. They're not just coming with me, they chose to. And the war? It's no longer outside the walls. It's in the halls. In our dreams. In every whispered name in the corridors. No one's safe. Not really. But there's still hope. There's always hope. Even. Stopped glowing. If you're still listening, thank you. And if you'd like to hear the final part of Harry's diary, the last year, the last battle, the final choice, leave a comment below. Tell us you're ready for part 3. And before you drift off completely, here's something to dream on. What magical object was stolen from Gringotts in Harry's final year, and why did it burn to the touch? Leave your guess in the comments. We'll answer it in the next chapter. But for now, the castle is quiet. The lights are low. And the story waits. We're back tonight, and if you've been here before, then you already know, this isn't just a story. Not the way it's usually told. This is something quieter. Something slower. Something meant for the hours when the world is hushed and your thoughts are beginning to drift. This is another magical bedtime story. And before your eyes begin to flutter closed, before the whisper of sleep curls around your shoulders, go ahead and like the video, if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel if these stories have become your comfort place. It helps the magic linger, and helps more dreamers find their way here. And if you're still awake enough, just barely, tell us in the comments. Where are you listening from? What time is it where you are? Are you curled up in bed, or lying on the floor beside a window, letting the night air in? We read every note you leave us. Now, or settle in. Let the blankets pull up like a protective charm. Let the sheets wrap you like a cloak. Take one long breath. Then another. Let your shoulders drop. Let the outside world drift and drift. Because what you're about to hear is not from the front pages of The Prophet. Not from textbooks or classroom legends. These are the quiet thoughts of Harry Potter himself, tucked deep into a private diary, scrawled in the half-light between midnight and morning. They were never meant to be read aloud. But tonight, they're yours. If you've been with us since the beginning, you know where we started. We began in the cupboard beneath the stairs, with a boy who didn't know he was a story yet. Year 1 followed him into a world of floating candles and 4 house banners, of a stone guarded by enchantments and a name that people whispered but never said aloud. Then came Year 2. A voice in the walls. A door that should have stayed sealed. A diary with ink that bled like memory. The basilisk, the sword, and the first taste of what it meant to stand alone. Year 3 arrived like a shadow. Cold, misunderstood, and full of questions. A godfather in hiding. A werewolf in the classroom. A stag in the moonlight. That was the year Harry learned that time could bend, and family didn't always mean blood. All of those moments live in part 1 of this series. Each year told softly, carefully. Designed not just to tell a tale, but to help you rest. If you haven't heard them yet, they're waiting for you right here on the channel. And when you return, we'll still be here, just where you left us. And then came part 2. Years for through 6 years where the shadows deepened and the magic grew heavier, thicker, threaded with grief and secrets. The years where childhood slipped through Harry's fingers like ash. In year 4, the goblet chose him. Without warning. Without consent. He faced dragons and mermaids, watched Cedric fall beside him, and touched a cup that turned out to be a trap. That was the year Voldemort rose again. And the graveyard became the place where everything changed. Year 5 was colder. Quieter. Angrier. There was the pink tyranny of Dolores Umbridge, the hidden lessons in the Room of Requirement, and the prophecy Harry never asked to carry. That year ended in the Department of Mysteries, in a room full of whispers, and with Sirius's name lost to the veil. Year 6 was quieter, but no less heavy. Dumbledore showed him memories like puzzle pieces, and in their center, a boy named Tom who feared death more than anything else. A Horcrux in a cave. A potion that begged for mercy. And on the tower, a flash of green. A wand dropped. And the headmaster was gone. All of that is in part 2. Not just the events, but the moments in between. The uncertainty. The aching slowness of growing up during a war. Harry's confusion. His doubts. His quiet strength. If you haven't heard those yet, they're waiting for you, each entry a step deeper into the heart of the boy who lived. And now, dear dreamer, we begin the final part. Year 7. There's no Hogwarts letter this time. No return train. This is the year of hiding. Of searching. Of the Hallows awakening. Of forests and ruins and friends sleeping close together in tents while the world narrows and the sky changes color. This is the year of sacrifice. The year of last stands. The year when Harry stops being the boy who lived and becomes the one who chose. So if your eyes are already heavy, that's all right. The story will hold you. Let the castle find you again, even in exile, even in silence. And if the magic follows you into your dreams, let us know when you wake. The final journey begins now. July 26th, the cupboard smells the same. Dust and wood polish and something like old rain. I opened the door tonight just to see. Not to go inside. Just to look. My hand didn't even touch the knob at first. It hovered, hesitated. Then I pushed it open and stood in front of it like someone staring into a pensive, as if it would show me something. As if I'd see myself still curled up in there, knees to chest, trying to make myself smaller than small. A boy who flinched at the sound of footsteps. The walls are the same pale yellow. The little crack in the corner where I used to tuck my toy soldiers is still there, though the soldiers are long gone. I remember counting spiders, watching them crawl up the plaster, pretending they were my guards. Funny how that felt safer than the people outside the door. I didn't stay long. Just long enough to feel something settle in my chest. Not quite sadness. Not quite peace either. More like recognition. Like nodding at an old scar and saying, yes, you're still there. I don't know why I came back in here tonight. The Dursleys are asleep, or pretending to be. They don't talk to me much now. Dudley gave me a strange sort of nod earlier, the kind that almost said thank you without using words. Petunia still sets out meals but doesn't meet my eye. And Vernon, well, he walks around like the air offends him. It's quieter this summer, but not softer. The days here feel brittle. Like something's waiting to snap. I wake up early, before the sun really burns through the mist, and just sit on the edge of the bed with Hedwig's cage beside me. Empty now. I keep thinking I hear her wings shift, that soft rustle before she settled. But it's just wind, I suppose. Or memory. I don't unpack much. Just my wand, always close, and the little mirror piece that Sirius gave me. The glass catches the light strangely. Sometimes I think I see something flicker in it, just a glint, like an eye turning toward me. But when I look closer, it's only my own face, tired and older than it should be. I miss Dumbledore. It's strange how quiet his absence is. It doesn't shout or echo. It just sits there, in the background of every thought. Like a candle that went out in the middle of the night, and now the darkness feels heavier because you remember the light. I haven't written in this diary since last year. I'm not even sure why I started again. Maybe it's because I don't know what else to do. There's no Hogwarts in September. No trunk to pack. No letter to wait for. Just this mission, this hunt, this invisible trail left behind by someone who's gone. Hermione says we need to be smart. That there's a plan, even if we can't see it yet. Ron talks a lot about the tent we'll use, like it's already packed and waiting. Sometimes I think they're braver than I am, just in quieter ways. They believe in me more than I believe in myself right now. And still, I think about Hogwarts. About the Great Hall and its floating candles. About the stairs that moved when you weren't looking. About the way the castle made me feel like I wasn't alone. I wonder if it feels me leaving. If it knows this is goodbye for a while. Or maybe forever. The cupboard door is closed now. I shut it gently, without a sound. It's not a prison anymore. Just a memory. But it still holds the shape of me, somehow. The boy I was. The one who waited for a letter that would change everything. It did. And now I'm waiting again, for what comes next. But for tonight, just tonight, I'm letting myself drift in the quiet. Letting the old house creak around me like it used to. Letting the past breathe beside me. Like it's folding itself away. Like the cupboard. July 29th, I found one of Mum's letters today. Just a corner of it, really. Folded into the bottom of Sirius's old trunk like it had been hiding there for years, waiting for the right hands. It smelled like dust and ash and something sweet, lavender, maybe, or the faintest trace of baby powder that hadn't fully vanished. The ink was faded, slanted, warm with personality even though I didn't know her hand. But I could feel her in it. Like she was leaning over my shoulder, whispering the words as I read. She mentioned me. Harry loves the cat, she wrote. Though he tried to ride it yesterday, James thought it was hilarious. My throat closed up for a full minute after that. Just seeing my name written by her hand. Harry. As if I'd always belonged to her. As if I hadn't been torn away so soon after. I don't remember the cat. But for a moment, reading those lines, I could almost feel the soft fur under my hand, the way a toddler's grip is clumsy but full of wonder. I could almost hear my mum laughing, maybe in that same high, clear way I once heard in the graveyard at Godric's Hollow. A sound that doesn't belong to ghosts. I didn't show the letter to Ron or Hermione. Not yet. Maybe I will. But some things feel like they belong only to the quiet. To candlelight and stillness. To the space between dreams. The locket is cold again. It sits wrapped in an old sock in the corner of the drawer, far from my wand, but I swear I can still feel it pulsing. Just barely. Like it wants to be worn, to be closer to skin and heartbeat. But I won't touch it tonight. It's like a storm sealed in a tiny case, unseen, but waiting. Sometimes I catch myself reaching for it without thinking. As if it's familiar. As if I've already started forgetting what it does to me. I hate that. I hate how it whispers. Not words, exactly, just impressions. Like fog curling around a thought and turning it heavy. When I wore it last, I kept thinking of all the people I'd let down. Sirius. Dumbledore. My parents. The list is long and gets longer at night. But I try to remember what Dumbledore said, that love is the most powerful magic of all. I used to think that sounded a bit sentimental, especially after everything I've seen. But maybe he was right. Maybe the locket feeds on the absence of it. Maybe it tries to fill the silence with something cruel. I spent the afternoon sorting through papers in Sirius's room, searching for any clues about the Horcruxes or what he might have known about Dumbledore's past. Kreacher muttered to himself the whole time, but he brought me tea. Actually brought it. No spitting in it, either, as far as I could tell. Progress, I suppose. Sometimes I wonder what it would have been like if Sirius had lived. If we'd had just a little more time. He might have helped me understand this next part, the part where you go forward without any real direction. He used to say you've got to trust yourself, Harry, but it's hard, now. The silence between his words is too loud. Still, the letter helped. Even that one sentence about me and the cat, it reminded me that I was loved once, not just the boy who lived, not a weapon or a symbol. Just a boy, in a home, with parents who laughed. Hermione says we'll leave soon. Grimmauld Place won't be safe forever. Ron keeps sharpening his wand movements like we're about to dive into something thick and fast. I can feel it, too. Like the air around us is humming with something about to begin. But tonight, I'm keeping the letter close. I folded it neatly and slid it under my pillow like a charm. As if it can ward off the dark. Maybe it can. Maybe just for tonight. August 1st, I caught her looking at me today. Just for a second. Her eyes met mine across the hall while she stood by the linen cupboard, holding a stack of towels she didn't really need to be folding. She froze. And so did I. Not because I was scared, those days are long gone, but because it felt like something passed between us. Something wordless. Something old. She looked away quickly, of course. Her fingers gripped the edge of a towel like it might unravel if she didn't hold it tight enough. But in that brief moment, I saw it. The thing I'd always wondered about. That flicker of recognition. Not of me, not as I am now. But of her sister. My mother. I don't know if it was guilt or grief or just memory that crossed her face like that, but it settled in me like a stone in deep water. Petunia has never talked about Mum. Not really. Only once, years ago, and even then it was with bitterness, like spitting out a name you've kept stuck behind your teeth. But I think she does think of her. I think she remembers being little girls in the same room, brushing their hair side by side. I think she still sees Lily in me when I'm not looking. It was strange, realizing that. That she might have mourned too, even if it came out all twisted and harsh. That she might have closed the door on magic not just out of fear or envy, but out of sorrow. Maybe it hurt to know that her sister had a world she'd never enter. A life Petunia couldn't follow her into. She didn't speak to me after that. Just went back into the kitchen and closed the door a little more firmly than usual. But I stood in the hall for a long time, feeling something strange settle in my chest. Not forgiveness. Not yet. But something like understanding. Or the very beginning of it. Dudley's been quieter, too. He offered me a biscuit yesterday. Didn't say anything, just held it out awkwardly like he was afraid I might hex it. I took it. Ate it. It tasted like dry tea and discomfort. But still, it was something. A gesture. A small, strange peace offering from the boy who once used me as a punching bag. People change. Even the ones you least expect. We're leaving soon. The Order's planning the move, though no one tells me the full details yet. I get the feeling they're watching me like I'm fragile, like I might shatter if they push too hard. But I don't feel fragile. I feel restless. Like there's a thunderstorm building in my ribs. Like I'm holding too much of something I don't know how to release. The mirror shard is still beside my bed. I looked into it again last night, whispering nothing into the glass. I keep thinking maybe Dumbledore will answer somehow, or Sirius, or someone. But it stays empty. Just my own face looking back, always surprised by how tired it looks now. The boy who stared into this mirror before wouldn't recognize me, I think. He was too full of hope. Or maybe just too young to know what hope really costs. I'm starting to pack again. Slowly. Folding robes that still smell like the burrow, stuffing books into my rucksack. Hermione sent me a list of essentials, of course. Ron added a note that just said, "Don't forget snacks." Seriously. I smiled at that. It felt good to smile. Like my face remembered how. The cupboard's door stays closed now. I don't need to look anymore. Whatever was locked in there isn't me anymore. It's just a shadow I walked through. But Petunia's eyes, those stay with me. I think of them as I fall asleep tonight. Pale, sharp, uncertain. Not warm like Mum's, but connected. A tether I never saw before, soft and strange. Maybe we're all more tangled together than we realize. Maybe even pain has roots in love, if you dig deep enough. August 3rd, the silence is different now. Not the kind that waits, but the kind that settles. The Dursleys are gone. Properly gone. Packed off by the Order with their reluctant trunks and stilted goodbyes. I watched them pull away from the curb through the upstairs window, the car shrinking smaller and smaller until it blurred into the edge of the streetlight. And then the house went quiet. Really quiet. The kind of quiet that breathes. The kind that remembers. I walked through each room this evening. Not to check for anything, just to feel what it was like with no one in it. No shouting. No clatter of Dudley's feet on the stairs. No sniffing from Aunt Petunia over an imaginary smudge on the banister. Just the creak of floorboards and the soft hum of the refrigerator like some distant heartbeat still ticking under the ribs of the place. The kitchen still smells like overboiled cabbage. That never seems to fade. I stood in front of the sink for a while, remembering the time I was told to scrub it with a toothbrush. I was 8, maybe. My hands raw and red. Back then, I thought if I could just make it sparkle enough, they'd notice. Maybe smile. Maybe say thank you. They didn't. I don't resent them as much as I thought I would, now that it's all nearly over. Funny how time does that. It doesn't make it okay, but it softens the edges, rounds them into something you can carry without cutting your hands. And maybe that's enough. I opened the cupboard again. Just once more. Not to stare into it this time, but to leave something inside. The toy knight Ron gave me back in 4th year, a little stone thing with a chipped shield. He said it looked like me if I ever wore armor. I used to keep it on my bedside at school, but tonight I tucked it into the corner of the cupboard wall. It doesn't mean anything magical. It's just a small gesture. A way of marking that the boy who lived in there has outgrown it. That he leaves behind something stronger than fear. Even if it's just a toy. Upstairs, the walls echo. My old room, Dudley's second bedroom, feels like it's holding its breath. There's still a faint outline on the wall where I used to pin up a hand-drawn calendar of the Hogwarts school year, counting down to each September 1st like it was Christmas. I traced that outline with my fingers tonight. Just once. Then I lay on the bed fully clothed and stared at the ceiling, listening to the quiet settle like dust. It's strange, knowing I'll likely never come back here. That this place, where I grew up, where I was shut away, where I discovered who I wasn't, won't be part of what comes next. It's not home. It never was. But it's still the beginning. There's a kind of stillness that comes when you're standing at the end of something. A hush. Like the house itself knows the last page is turning. Like it's saying goodbye in its own wooden, plastered way. I heard it in the stairs. In the radiator. In the whisper of the curtains moving even though the window was shut. I'm taking the mirror with me, of course. And the locket. Though I dread the feel of it. I'll keep them wrapped tight, buried beneath everything else. But I can't leave them. They're part of what comes next, and I've learned enough now to know you can't just walk away from the things that shaped you. Even if they scare you. Even if they hurt. It's late now. The moon is throwing silver rectangles across the floor through the cracks in the blinds. I can't sleep. Not really. But I'll close my eyes anyway and let the quiet press around me like a blanket. The house is empty. But I'm not. August 5th. There's something strange about watching your own face blink back at you 7 times in a dusty mirror. It's like falling into a dream you don't quite remember, half familiar, half nightmare. Each version of me fidgeted slightly different, scratched a shoulder, blinked at uneven rhythms. I thought I'd be used to polyjuice by now, but this was different. This wasn't disguise. This was duplication. This was something I never wanted to see. They didn't all look right, of course. Ron's freckles showed through, and Hermione's eyes were too wide behind my GL. My body. My eyes. My scar. 7 times over. Mad Eye called it strategy. Said it was the only way. They want you dead, Potter. So we give them options. I nodded, but something cold settled under my ribs the moment I saw them all, those echoes of me preparing to walk into danger wearing my name like a target. This war makes liars of all of us, in different ways. I didn't want anyone else to do it. I told them that. Begged them, really. It's one thing to put yourself in the fire. It's another thing entirely to watch your friends walk in dressed as you. But no one flinched. Even Mundungus, though that turned out to be a mistake in more ways than one. Hedwig didn't like it. She paced in her cage, wings slightly flared, eyes sharp and unsettled. Animals know. She could feel the magic, the tension. The house had that heavy weight just before we left, like the walls were bracing themselves for an explosion. The flight itself was chaos. Lightning flashing across the sky like ripped nerves. Spells cracked through the air like fireworks gone wrong. I clung to the sidecar behind Hagrid's motorbike, fingers white-knuckled, hair whipped into my eyes as we rose higher and higher, then veered into death. And then she was gone. I don't even remember the spell. Just the burst of green, the cage breaking, her body crumpling mid-flight like parchment in the wind. 1 second she was there. And then she wasn't. My breath left me like I'd been punched in the chest. Hedwig. She was my first birthday present. My first friend. The first creature in my life that belonged to me and not the cupboard. And she died not because she was in the wrong place, but because she was in the right one. Because she was loyal. I'll never forget the way her feathers scattered into the sky. The rest of the journey is blurred. I know Hagrid shouted something brave, something foolish, and that we dropped. I remember the bike catching fire and the cold sting of rain hitting my skin as we plummeted. And then the locket slipped loose. I caught it. I don't know how. Instinct, maybe. Or luck. Or something darker holding on. We hit the ground hard. The crash shook something loose in my spine and I couldn't move for a moment. Just lay there listening to Hagrid groan, to the crackle of the burning bike, to the way the world felt tilted. But we made it. The burrow's lights were warm, golden. I never knew a house could look like safety from so far away. I could hear voices shouting, feet rushing toward us, hands grabbing me, checking for blood. I think I smiled. I don't know why. Fred lost an ear. Moody's gone. Gone. Just like that. One of the strongest wizards I've ever known, disappeared into the dark like a stone into water. No splash. Just gone. And all I can think, sitting here in this borrowed room with a cup of tea going cold beside me, is that they did this for me. They risked everything for a scar and a prophecy and a name I never asked for. I should feel brave. But all I feel is the echo of wings beating into nothing. August 6th, I keep reliving it. The sky cracking open, the motorbike burning beneath us, and that awful free fall into the dark. I close my eyes and I'm back there, clinging to the sidecar, the wind shrieking through every seam of my jacket, the green of the killing curse slicing past like lightning that wants only one thing. Me. The sky looked too big that night. Too wide, too angry. Clouds peeled apart in jagged scars, the kind that don't heal. We rose into them, chasing shadows. And they were waiting for us. I felt it before I saw it, the sudden weight in the air, like the magic had thickened. Then the first curse hit. I couldn't think. Couldn't breathe. Couldn't do anything except hold on. The sidecar jolted, metal screeching, and then I was spinning, upside down, sideways, then out. Floating for a moment before gravity remembered me. Falling. Everything slowed down then. It always does, in those moments. I remember the color of the clouds, deep slate with pale veins. I remember the taste of smoke in the back of my throat. I remember thinking, this is it. Not with panic. With quiet. Like I was letting go. But I didn't fall. Not all the way. Hagrid caught me. Or the bike did, depending on how you want to tell the story. Either way, I was crumpled and shivering in the seat again before I could decide whether to scream or laugh. We dipped and soared and crashed our way across the sky. I lost count of how many curses came close. I shouted spells without knowing who I was hitting. One curse hit a Death Eater and he spun away, vanishing into the clouds. Another missed me by inches and lit the tail of the bike. Hagrid bellowed and slapped at it with a dragonhide glove like he was batting away a wasp. And then the locket slipped free. It was like the air changed the moment it dangled from my collar, like the sky itself had gone colder. I remember its weight swinging against my chest, and my fingers closing around it just before another spell cracked past. I don't know if it protected me or made me a target. All I know is I couldn't let it go. Not then. Not ever, maybe. When we finally touched down, it wasn't graceful. We crashed through trees, clipped a hedge, and skidded into a field like we were tearing the world apart with noise. The earth shook under us. My knees buckled. I was up, then down, then crawling, then laughing, wild and breathless, because we'd made it. Somehow, again. And then the world blurred. Hands reached for me, Arthur's voice, Molly's arms around me, someone shouting Fred's name. I remember the way the porch light flickered as we were pulled inside. I remember Ginny's face, white and stricken. I wanted to go to her, to say something, anything. But all I could do was stare. I must have looked broken. Maybe I was. I heard the others arriving. Each new pop of apparition sounded like a crack in my chest. George bleeding. Remus shouting. Someone asking about Moody, again and again. But no answer came. He's gone. Mad-Eye. The man who never let his wand drop. The one who taught me to fight like someone who means it. I thought he'd survive anything. But even he couldn't outrun this. The burrow feels strange tonight. Too full and too hollow at once. There's food on the table no one touches. Molly keeps wringing her hands and whispering to the kettle. Arthur's been outside for ages, pretending to fix the gate. Everyone's pretending something. I've got the locket wrapped in a handkerchief at the bottom of my bag. I haven't told anyone I almost lost it. That it was swinging free while we spun through the air. It feels too fragile to speak aloud. Hedwig is gone. Moody is gone. Fred has half an ear. And I'm still here. Breathing. Writing. Remembering. I wish I didn't have to remember. But I do. Because if I don't, who will? Skyfall. That's what I keep calling it in my mind. The night the sky tried to kill us. The night it almost did. August 7th, there's something about this house that makes you feel like time is slower inside. The walls creak like they're breathing. The clocks tick with too many hands. And the air always smells like cinnamon and soap and something warm baking in the oven, even when no one's cooking. The burrow glows. It really does. I don't mean that metaphorically, though I could. It literally glows. Golden at the edges, like the sun never quite leaves it alone. Even at night, you can see that warmth spilling through the windows. A kind of light that feels alive. I think it's because of Molly. She carries something in her, something fierce and gentle and full of memory. She bustled around all day today, fussing over the wounds we pretended weren't serious, setting plates we didn't have appetites for, pulling blankets up too high and smoothing hair that didn't need smoothing. But it helped. Somehow, it helped. That ordinary kindness. That mothering. Fred's been quieter since the attack. George tries to joke, says he'll wear an eye patch in solidarity, says they'll start a new line of ear-themed products at the shop. But the sparkle isn't quite back yet. Not fully. You can hear the silence between their words. The twin-shaped pause that lingers while they figure out how to be themselves slightly apart. Ron keeps looking at me. Not with pity. Just awareness. Like he knows how much I'm not saying. He's seen me sleep, or not sleep, rather. The way I toss and mutter. He hasn't said anything, but he doesn't ask questions when I walk outside late at night either. Hermione brought me tea this morning. Not because she wanted to talk, just because. She handed me the mug and sat beside me on the back step without a word. We watched a beetle crawl up the side of the garden gnome's hat for a full 5 minutes before she whispered, "You don't have to be brave all the time." I didn't answer. I don't think I needed to. Ginny, she's here, but distant. I think we're both afraid to look too long. There's too much weight in the space between us, unsaid things, unshed tears. But when our eyes meet, I feel something steady, like a lighthouse in a storm. I don't know what to do with that right now. So I just let it sit there, warm and distant. I wandered through the orchard earlier. The one where they play Quidditch. The trees hum with insects this time of year, and there's a little slope where the sun hits just right around 4 o'clock. I lay there a while, watching the clouds, listening to the wind slip through the grass like it had secrets to tell. It felt like Hogwarts for a moment. That quiet magic that doesn't need spells. We keep talking about the wedding. Flo and Bill, just days away now. There's something surreal about it, planning something joyful in the middle of all this grief and fear. But maybe that's why it matters so much. Maybe celebration is rebellion, in its own way. A defiant flicker of hope. The locket's still wrapped up. I haven't touched it. But I think about it all the time. Like a second heartbeat just beneath my own. Like it's whispering from the drawer. I'm afraid of what comes next. But the burrow, for now, is soft and golden and safe. Even if only for a breath. Even if it's all about to change again. And tonight, as I lie here beneath the patchwork quilt Molly tucked up to my chin, I let myself pretend, just for a moment, that I am only a boy in summer. That the war is far away. That the wedding is all we're waiting for. That the world might stay lit with this soft, honey-colored glow forever. Just for a moment. August 8th, we lit a candle for him tonight. Just one. A thick one, plain and white, with a slow-burning wick and wax that melted like it had all the time in the world. Molly set it in the center of the kitchen table, and no one said anything for a long time. We just sat there. Me, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Arthur, watching the flame dance as if it could speak for us. As if it already knew what we couldn't find words for. Mad Eye's gone. It's been days now, but it only started to feel real this morning. The kettle was whistling too loud and Arthur was fiddling with a broken plug for no reason at all, and Molly snapped. Not cruelly. Just a single sharp clatter of the spoon against the sink. And then she turned away and wiped her eyes. That's when I felt it, the weight of it settle fully. He was the first to fall this time. Moody always looked like he belonged in a war. Gruff. Hardened. All edges. That magical eye spinning as if he could see every trick before it started. But under all that was someone who chose to keep fighting. Someone who never stopped showing up. He protected me, even when he didn't like how I handled things. Even when he barked orders that made my ears ring. He stood between me and death more times than I can count. And now, there's just this empty space where he stood. No body. No proper farewell. Just a name we say with lowered voices, like if we say it too loudly, the reality will hurt more. Hermione placed a sprig of rosemary beside the candle. I don't know where she got it. Probably the garden. She whispered something under her breath. I think it was a line from a poem. Ron didn't say anything. He just sat with his arms folded tight across his chest, staring at the flame like it owed him answers. I keep wondering if Moody knew. If he felt it coming. He always did have a sixth sense for danger. Maybe that's why he made us swear again and again to stick to the plan. Maybe that's why he paired me with Hagrid, the indestructible wall of magic and muscle. Maybe he was already saying goodbye in his own way. There's something brutal about how quickly it all happens. You're flying, dodging curses, clinging to your life, and then someone's gone. Like smoke in wind. No time to mourn. Just gone. I wish I'd thanked him more. For everything. For watching over me when I didn't deserve it. For treating me like a soldier when everyone else was trying to protect me like a child. For believing I was capable of more than just surviving. It's funny. He used to yell constant vigilance, like a battle cry. It sounded harsh. But now it feels almost kind. Like he was giving us armor stitched from his own fears. Like he was handing us the only gift he had left. The burrow feels heavier tonight. As if even the house is grieving. The gal in the attic hasn't made a sound. The dishes washed themselves slowly, quietly, as if not to disturb the candle. I took a walk after dinner. Out past the shed, down by the field where the garden gnomes sleep curled in flower pots. The stars were sharp, blinking like they wanted to speak. I whispered Moody's name under my breath. Just once. To the sky. To the wind. To whatever might still be listening. We'll keep going. We have to. That's what he'd want. But a part of me knows that nothing will be quite the same now. That some silences will always carry his echo. The candle burned low. Molly didn't blow it out. She let it die on its own. And when the wick finally gave up, the darkness didn't feel colder. Just lonelier. August 10th, the tent is up in the orchard, all gold and white with fluttering edges like it's caught between here and a dream. It doesn't look like it belongs to this world, not really. It looks like something that might vanish if you blink too long. But it's real. Fleur and Bill's wedding is tomorrow, and today the burrow feels like it's trying to remember how to be happy. There's laughter again. Not the nervous kind we've all grown used to, but real laughter, full, echoing, bright. George tried on a velvet top hat this morning and spent a full hour pretending to be a ministry official named Bartholomew Quib. He even had a voice for it. Ginny nearly choked on her pumpkin juice. For a moment, we were just people. Just kids again. Like the war had paused, just out of reach. I don't trust it. I want to, but I don't. I keep looking over my shoulder, waiting for the world to crack open again. But I also want to hold this. Just this rare, golden breath of something soft. The tent smells like flowers and polished wood. Inside, the chairs are lined with satin ribbons, and there's a string quartet rehearsing under the far tree. Fleur floated past earlier in a pale blue dressing robe, her hair pinned up like starlight, smiling like the world hadn't broken yet. Bill looks older now. His scars are deep but dignified, like they tell a story instead of hiding one. He walked with me through the rows of chairs at sunset and asked if I thought it would be strange, celebrating something beautiful in the middle of so much loss. I told him no. I told him love was what we were fighting for. And I meant it. Molly's been fluttering like a hummingbird all day, casting little enchantments on the silverware, adjusting the charm lights to make sure they sparkle just so. She keeps dabbing her eyes and pretending it's just the onions. And Arthur sat beside me on the back steps this afternoon with a mug of tea and said quietly, "I never thought I'd see one of my boys get married during a war." He didn't say more. He didn't have to. I can feel it, though. Underneath all the silken sugar and spell work, there's tension. It hums like a second heartbeat. The wards around the burrow have been tripled. Everyone's wands are within reach. Even Kingsley dropped by in his best robes, eyes scanning every tree line. We're dressed for joy, but our fingers are ready for battle. Hermione asked me tonight if I was all right. We were in the garden, her in a soft silver gown that made her look like moonlight itself. I said I was. She didn't believe me. But she let it go. That's how she helps. By not always pressing, just standing nearby. Ron's trying to act relaxed, but he's polished his dress robes 3 times already and keeps checking his pocket watch like someone's going to quiz him. I teased him about it. He flipped a cushion at me. It felt almost normal. I haven't touched the locket since we got here. I keep it wrapped tight, sealed in layers of fabric, buried under my clothes. Even without it touching me, I feel it like a shadow pressed between my ribs. It doesn't like this place. Too much warmth. Too much love. But I do. I like the way the lanterns flicker against the sides of the tent. I like the soft music drifting out of open flaps. I like the way Ginny's laugh rings across the field when George says something ridiculous. I like that, for one night, we might pretend that everything is all right. Tomorrow they'll say their vows under this tent. There will be dancing. Champagne. Speeches. Fleur will glow, and Bill will look at her like she's the only magic that ever mattered. And for a little while, we'll be allowed to believe that love is stronger than fear. And maybe, just maybe, it is. August 11th, Dobby arrived this morning in a suit. A real one. Well, mostly real. The trousers didn't quite match the jacket and the sleeves were a bit too long, and there was something sparkly stitched into the hem that might have been sequins or possibly bits of tinsel. But still, it was a suit. And he wore it with the kind of pride you usually only see in old portraits and Gryffindor house elves. He popped into the kitchen while Molly was arranging flowers, and for a moment, everything paused. The scent of lilac hung in the air. The sunlight stretched across the floor like a golden blanket. And there he was, standing on the rug, wide-eyed, bowing so low his nose nearly brushed the wood. Dobby is most honored to be dressed properly for the occasion, he said, voice cracking like he'd swallowed too many bubbles. Molly blinked at him. Then blinked again. Then, softly, almost against her own instincts, smiled. "You look wonderful," she said, and I swear I saw Dobby shimmer a little. He straightened up, puffed out his chest, and adjusted his crooked bow tie like he was a guest of honor. It made something ache in my chest. There's this thread of quiet joy that runs through the day before a wedding. Not loud. Not even obvious. But it's there in the way people move slower, speak softer, laugh easier. Like they know something special is about to happen and are trying not to startle it. Today was full of that. The tent gleamed under the sun. Fleur's sisters arrived in a flurry of silk and music. The yard was littered with chairs, floating candles, and bursts of laughter that reminded me of fireworks from years ago, back when things were simpler. Hermione helped Dobby fix his collar. She didn't fuss, just smoothed it down and told him he looked very distinguished. Dobby glowed. Truly glowed. He stood near the pumpkin patch most of the afternoon, clutching a napkin-wrapped sandwich and beaming at everyone who passed like he'd won some Invisi. Welcome. Here. With us. That matters. Ron and I practiced a few dancing spells after lunch. Well, tried. He kept stepping on his own feet, and I nearly set a bush on fire with a misfired charm. Hermione pretended not to be impressed, but she smiled in that quiet, secret way she does when she thinks no one's watching. Ginny passed us with a smirk and said, "You lot are going to embarrass yourselves tomorrow." I shrugged. Maybe we will. But there's something beautiful about being allowed to look foolish for a night. The locket stayed buried today. I didn't even think of it until now. That says something. It's still there, silent, cold, waiting, but today it had no power. The sunlight was too strong. The laughter too real. And maybe that's a kind of magic too. I'm writing this from the attic room, with the window open and a breeze that smells like sweet grass and smoke from the kitchen hearth. There's a lantern swaying gently above the orchard. Someone's humming. I think it's Molly. Or maybe Fleur. Tomorrow is the wedding. And tonight, there's peace. Even if it's borrowed. Even if it's brief. There's peace. And a house elf in a sparkly bow tie who reminded us all what joy looks like when it's worn proudly. August 12th, I left early this morning, before the sun had fully risen, before anyone else was awake. The grass was still silvered with dew, and the sky hung heavy with that pale blue hush that only happens just before the day finds its voice. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I just walked. Past the chicken coop, over the little hill, through the hedgerow where the wards fade thin. And then I apparat. There's something about that place, Hogwarts in summer. Empty. Still. The lake smooth as glass. The windows of the castle glowing gently from within, as if it's dreaming of students and song and celebration. It shouldn't feel like home when it's so quiet. But it does. The tomb is at the edge of the grounds, just where the sun first spills over the trees. It gleams in the morning light, pure, solid white. Cold to the touch, even in August. There are no flowers. No offerings. Just silence. Heavy and complete. I didn't bring anything. I didn't know what you're meant to bring to a headmaster who meant more than a teacher, more than a general, more than anything. I just stood there. Watched the way the wind tugged gently at the grass around it. Let my hands hang useless at my sides. I'm sorry, I wanted to say. For not understanding sooner. For not being quicker. For not saving him. I said it aloud, finally. Just those two words. I'm sorry. They barely made a sound. But they echoed inside me like something breaking quietly, far below the surface. I remembered the way he looked that night, the light around him, the calm on his face. He knew. He always knew. I didn't. I just stood there, frozen. And Snape did it. And somehow, that's a truth I carry like a knife with no hilt. Dumbledore gave me more than anyone ever had. Not just guidance, but belief. Trust. A kind of quiet expectation that I could be more than I thought I was. And now I'm meant to go on without him. To follow this invisible thread through the darkness, hoping it leads to something that makes sense. I sat by the tomb for a long time. Watched the clouds move. Listened to the rustle of the forbidden forest beyond the trees. There were birds. A breeze. The world, turning slowly as it always does. And then I whispered what I really came to say. I don't know if I can do this without you. The wind didn't answer. But the stillness felt less lonely after I said it. I placed my hand on the stone. Just once. Just for a breath. It was smooth. Cold. Solid. And I remembered his hands, soft, worn, and always steady, even when everything else was chaos. Then I left Apparat back to the burrow just as the first bells of the wedding tent began to ring. No one noticed I'd gone. I slipped into my robes, brushed off the grass stains, and joined the others in the orchard. The music was starting. The chairs were filling. Ron elbowed me and said, "You missed a gnome juggling." Hermione gave me a look that said later. But I couldn't stop thinking about the tomb. About the quiet there. About how, for a few moments, it didn't feel like goodbye. It felt like guidance. August 13th, Fuller looked like moonlight woven into silk. When she stepped beneath the wedding canopy, everything stopped, like even time itself took a breath. Her veil caught the sun and shimmered as if it remembered starlight. For a moment, I forgot everything. The war, the locket, the fear curled up behind my ribs. I forgot Voldemort. I forgot the prophecy. There was only the way Bill looked at her. Not with awe. Not even with surprise. But with certainty. Like he knew, deep in his bones, that no matter what happened next, he would always find his way back to this moment. To her. The ceremony was simple. Beautiful. A blend of French charm and Weasley tradition, with ribbons that floated on unseen winds and flower petals that danced before they touched the ground. Mr. Weasley gave a small, stammering speech that had half the guests sniffling, and when Fleur's mother cried, even Molly looked like she might crumble for a second. But then she smiled. And everything felt whole again. I sat between Hermione and Ron, our knees brushing, hands occasionally bumping as we clapped or reached for pumpkin fizz. Hermione had plaited her hair with silver thread. Ron's dress robes, surprisingly, fit. Ginny was across the aisle, radiant in green, her gaze flickering to mine like a whisper she wasn't sure she wanted to speak. It felt like a fairy tale we were borrowing for the day. Even Dobby, perched proudly near the front with a bow tie that sparkled with tiny enchanted bells, looked entranced. Every time someone clapped, he did too, 4 times louder, with his whole body. It made George snort once and nearly drop his plate. There were speeches, of course. Fred gave one that had the entire tent howling until he twisted it, just gently, into something oddly poignant. To choosing each other, he said, especially when the world is trying to tear everything apart. It stayed with me. I kept expecting something to go wrong. Every loud noise made my wand twitch in my sleeve. Every unfamiliar face made me scan the crowd with suspicion. Kingsley stood near the entrance like a silent sentinel, eyes always moving. I don't think he touched a single canapé. But nothing happened. Not during the vows. Not during the first dance. Not while Ron spilled champagne down his front or Hermione rolled her eyes in mock horror. Not even when Auntie Muriel started loudly critiquing the seating arrangements. It was like the war forgot us for a few hours. After dinner, I walked along the edge of the orchard alone. The fairy lights strung between the trees blinked like fireflies. The grass was cool underfoot, and the music from the tent drifted like a lullaby. Somewhere inside, Ron was trying to convince Hermione to dance. I could hear his awkward laughter, her exasperated sigh. I smiled without thinking. And then I saw Ginny, just ahead, leaning against one of the tree trunks, looking up at the stars. I almost turned back. But I didn't. She looked at me, and for a moment, neither of us said anything. Then she asked, "Do you think they know?" "Who?" I said. "The stars," she whispered. "Do you think they remember people? Like, old stories?" I didn't know what to say to that. So I stood beside her and looked up, trying to see what she saw. And for a moment, I almost believed they did. Later, after the music faded and the guests began to trickle home, I found a ribbon from Fleur's veil caught on a branch. I took it. Slipped it into the pocket with the mirror shard and the list Hermione gave me. A tiny bit of beauty to carry into whatever comes next. Because joy isn't armor. But it is something. And today we were allowed to feel it. August 14th, I should have known the quiet wouldn't last. That the warmth of the wedding, the gold-tinged laughter and soft candlelight, was only borrowed time. A breath between storms. I should have known. They came just after the toast. Kingsley's Patronus, swift and brilliant like a blade through fog, cut across the ceiling of the tent. His voice echoed above the music. The ministry has fallen. Scrimger is dead. They are coming. The room froze. You could hear the breath leave the crowd like a gust of wind. Then silence, thick and stunned, before the world shattered. Screams. Spells. Tables overturned. People disapparating in bursts of color and panic. The fairy lights blinked out in clusters as curses cracked the air like whips. Someone shouted my name. I think it was Ron. I couldn't see him. Couldn't see anyone. Just shapes moving, shadows stumbling. I grabbed Hermione's wrist. I remember that, her fingers, tense and trembling, gripping mine back. We didn't speak. We just moved. Then, crack. Grim old place. It was like slamming into stone. We arrived hard, mid-breath, mid-fear. I nearly fell. The silence afterward felt almost cruel. The house stood just as it had, cold, secretive, watching us. I could hear the old walls creak as if whispering to themselves, they're back. It's begun. Ron arrived a second later, looking pale, furious, and soaked with sweat. We have to assume they know, he said. About everything. About this place. About us. Hermione nodded, already pulling her wand, already casting protections. Her hand shook only slightly. The locket is in my pocket again. I don't remember picking it up. I just know it's there, cold and pulsing like it knows what's coming. Mundungus. He's the weak link. It has to be. He fled during the flight. He knows things he shouldn't. I can feel the walls of this safe house closing in, like they're testing how long we can last before they give us up. But it's not just fear that lingers in me tonight. It's the ash. I can still smell it, burned wood, scorched silk. The wedding tent torn apart. The flowers trampled. George shouting for someone, I don't know who. Ginny, maybe. Or Fred. Or just Hope, trying to make itself heard. And Bill. Bill holding Flo close, shielding her, wand drawn, mouth pressed to her hair like a prayer. It's all broken now. The joy. The peace. The ribbon from Flo's veil is still in my pocket, too, half charred at the edge. I ran my thumb over the scorched part just now, wondering if anything beautiful can survive this war without being burned. I don't know how they found us. Not really. Maybe Yaxley. Maybe a breach in the charms. Maybe it doesn't matter. They're watching. They're hunting. And we're out of time. We didn't sleep tonight. Just sat in the parlor, listening to the walls breathe, clutching wands that felt too small to hold back the dark. The house creaked like an old ship in stormwater. No one said the word war. We didn't have to. It's here now. Fully. And we are in it. August 15th, number 12 feels smaller this time. Not physically, but spiritually. Like the house has shrunk into itself, recoiled at the return of memories it tried to forget. The walls are thick with old magic and dust and something colder, something like disappointment. Or maybe just recognition. We've been here before, but never quite like this. The windows are dark. The air smells of parchment and mildew and fireplace ash that no one swept. It's still Sirius's house, even now. His presence lingers in the corners, not like a ghost, but like a breath caught in the throat of a place that hasn't exhaled in years. We arrived dazed. Barely spoke. Just stumbled inside, closed the door, sealed it shut with every charm we knew. The moment the enchantment snapped into place, it was like the whole building exhaled, slow and reluctant. Welcoming us. Or warning us. We're hiding again. Like we did in 5th year. Like fugitives in our own war. Creature appeared shortly after. At first, he glared like he was going to curse the floor with our footprints, but then his face shifted, softer, aged, worn by loss. He looked at me, really looked, and bowed his head. No insults. No sneers. Just tired service. He's changed. I don't know when it happened. Maybe the locket hunt softened something in him. Maybe losing Regulus carved out space for something like kindness. He brought us soup. Thin but hot. We ate in silence, seated at the long dining table where once Sirius laughed too loudly and drank fire whiskey straight from the bottle. I remembered the tapestry in the hall, how it burned beneath my one tip, his family scorched off the wall like dead leaves. The house creaks more than it used to. Or maybe I just hear it more now. The floorboards above shift like someone's pacing, except we're all on the ground floor. Hermione says it's the memory of footsteps. That the house holds echoes. Ron rolled his eyes, but I think she's right. I went into Sirius's room after midnight. The door moaned like it hadn't opened in years. It smelled the same: smoke, leather, freedom. His posters are still there, curled at the corners. Gryffindor scarf on the bedpost. I sat on the edge of the mattress and tried to picture him there, hair falling in his eyes, smirking at something wildly inappropriate. I miss him more in this house than anywhere else. I found an old photograph tucked behind his desk, him, James, and Lupin, all in their 20s. Wild-eyed, arms slung around each other, standing outside the hogshead with mugs raised high. They looked invincible. It hurt, seeing that. Like pressing on a bruise just to feel the proof of it. Hermione's asleep now on the couch, curled up with the tails of Beedle the Bard clutched to her chest like a shield. Ron's by the door, wand across his lap, snoring softly. I'm writing by candlelight again. It feels like the only light we can trust. The locket is hidden. Wrapped tight. But even here, it hums. I swear I can feel it in the floorboards, like a pulse in the bones of the house. We'll stay here for a while. Long enough to plan. To gather strength. But I don't think this place is a sanctuary anymore. It's a memory. And we're inside it. August 16th, I offered Kreacher tea today. Real tea. Not a command, not a demand, just an invitation. He looked at me like I'd grown antlers. Or maybe like I'd finally done something that made sense to him. Hard to tell with Kreacher. His eyes are always darting, searching, weighing every word for hidden meaning. But something shifted. He took the tea. It's strange how quickly this house can change tone. How a single gesture, one softened edge, can ripple outward. The last time we stayed here, Kreacher hissed under his breath every time I entered a room. Now he bows, not deeply, but with purpose. He doesn't grumble when Ron leaves his boots by the door. He doesn't glare when Hermione speaks. He listens. I think it started with the locket. When I showed it to him, Regulus's locket, something broke and mended in the same breath. He ran his hand over the engraving like it was a name carved into a tombstone. He didn't cry. House elves don't, not like we do. But his voice quivered when he told us how Regulus died. How he chose to die. It humbled all of us. Today, after tea, Kreacher brought us stew. Thick and hearty and not poisoned, which is more than I can say for the last time he made anything for me. He hovered by the door as we ate, pretending to fuss with a tablecloth. Ron muttered, "What's he up to?" But Hermione just smiled softly and said, "Maybe nothing. Maybe kindness." Kreacher's not kind. Not exactly. But he's changed. He even agreed to help us track Mundungus. Said it like an oath. Filthy sneak thief will not escape Kreacher's justice. He spat when he said it, but his loyalty was terrifyingly solid. I almost pitted dung. Almost. Later, Hermione found a photograph tucked behind one of the old black family books in the study. Regulus, maybe 15, standing stiff and awkward in front of a silver tree in bloom. Kreacher beside him, tiny and bow-backed, holding a tray. They weren't smiling. But there was something, an alignment. An understanding. He loved him, she whispered. Even in servitude. Especially there. I wonder what it means to love someone like that. Without question. Without protection. The house feels less hostile tonight. The curtains don't twitch as much. The shadows in the hallways feel less watchful. Even the portrait of Wahlberger Black is quieter, still a monster, but a sleeping one. I pass Sirius's room again. I couldn't go in today. Not yet. But I paused. Just to feel the space between then and now. Just to remember the first time I saw it, messy and loud and full of ghost laughter. I miss him. I miss how infuriating he could be. How alive. How angry he got on my behalf. There's no one left like that now. But Creature, oddly, keeps one piece of Sirius's world alive. The house. The memory. Even the contradiction of it all. We're still planning. Still researching Horcruxes by candlelight, buried in books that smell of rot and secrets. But something small and important changed today. A servant chose to stand with us. And that might matter more than we understand. August 17th, the ministry is turning into something else. It used to be a place of dusty bureaucracy, of mismatched chairs and bad coffee and wizards with ink stains on their robes. Now it feels more like a trap with gold trim. The kind that lures you in with ceremony and tightens around your neck before you notice the rope. Hermione's been collecting whispers from the prophet. Articles slipped in with coded footnotes, letters from old classmates, things folded so small they look like nothing at all. One headline read, Muggleborn Registration Commission begins interviews. Just that. Clinical. Chilling. Like they're cataloguing livestock. It's Umbridge. Of course it is. Her name showed up again and again in the records Hermione found, new titles, new powers, new poisons hidden in pink lace. I should have guessed. Evil doesn't always announce itself with screams. Sometimes it simpers. We're planning now. Really planning. Watching. Studying guard rotations and floor plans, trying to memorize the way the building breathes. The ministry's layered with magic, protections upon protections. It won't be easy. But we need that locket. We have to get it from Umbridge before she realizes what it is. Before it tightens its grip. Grimmauld Place feels like a war room these days. Maps pinned to walls. Pages covered in Hermione's sharp handwriting. The sound of Ron pacing. My own thoughts, loud in the quiet. Creature brought us a tray this morning with toast and jam and a single pot of tea, no fuss, no glare. Just left it on the table and muttered, the young master must eat to destroy the Dark Lord. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We tried polyjuice tonight. Just to be sure we could brew it. The taste still makes me want to retch, like old metal and pond water, but it worked. Hermione turned into a tall woman with auburn hair and very long arms. Ron's nose got weird. Mine didn't change much, I used a strand of Creature's hair for the test. He was not amused. Sometimes I wonder how long we can keep doing this, wearing other people's faces, hiding in houses full of ghosts, chasing shadows while the real world turns sharper and more cruel. The prophet now publishes lists, names of suspected Muggleborns. Some of them are kids. Some of them were in the year below me. I recognized a few. One had a crooked smile and used to doodle on her transfiguration notes. Another helped Neville once when he dropped all his books. Now they are. Need. She's right. She always is. But that doesn't make the waiting easier. Doesn't make the locket any closer. We haven't talked about what happens if we fail. Not really. Maybe we're afraid to say it aloud. Maybe we think that if we keep our heads down, keep reading and planning and pretending to sleep, the tide will turn. But I know better. The ministry casts long shadows now. And they're reaching into every crack. August 19th, there's something deeply wrong about wearing someone else's face. It's not just the skin, the voice, the movement, it's the stillness. The moments when you catch your reflection and don't recognize the eyes. When your hands don't match the way you feel inside. When even your own thoughts sound like they're echoing through someone else's bones. We did it. We infiltrated the ministry. Hermione, Ron, and I, each in borrowed skin and borrowed breath, stepped through those cold brass doors as if we belonged there. As if we were cogs in the machine. I was Runcorn. Tall, stiff, the kind of wizard whose name sounds like a rule. My voice was deeper, my gait unfamiliar. I kept clenching my fists to feel my own heartbeat again. We arrived just after dawn, slipping into the lift with dozens of others. The ministry smells like polish and parchment, but now there's something new underneath, fear. It's in the way people avoid eye contact, in the tight clench of shoulders, the forced cheerfulness of good morning exchange between those who might betray you before lunch. Our mission was simple: find Umbridge, retrieve the locket. But nothing about that day was simple. She was in her office, of course. High back chair. Sickly pink cardigan. The same toad smile that haunted my nightmares. But what chilled me more than her presence was her power. She wasn't hiding. She was thriving. Wearing the locket as if it were a badge of honor, as if it chose her. It glowed against her chest, and I swear, even from across the room, I could feel it pulsing. Hermione stunned her. Swift. Clean. No hesitation. I've never been more proud of her. The office smelled of sugar and rot. There were files stacked floor to ceiling, pages on blood status, entire families catalogued by cruelty. We burned some. Took what we could. But we were running out of time. Downstairs, in the courtroom, they were interrogating Muggleborns. Making them prove their magic. Wands confiscated. Children shaking under fluorescent light. I will never forget the look on the woman's face, Mary Cattermole, as I handed her back her wand and told her to run. She was crying. She said, "Thank you." Like I'd given her her life back. We fought our way out. Spells flying, paper scattering like frightened birds. Yaxley was shouting. Someone sounded the alarm. The lift slammed shut, jolting between floors as if the building itself was rebelling. I remember Hermione grabbing my arm. Ron yelling, "Now, now, G.O." We apparated straight into chaos. Landed in the alley behind the leaky cauldron. Rain falling sideways. All of us gasping, shaking, soaked. The polyjuice burned away like smoke, and we stood there, ourselves again, but not. I can still feel the locket against my chest. Heavy. Almost smug. We have it. Finally. But now it's real. Not just an idea in a book or a clue in a memory. It's here, and it hates us. I can feel it. We're back at Grimmauld Place. No one speaks much. Ron's pacing again. Hermione's drying her hair with slow, angry swipes of her wand. The air tastes of wet stone and leftover panic. I keep seeing my borrowed hands. Keep hearing the door slam behind us as the ministry vanished in a blur of stormlight and fire. We did it. But I'm not sure we made it out whole. August 20th, it hums. Not with sound, but with presence. The locket doesn't just exist, it presses. A slow, cold weight in the room. Even when it's not touching me, I can feel it, like standing too close to something ancient and furious. Like a draft that doesn't come from any open window. We've been back at Grimmauld Place for less than a day, and already everything feels different. The house doesn't like it. The locket lies in the middle drawer of the old cabinet in the study, wrapped in cloth, sealed with a dozen charms, hidden beneath books with spines that crackle when you touch them. But it knows it's here. And worse, we know it's here. We take turns wearing it. It seemed fair. Logical. A way to divide the burden. But the moment the chain settles around your neck, it begins. Not words exactly. Not thoughts you can point to. Just impressions, like being watched from the inside out. I wore it this morning for the first time. The chain was colder than I expected. I didn't even notice the weight at first, just the way my breathing changed. Shallow. Tight. Like the air in the room had thickened. At breakfast, Ron said something. I don't remember what. A joke, probably. But it grated. Felt wrong. Like he was mocking me. Like he didn't understand the risk we were taking. I didn't say anything. But I felt it, anger, curling slow and quiet behind my teeth. The kind that doesn't explode, just simmers. Burns in stillness. By noon, I couldn't concentrate. Every sound was too loud. Hermione's page turns, Kreacher's footsteps, the slow tick of the grandfather clock in the hall. I kept touching the locket, fingers brushing over the serpent's S, as if stroking it would make it speak clearly. It never does. That's what makes it worse. It waits. Patient as poison. When I finally took it off, I felt hollow. Not better. Just emptied. Like something had scraped a layer off me and left the bones. Hermione's wearing it now. She hasn't spoken in over an hour. Just sits at the table with her notes, jaw clenched. Her hands are shaking a little. Ron noticed. He didn't say anything either. He just stood a little closer. We haven't figured out how to destroy it yet. We've read every book in the study, searched every page for clues. Dumbledore had the sword of Gryffindor, that much we know. But we don't know where it is, or how to find it, or whether it will even work again. The locket seems to know that, too. It thrums stronger every day we don't act. It feeds on our indecision. Kreacher says it speaks to him, in dreams. He whispers in his sleep now. We found him this morning, curled beneath the stove, murmuring something about the master's voice. Hermione tried to reassure him, but I think he's slipping. We all are. The house has started closing in again. The curtains hang lower. The mirrors seem dimmer. I passed the portrait of Walburga and for once she didn't scream, just smiled. That scared me more than anything else. I don't know how long we can stay here. I don't know how long we can carry this without breaking. But the locket pulses. And it's ours, for now. And every beat it gives off feels more like a countdown. August 21st. We're leaving Grimmauld Place. The house is no longer safe. Not for us. Not for anyone. Yaxley got in. We don't know how. Maybe it was the locket, maybe something slipped in through the broken seams of magic when we left the ministry. Maybe we brought it with us, a shadow tucked inside our sleeves. But he appeared in the hallway, sudden, wrong, wand raised. Hermione grabbed my arm and shouted, "Go!" Ron threw the bag and didn't even stop to see if we caught it. We apparat, mid-step, mid-breath. The spell tore us from the staircase before the house could react. Before it could seal us in. Now we're somewhere else. Somewhere wild and blank and open. A forest, deep and ancient. Trees like pillars, wind like breath through hollow bones. The sky overhead is thick with cloud and threat. We didn't even say goodbye. Not to Kreacher. Not to Sirius's room. Not to the place that once tried to hold us, even in its twisted, half-broken way. The last thing I saw was the portrait of Walburga swinging wide, her mouth twisted in a triumphant grin. As if she'd been waiting for the house to purge us. As if it was always meant to end this way. We've set up a tent. Hermione enchanted it from her beaded bag, a marvel of magic that feels too fragile to hold the weight of us. Inside, it's warm, barely. The floor is damp. Our breaths hang in the air like ghosts. We're on the run now. Truly. No home. No headquarters. Just this cursed object beating between us and the cold. I wore the locket today. It clung tighter than usual. The chain seemed to pulse like a second pulse, mimicking my own heart. I didn't speak while I wore it. Not once. I couldn't. It showed me things, not images, just impressions. Hagrid's hut burning. Hermione turning her back. Ron leaving. I know none of it was real. But the locket doesn't need truth. It only needs doubt. We're taking watches now. Sleeping in shifts. Wand always within reach. Even the fire feels like it might betray us if we stop watching. Hermione's drawing up protections, layers upon layers. She mutters counterspells under her breath as she walks in circles. Her hair is tangled. Her hands are cracked. But she doesn't stop. Ron keeps checking the map. The one I gave him back when we thought there might be directions for this kind of journey. There aren't. The quiet here is different than the quiet in Grimmauld Place. Less haunted, but more alone. Out here, it feels like the world has forgotten us. Like we've stepped off the edge of the known and into a shadow that stretches longer every night. We don't talk much about what's next. We don't talk much at all. But we move. We keep moving. Because that's all we can do now. August 23rd, the rain started last night and hasn't stopped since. Not a storm, not a downpour, just a constant, whispering drizzle. The kind that seeps through everything. Our boots squelch. The tent smells like wet wool and soil. Even our spells can't quite keep it out. It clings. We set up camp near a stream, its banks mossy and slick. The trees here are tall, thin, and close together, like they're listening. Like they know we don't belong. Ron says it reminds him of something out of a spooky bedtime story, and he's not wrong. The wind shifts through the branches and makes a sound like breath. Hermione caught a rabbit today. She used a summoning charm, quick, clean. It didn't suffer. Still, there was something strange about seeing it float through the air, limbs limp, eyes already closed. We skinned it in silence. Ron handled the fire. I tried not to think about the last time I ate in the Great Hall, surrounded by laughter and light. It's different when food comes at a price. You taste everything. We didn't talk much as we ate. The meat was tough, but it was warm, and that was enough. The fire crackled, sending smoke curling through the enchanted roof of the tent. For a moment, it almost felt like a proper home. Then the wind shifted, and the chill came back in. I took the locket off an hour ago. My neck still aches from where it pressed. I wore it all day. Hermione said we should stop wearing it for so long, but it's hard to know what counts as too long when every minute stretches like hours. Time doesn't work right out here. Some days feel like they last forever. Others vanish like fog. While I wore it, I couldn't stop thinking about my parents. About the sound of the green flash. About the way the baby must have cried just before silence. I don't know if the locket gives me those thoughts or if it just stirs what's already there. I think that's what makes it dangerous. It doesn't lie, it twists. It takes your worst truths and makes them louder. Heavier. Ron's been quiet lately. Not angry. Not yet. But distant. He keeps fiddling with the deluminator, clicking it open and shut like a nervous tick. Hermione notices, of course. She watches him from the corner of her eye like she's measuring how far away he is, emotionally, from disappearing. I try not to look at either of them too long. It feels intrusive, somehow. We're all fraying at the edges. And it's only been a few days. I walked down to the stream tonight. The rain had eased just slightly, and the water caught the last bit of grey light from the sky. I knelt at the edge, cupped my hands, and drank. It tasted of stone and sky and something cold and pure. For a moment, I saw my reflection. Not just the usual tired eyes and too sharp cheekbones, but something else. A flicker of doubt. A boy playing at being a hero, trying not to drown in the weight of it. But I stood up. I went back. We sleep in shifts. Hermione takes first watch tonight. Her silhouette glows faintly in the tent's entrance, wand resting across her lap, hair braided down her back. She hums to herself sometimes, quiet tunes, old and soft. I don't know the words, but the sound is calming. Ron's already asleep, snoring gently, one arm across his eyes. I think he dreams more peacefully when I'm not wearing the locket. That's something, at least. The rabbit bones are buried. The fire's low. And the rain continues, gentle and relentless. This is life now. And strangely, we're beginning to learn how to live it. August 24th, I couldn't sleep again. Not really. I rested. Let my eyes close. Let my body lie still under the weight of the blankets Hermione conjured, but my mind kept moving, spinning in the quiet like a clock with no hands. I lay there tonight listening to her breathe. Hermione's breathing has a rhythm to it, slow, careful, almost deliberate. Like even in sleep she's measuring her way through the dark. It's the kind of sound you don't notice right away, but once you do, you cling to it. You mark each inhale as proof, we're still here. We're still alive. We're not alone. Ron snores sometimes, lightly, one arm flung over his face like he's blocking out a dream. But Hermione's breath is steady. Constant. Like the quiet inside a library. Like memory. I think it's the only thing keeping me calm right now. The locket's pulsing again. Even wrapped, even buried beneath my extra socks at the bottom of the rucksack, it knows. It's been 3 days since we took it from Umbridge, and it hasn't stopped humming in the silence between us. We've been careful. Taking turns. But each time I wear it, I feel further from myself. Today was Hermione's turn. She didn't say much while she had it on. Her mouth tightened. Her eyes narrowed like she was trying to read a difficult passage in a book. She walked more, spoke less. When she finally took it off, her shoulders dropped like she'd been holding up an invisible wall. We don't ask each other what it shows us. We just know. Ron's grown impatient. He doesn't say it outright, but it's in the way he kicks at the firewood, the way he watches the horizon like he expects a sign from Dumbledore to rise out of the sky. How long are we going to keep doing this? He muttered earlier. I didn't answer. Hermione did. As long as it takes, she said, so softly it barely rose above the rain. There's been no news. No contact. The radio we nicked from a deserted cottage won't tune properly, and every message we intercept sounds like it's underwater. No word from the Order. No whisper of allies. Just the sound of static and wind and the occasional bird screaming through the trees. And so, we move. Every couple of days, we apparate somewhere new. Never the same forest twice. Hermione casts the protections, layers of enchantments that keep us hidden. Ron helps gather food. I keep watch. The days blur. The nights stretch. But in the middle of all that, there are moments. Like tonight. Lying on my side, eyes open, watching the outline of her braid shift gently with each breath. Listening to the way the tent fabric moves when the wind rises. Feeling Ron stir and then settle again. These are the pieces that hold us together. Not the grand gestures. Not the spells. Just the sound of someone breathing nearby. When I was in the cupboard as a child, I used to imagine I could hear someone just beyond the door. I'd pretend it was my mum, breathing softly, sitting close, waiting until I fell asleep. It was the only way I ever got any rest. Tonight, Hermione's breath reminds me of that. Of comfort where there shouldn't be any. Of something solid in a world slipping into smoke. The locket is still there. The danger is still rising. But so is the sound of someone exhaling beside you. And sometimes, that's enough to keep going. December 24th, Godric's Hollow is quiet. That kind of quiet that wraps around you like snowfall. Not silence, exactly, but a hush. A reverence. Like the village knows who we are. Like it remembers. We came here tonight. Hermione and I, cloaked and cautious, slipped through the streets just after dusk. We'd apparat just beyond the village edge, behind a stand of trees silvered with frost. The air stung in our lungs. Our boots left crisp tracks on the untouched snow. It felt like a pilgrimage. I didn't tell Ron. He wouldn't have stopped us, not really. But I think he would have worried. And this was something I needed to do. We kept our heads down. Moved through the shadowed streets like ghosts. A dog barked in the distance. Warm yellow light spilled from cottage windows. Christmas trees twinkled behind glass. I saw a child pressing their face to the window pane, their breath fogging a heart onto the surface. I wondered if that was ever me. Hermione found the graveyard. It was tucked behind the church, just as Bathilda had said. Iron gates, creaking softly, and headstones blanketed in snow. We moved slowly between them, wands lit low, the light catching on frost-covered names. Row after row of history and heartbreak. Some old. Some heartbreakingly recent. Then there it was. James Potter. Lily Potter. Together, side by side. The snow had settled gently on the stone, like even the sky knew to tread lightly. Hermione reached out and brushed it away with her glove, fingers trembling. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. I stared at that line for a long time. I thought I would cry. Thought something in me would finally break open and spill out all the ache I've carried. But I didn't. I just stood there, numb, feeling the shape of their names settle behind my eyes. I whispered to them. I don't even remember what I said. Just words. Just breath. Maybe they heard me. Maybe that's the kind of magic this place holds, quiet, listening magic. Hermione slipped her hand into mine. Not tightly. Just enough. We stood like that for a while. Snow falling around us, settling in our hair, clinging to our cloaks. The village distant. The past close. I wanted to stay. I wanted to run. I wanted to ask them if I was doing this right. If they'd be proud. If they forgave me for not remembering the sound of their voices. We left a wreath. Simple pine, twisted with red ribbon. Hermione conjured it gently, her wand hand steady for the first time all day. And then we turned back. We didn't speak much after that. The streets were quieter now. Lights flickering out one by one. Somewhere, faint and sweet, I heard carolous, soft harmonies winding through the night like a lullaby. Silent night. It didn't feel holy. But it felt true. Back at the tent, Ron was waiting. He didn't ask. He didn't need to. He just handed me a mug of something warm and sat beside me without a word. Tonight, I'll sleep with the locket far from my skin. Tonight, I'll let memory rest beside me like snow on stone. December 26th, I saw her in the woods. Just past midnight. The forest was still. Not silent, never silent, but hushed. Snow settling on branches, frost whispering underfoot. The fire behind me barely more than embers. Ron and Hermione asleep. The L. Wound that forgot to bleed. So I walked. Just into the trees. Not far. Not recklessly. Just enough to let the night breathe around me. And then I saw her. A doe. Silver. Luminous. Floating, not walking, between the trees like mist that had chosen to remember how to move. She didn't speak. Didn't glow brightly. She simply was. Gentle, steady, ancient. She looked at me. I followed. The locket bounced against my ribs as I ran. My breath steamed. Branches brushed my shoulders, my arms. But I didn't stop. I couldn't. She was more than a patroness, she was guidance. She knew something. I felt it in my bones. She led me to the pool. frozen at the edges, dark at its center. Deep. I knew, even before she vanished like breath in frost, that the sword of Gryffindor was beneath that water. It shimmered there. Unreal. Like something waiting in a dream. I don't know how it got there. Maybe magic brought it. Maybe fate. Maybe Dumbledore, in one of the ways he always knew how to be 3 steps ahead of everything. I undressed slowly. The cold didn't frighten me. The locket did. It fought me. The moment I tried to take it off, it tightened. Not like a chain. Like a noose. Like it knew its end was near. I pulled harder. My vision went red. My lungs seized. But I got it off. I dove. The cold hit me like a wall. Ice filled my ears, my throat, my chest. I couldn't breathe. My limbs slowed. I could see the sword. Reaching for it felt like dragging myself through stone. Then, darkness. Then, light. Hands grabbed me. Pulled me. Dragged me back to the surface. Ron. Ron. Soaked, shivering, furious. Alive. He'd come back. No warning. No sound. Just there, just in time. He hauled me to shore, wrapped me in Hermione's extra blanket, and cursed me so loudly I couldn't tell if he was angry or scared or both. The locket lay near the fire. I told him to destroy it. With the sword. He stared at me like I'd gone mad. "It's yours," he said. "You do it." So I did. It screamed. Not out loud, but in me. It showed me things. Hermione and Ron kissing, laughing, leaving me behind. My mother's face, twisted in regret. Dumbledore's corpse. Snape's sneer. Every failure I'd ever feared, reflected back with venom. And I swung. The sword cut through it like truth. The locket cracked open, black smoke hissing like steam from a kettle. It died with a sigh. The fire hissed. The forest stilled. I looked at Ron. He didn't speak right away. Then, softly, he said, "Nice of you to leave your socks behind." Thought I'd follow them. I laughed. I actually laughed. Then I cried. We sat there for a long time, just breathing. Just existing beside each other again. Hermione will be furious. But she'll forgive him. Because he came back. Because sometimes, in the middle of winter, a silver doe appears. And she leads you where you need to go. December 27th, the forest won't let go of the cold. Even the trees seem to be huddling in on themselves, bark lined with frost, branches drawn close like stiff fingers curled against the wind. The tent holds the temperature off, barely. But the shivers come from inside now, bone deep and steady, like a warning. Ron is back. And everything is different. And exactly the same. Hermione didn't scream when she saw him. She froze. Like she'd been hit with Petrificus, her wand still in her hand, half raised. I don't think she believed it at first, not really. Just stared. And then, slowly, she set her book down and said, "How did you find us?" Not "Why did you come back?" Not "Are you all right?" How? He told her. About the Deluminator. About the light slipping into his chest. About the voices he heard, me and her, speaking his name through the dark. It sounds mad. It probably is. But I believe it. Because he found us. Because he saved me. She listened. Cross-legged, hands in her lap, chin high. But her eyes were shining. And when he finished, she stood up, walked past him, and zipped the tent flap closed behind her with a single sharp flick of her wand. She hasn't really spoken to him since. Not properly. Not yet. I think it hurt her that he left. That he chose to leave, even if just for a moment. Even if he came back. I understand that. But I also understand him. We were all cracking beneath the weight of it. The locket, the silence, the days without answers. I thought about following her. I didn't. Instead, Ron and I sat by the fire. He passed me a tin of roasted chestnuts he'd nicked from the kitchen of a village nearby. We didn't say much. Just shared the silence like an old coat, something worn and familiar. The forest around us feels tight, like the world's breath has gone shallow. Even the animals move differently, quieter, sharper. We heard something large pass through the brush this afternoon. Not a human. Not a deer. Just large. We didn't investigate. Hermione finally came back inside around dusk. Her cheeks were pink from the cold. She didn't speak, just set down a wrapped bundle of foraged roots and sat near the corner. She's still not meeting Ron's eyes. But she's here. That's enough for now. The locket is gone. We keep reminding ourselves of that. Saying it out loud sometimes, like it's a spell, it's gone. It's over. One piece down. But there are more. And we don't know where they are. The sword of Gryffindor gleams beside my bag. It doesn't belong to me. Not really. But it came to me when I needed it most. That means something. Dumbledore must have known it would find its way. He must have trusted something. Ron's asleep now, curled near the fire. Hermione pretends to read, but her eyes haven't moved in 20 minutes. I lie here, listening to the wind brush through the trees, and wonder if the cold will ever leave us. But the tent is holding. We're holding. And the locket is gone. For tonight, that is enough. December 28th. The pool still waits in my memory. Still as glass, black as ink, and deeper than it should have been. I can't stop seeing the shimmer beneath its surface, the way the sword lay suspended like a secret waiting to be found. The way the silver doe paused beside it, watching. Knowing. I think about the cold now and it doesn't feel like a chill, it feels like clarity. The kind that strips away all the noise. All the doubt. Just raw intention and breath caught in your lungs. I didn't think when I dove. I just knew. And maybe that's what the sword needed. The goblins forged it with more than metal. With meaning. With magic that remembers. Dumbledore must have known it could destroy Horcruxes. Why else leave it in his will? Why else hide it where only faith could find it? It's beside me now. Wrapped in a cloth of velvet Hermione conjured from memory. She said it seemed like the right material for something ancient and proud. The hilt still shines, even in dim light. Rubies like coals. A lion's pride. Ron keeps checking it, like it might disappear if we blink. I don't blame him. It still doesn't feel real. We spent most of the day in the tent, out of the wind. The snow is deeper here now, and our protections make it hard to venture far without leaving a magical trail. Hermione redrew the enchantments this morning. I watched her, circling the camp slowly, wand raised, her breath clouding before her, hair tucked back in a braid. She's still not speaking much to Ron. It's not coldness. It's pain. It sits between them like a third presence in the tent. Ron knows. I see it in the way he glances at her, then away. Like looking too long might make the space between them real. But he's trying. Quiet gestures. Small offerings. The kind of apologies that don't come with words. And she's softening. Bit by bit. I think seeing the sword in his hand changed something in her. Because he didn't just return. He acted. He saved me. He broke the Horcrux. He believed enough to reach into that water and pull me out before I sank. I asked him tonight what he saw when he opened the locket. He hesitated. Then said, "You." And Hermione. Together. Telling me I wasn't needed. He didn't look up. And I said, "You were wrong." He didn't answer. But his shoulders eased. A breath he'd been holding for days let go. Hermione didn't say anything, but she looked up from her book just once, eyes catching mine, then his, and then she nodded. Barely. But it was enough. The fire's burning low now. The sword glints faintly from the corner. A promise. A threat. A tool shaped by bravery, now resting in the hands of those still trying to understand what bravery really means. We don't know where the next Horcrux is. Not yet. But we know we can destroy it when we find it. And that changes everything. December 29th, the tent is too small. Not in space, Hermione's magic keeps the interior larger than it appears, but in feeling. In weight. In how the air seems to press inward with every unsaid word. With every glance that holds just a little too long. Or not long enough. Tension moves like fog in here. Slow. Clinging. We're doing our best to ignore it. To pretend we're just tired. That it's the cold, or the silence, or the isolation. But it isn't. It's everything we haven't said since Ron came back. He's trying. I see that. He offered to gather wood this morning, even though it was Hermione's turn. She let him. Didn't thank him. Just nodded, once. Later, he laid a mug of tea beside her book without a word. She didn't drink it. Not out of cruelty. Just distance. I don't know where I fit in this. Sometimes I feel like I'm standing between two cliffs, holding a thread that used to be a bridge. One false step and everything falls. And yet, there are moments. Hermione passed him a page from Beedle the Bard this afternoon without looking. You were right, she said, quietly. About the mark on the grave. It is a symbol. Of something called the Deathly Hallows. He blinked. Took the page. And they studied it. Side by side. Like they used to. It didn't last long. But it was something. I think they're both afraid of the same thing, that something broke between them that can't be fixed. And neither wants to be the one to find out if that's true. I wish I could help. But my hands are full with other ghosts. The locket is gone. The sword gleams in the corner. And yet I feel no lighter. Because now the quiet stretches out before us with no next step. No direction. No certainty. Just the whisper of Dumbledore's name in old notes and the weight of choices we don't yet understand. I keep hearing the word Hallows in my head. Turning it over. Feeling how it sits on my tongue. I don't know why it matters yet. But it does. I can feel that. Ron asked me tonight if I thought the sword would work on the others, on the cup, the snake, the part in Voldemort's body. I said yes. Because I have to believe that. Because otherwise we're just chasing ghosts with no way to put them to rest. The fire burned hotter tonight. I think Ron charmed it too strongly. The sparks hit the ceiling of the tent and fizzled. Hermione didn't comment. No one's laughing anymore. Not really. Not the way we used to. But we're still here. The tent holds. The protection stand. Our hands still reach for wands first, instinctive, ready. And underneath the ache, the silence, the stares, we're still together. Fractured, yes. But still whole. For now. December 30th, I always thought fairy tales were just that. Stories. The kind that sit at the edge of dreams, told in soft voices beside fires, meant to soothe children into sleep. I didn't grow up with Beedle the Bard. My bedtime tales were the creak of the stairs, the rattle of Dudley's snores, the hum of cupboard air. But Hermione did. She carries that book like it's a kind of compass. The spine is worn, the pages dog-eared, little notes scribbled in the margins in her handwriting. Today, she read from it, her voice steady, quiet, like she was casting a spell without using a wand. The tale of the three brothers. 3 wizards. 3 choices. 3 gifts, a wand, a stone, a cloak. Death, cheated. I listened, At first, with a kind of distant curiosity. Then, with something else. A chill. A tug. Like something inside me had gone very still. The wand, unbeatable. The stone, able to summon the dead. The cloak, invisible, perfect, passed down through generations. They called them the Deathly Hallows. The symbol we saw in Godric's Hollow, the triangle, the circle, the line, it is the Hallows. A mark of those who know. Or those who seek. Or maybe both. Hermione says the story is metaphor. That it was meant to teach wizarding children the danger of arrogance, the futility of trying to conquer death. But I don't think that's all it is. Because the wand sounds like the one Dumbledore had. Because the cloak sounds like mine. Because the stone, the resurrection stone. I saw it once, didn't I? In the ring. In the stone Dumbledore destroyed. He wore it in his final days, hidden in a gaudy ring that broke his hand and cursed his life. Was he seeking the Hallows? Was that his plan all along? I wish he were here. I wish I could ask. But the silence he left behind holds no answers. Ron listened with narrowed eyes. Said it sounded like a myth, no different than Muggle legends of holy swords and golden cups. You really think they're real? He asked. Hermione hesitated. I said nothing. But I do. I think they're real. Because Voldemort's chasing something too. Something more than Horcruxes. He wants the Elder Wand. He must. He fears death more than anything. It's his only god. And if he believes in the Hallows, shouldn't we? It's dangerous, I know. Hermione's right, it could distract us. Pull us away from the path we're already on. But the pieces keep connecting in my mind like stars forming a constellation. Like a story we've been inside all along. I lay awake now, watching the shadows shift across the tent ceiling, thinking of the three brothers. Of their choices. Of the way they met death. One with violence. One with longing. One with quiet acceptance. Which one am I? I don't know yet. But I feel the cloak around me like memory. I feel the stone calling like a name I haven't said in years. And I feel the weight of the wand, even in its absence. The story is more than a tale. It's a map. And we're already walking it. December 31st, I dreamed of the Hallows last night. Not just the story, but the feeling of them. Like they weren't objects, but places. Not artifacts, but emotions. I woke up with my heart pounding and the taste of frost on my tongue. In the dream, I stood in a room I didn't recognize. Circular. Stone walls etched with runes. In the center, three things. On a pedestal, a wand, impossibly long, humming with power. On the floor, a stone, dark and warm and pulsing like it had veins. Hanging in the air, a cloak, rippling in wind that wasn't there. I walked toward them, and everything else fell away. The floor. The walls. My name. Just the hum of magic and want. When I reached out, for my hand passed through the cloak. I woke up shivering. The locket is gone. The sword lies still. But the Hallows, they follow me now. In dreams. In thoughts I can't even think. Hermione says it's dangerous, this obsession, this chasing. We have a task, she said, her tone sharp with something close to fear. Horcruxes, Harry. Not bedtime stories. But it doesn't feel like a distraction. It feels like a key. Ron agrees. Though I'm not sure if it's belief or bitterness. He said Dumbledore should have told us more. Should have trusted us. Then he looked at me, really looked, and asked, "Did he ever tell you everything, mate? Or were you just supposed to guess your way through all this?" I didn't have an answer. Because I don't know if I was chosen or just convenient. I don't know if Dumbledore saw something in me or simply needed someone who'd do what needed doing, no matter the cost. But I do know this. The cloak is real. I wear it. I use it. It's part of me now. And if that's one Hallow, then why not the others? What if Dumbledore was looking for them? What if Voldemort is, too? What if the Horcruxes are only part of the story, and we've been walking through the second half blind? Hermione says stories aren't always meant to be trusted. But sometimes, stories are left behind for a reason. A trail of breadcrumbs. A warning. Or a choice. Because that's what the Hallows are, aren't they? 3 ways to meet death. 1 by force. 1 by denial. 1 by peace. And me here standing between all of them, with only questions and scars and a name that never quite belonged to me. It's the last day of the year. Snow fell again this morning, fine and soft. Ron charmed the tent warmer. Hermione made tea. We sat together, not speaking of dreams or symbols or stones. Just warmth. Just now. But the Hallows are with me. In the quiet. In the corners of my thoughts. In the chill beneath my ribs. I don't know yet what they mean. But I will. I have to. January 2nd, they got us. Just like that. One mistake. One flicker of Hermione's wand too close to the air. One ward not cast in time. And they were there. Out of nowhere. 10, maybe more. Wands drawn, boots crunching over frost-hardened earth, laughter like claws on glass. Snatchers. They smelled like sweat and damp wool. Their leader, a wiry man with a twisted grin, circled us like a dog scenting blood. Scabier. He said his name like it was a threat. He looked at me, narrowed his eyes, and said, "You look familiar." We'd barely had time to react. Hermione cast a stinging jinx on me. On my face. Swelled my eyes, broke the line of my nose, blurred the scar. It was brilliant. And awful. I could hardly speak, could barely breathe through the pain. But I played the part, sullen, nameless, trembling. Ron kept his head down. Hermione clutched her bag like it was a lifeline. They tied our hands. Took our wands. Marched us through the woods like animals. They joked, mostly. About what they'd buy with the reward money. About how Potter would fetch more than gold if he was real. Scabier kept leaning close to me, sniffing, saying, "I know you, pretty boy." I turned my face away. Bit my tongue to keep from snapping back. They were taking us to Malfoy Manor. The moment I heard that name, something in me went cold. I remember the hall there. The way the light felt. The look on Draco's face when he cursed me back in 6th year, wild, cornered, afraid. I don't know if I could survive that place again. I don't think Ron could. Hermione kept whispering when they weren't looking. Soft, nearly silent spells into the folds of her sleeve. Distractions. Diversions. She was planning even with a wandless hand. It wasn't enough. When we reached the edge of a clearing, they stopped. Started arguing. About me. One of them was sure I was Potter. Said he'd seen my picture, blurry scar or not, the glasses gave it away. Scabier wasn't convinced. Said he'd seen better disguises on wanted posters. They tossed my bag on the ground, ripped it open, spilled everything. Then they found the sword. Everything stopped. They knew it meant something. Even if they didn't know what. Their eyes went bright and greedy. One reached for it, Ron shouted, and they hit him. Just once. But hard. He fell. I screamed. I didn't mean to. It just came out. And that was it. They knew. They bound us tighter. Whispered among themselves. Malfoy no, Scabier said. He'll tell us who he is. And now, we wait. Tied, sore, cold, afraid. In a clearing where the snow is melting fro. F-light. Its presence. Heavy. Living. like the walls themselves remember every scream. They took us straight to the drawing room. Bellatrix was waiting. Her smile is something that should never exist on a human face. Sharp. Slippery. Pleased. Her eyes burned when she saw the sword, her sword, she called it, even though we know it was never hers. Draco was there. He didn't look at me at first. Just stood near the fireplace, pale and silent, like a shadow trying not to be noticed. When Bellatrix asked him to identify us, his mouth opened and closed twice. But he didn't say yes. He didn't say yes. And that might have saved us. Hermione was taken first. She screamed. They dragged her upstairs. Bellatrix wanted to know how we got the sword. Where we found it. She thought we'd been inside her vault. She was terrified. Like someone had cracked a secret open and she couldn't stop the leaking truth. Ron fought. Of course he did. Kicked and snarled and roared like a boy too in love to be rational. They hit him. Tied him to the chandelier. I shouted. I begged. It didn't matter. Wormtail hovered near me like a vulture. Kept fingering his silver hand, like it itched to be used. I told him Dumbledore pitied him. I don't know why. It just came out. And then, Dobby. He apparated into the cellar like a burst of forgotten air. Harry Potter, he whispered, his voice full of tremble and defiance, Dobby has come to rescue you. I don't think I've ever heard anything more beautiful. He took Luna first. Then Ollivander. Then Dean. We went last, me, Ron, Hermione. Just as Bellatrix raised the knife. Just as she screamed. Just as the chandelier fell. Ron caught Hermione. I caught the one Bellatrix dropped. And we ran. Dobby grabbed my hand. The world spun. The air cracked. We landed on the beach. Shell Cottage. Hermione was unconscious. Ron was cradling her, muttering her name over and over. Luna knelt beside her, quiet, calm. Ollivander collapsed onto the sand. Dean sobbed. And Dobby. Dobby was dying. The knife had struck. His blood was bright on the sand. His eyes were wide. He looked peaceful. As if he understood more than we did. Such a beautiful place, he said. His last words. He died in my arms. I dug his grave myself. Not with magic. With my hands. Each scoop of earth a promise. A thank you. A prayer. A free elf. A hero. We're safe, for now. Shell Cottage is quiet. The sea murmurs just beyond the window. The stars blink above us, unaware of what they've just witnessed. Malfoy Manor is behind us. But what it took, what it cost. I will never forget. January 5th, the sea sings differently at night. Not louder. Just closer. As if it remembers you're listening. It brushes against the shore like breath, like memory. And here, in Shell Cottage, I finally feel something I haven't felt in weeks. Stillness. No footsteps behind me. No locket pulsing. No cries echoing off stone walls. Just the wind, the waves, the hush of Hermione's quiet sleep, and the slow, steady beat of Ron's pacing in the kitchen downstairs. We buried Dobby yesterday. The grave is marked with a smooth white stone. No spells. No enchantments. Just a name, carved by hand. I sat beside it this morning, knees in the sand, watching the tide inch closer and closer before retreating again. Dobby, a free elf. Those words don't even begin to capture him. I still see him, his wide eyes, his nervous courage, the way he stood between us and death without even flinching. There was no wand in his hand. no shield. Just loyalty. Just love. I cried when I carved his name. I didn't mean to. The tears just came, sharp and sudden. Not loud. Just steady. Like the waves. Ron sat with me for a while. He didn't say anything. Just pressed something into my hand, a little button Dobby had kept from one of his socks. He must have taken it with him, tucked into his clothing like treasure. I carry it now. It's in my pocket. Hermione's still recovering. The curse Bellatrix used left bruises that magic can't touch. She sleeps deeply, waking only to sip water or mutter something about vaults and goblins and the sword. I sit beside her sometimes, watching her chest rise and fall, and wonder how much more she can take. We're broken, in small ways. But we're here. Bill and Fleur have given us their home without question. Fleur cooks in silence, her spells elegant and smooth. Bill watches the horizon like it might betray us. I think he knows what we're carrying. Not just objects, but weight. The Horcruxes. The sword. The loss. We told them part of it. Not everything. But enough. Ollivander is here too. Quiet, frail. His voice is like parchment now, thin, crackling. But his eyes still hold knowledge. He looked at my wand today, whispered something about twin cores and loyal hearts. I didn't ask more. Not yet. Tonight, the moon glints on the water. I can hear Luna humming somewhere near the fireplace. Dean is writing a letter home. Ron stopped pacing. And I sit by the window, watching the sea pull and return, over and over, like it's trying to remember something it lost. There's healing here. Not quickly. Not completely. But enough. Enough to believe we might find our way forward again. Even after the manor. Even after Dobby. Even after everything. January 6th, Luna has a way of speaking that makes the world quieter. Not because she lowers her voice, though she often does, but because the way she chooses her words makes you lean in. Makes you listen. Like she's unspooling a thread from somewhere you forgot existed. Today she found me by the garden wall, staring out at the sea. "You're thinking loudly again," she said. I blinked at her. She smiled, serene and solemn all at once. I didn't reply. She sat beside me anyway. We didn't talk about what happened. Not the manor. Not Dobby. Not even the Horcruxes or the war that waits like a storm on the other side of this moment. We talked about Thestrals. About how they glide without sound. About how their wings catch the wind in ways no other creature can. I used to think they were sad, she said, but I don't anymore. I think they're kind. They let people see what they're too afraid to name. I nodded. Because she was right. She always seems to be, in her own peculiar rhythm. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a seashell, soft pink, ridged, smaller than a canute. "For Dobby," she said, handing it to me. "It's a shell from the farthest part of the beach." I asked it if it wanted to help, and it said yes. I tucked it into my pocket beside the button Ron gave me. The shell. The button. Tiny fragments of what we're losing. What we're keeping. She stood after a while. Brushed sand from her skirt. "We should be kind to the sea," she added before leaving. "It remembers us, even when we don't remember ourselves." Luna's presence in this cottage feels like a balm. Not a cure. Not a solution. But a gentleness the world forgot how to offer. She sings sometimes, under her breath. Strange tunes without words. I heard one tonight drifting from the attic, notes that wandered like they were searching for someone. Ron hears her too. He doesn't say much about it, but I can see how it calms him. How the anger in him softens slightly when she walks into the room. Hermione's getting stronger. She sat up in bed today and asked for tea. Her voice was rough, but her mind sharp. Already she's talking about the next steps, Gringotts, the vault, the cup. The way Bellatrix panicked at the sight of the sword. We're close. We must be close. But for now, the sea sings. The air smells like salt and firewood. The walls creak like they're stretching after too long a sleep. And Luna, strange and luminous, moves through the house like a dream that forgot to fade. I think she's the bravest of us all. Not because she fights loud, but because she believes quietly. And that belief, it's catching. January 7th, Wandlore is older than memory. That's what Ollivander whispered today, voice barely more than the creak of parchment turning in an empty library. He sat beside the hearth in Shell Cottage, swaddled in a shawl too large for his shoulders, eyes sunk but sharp. He asked to see my wand. It felt wrong, handing it over, even to him. Like parting with a limb. But I did. Slowly. Carefully. The moment his fingers touched the holly, they trembled. Not with age. With recognition. Brother wands, he said. Twin cores. Phoenix feather. From the same tail. I nodded. He closed his eyes, his fingertips tracing the grain of the wood. Wands choose their masters, yes. But they also remember. They feel. They learn. He opened his eyes again. And your wand, Harry, it has learned you. I didn't know what to say. He told me about the Elder Wand. How it has passed through hands soaked in triumph and blood. How it answers not to skill, but to power. To victory. How it doesn't serve, it conquers. And I realized. Voldemort is chasing it. Not just the Horcruxes. Not just immortality. But the wand that will make him unbeatable. The final Hallow. The wand from legend. He believes it will obey him, Ollivander said, his breath catching. But it is not a wand that is tamed. I asked him if I could stop it. If my wand, could stand against it again. He looked at me with something that was almost sorrow. You've done what should not be done, he said. Your wand rebelled. It acted on its own, against its brother. That is no ordinary magic. That is a wand bound by something older than choice. I sat there for a long time after he slept again. My wand cradled in my lap. I kept thinking about that night in the sky above Little Whinging. When it cast magic without my command. When it saved me. When Voldemort's spell shattered against something deeper. I thought about the dream I had, the Hallows laid before me, silent and shining. The cloak. The stone. The wand. I already have one. Voldemort is seeking another. And the third may have already passed through my hands, marked with a curse and a lesson Dumbledore never finished teaching. The Hallows are no longer myth. They are choice. Ollivander slept soundly after that, muttering names I didn't recognize. Names of Wandwoods, cores, lost masters. His breath rattled but steadied. I sat beside the fire until it burned low. Ron came in after midnight. Sat down without asking what I was thinking. After a while, he said, "You reckon your wand knows how this ends?" I looked at it. And I said, "Maybe. Because magic remembers. And so do I." January 9th, Gringotts. The very word feels like a lock clicking shut behind us. Cold. Imposing. Ancient. I can see it in my head so clearly. The marble floors, the polished counters, the goblins' eyes like pinpoints of judgment behind their ledgers. But this time, we won't be there to deposit gold. We'll be there to steal. Hermione suggested it first. The moment she could sit up without swaying, she was already working through Bellatrix's reaction at the manor. She thought we'd been in her vault, she said, voice hoarse but certain. That's why she panicked. Because there's something there. We all know what that means. Another Horcrux. It has to be. Something small. Ancient. Precious. Ravenclaw's diadem is still missing, but Helga Hufflepuff's cup, we've seen sketches. Read references. We think that's what's in the vault. But Gringotts. Even saying it aloud feels reckless. Bill warned us. Sat us down at the kitchen table with a mug of black coffee and a voice like stone. You can't just break into a goblin vault, he said. Not unless you're ready to never come out again. But we're out of time. Voldemort is moving. The Death Eaters are growing bolder, the disappearance is increasing. We hear the names whispered through the radio like eulogies in code. The world is tipping. If we wait any longer, it will be too late. We have one thing working in our favor. Griphook. He's here now, upstairs in the small guest room that once held spare linens and now contains one of the most dangerous conversations we've ever had. He was rescued with the others, dragged from the cellar of Malfoy Manor, weak but alive. We didn't tell him everything. Not yet. But we asked what he remembers of Bellatrix's vault. He said one word. Protections. He said the vault is no ordinary chamber. That goblin magic defends what's placed within. That theft is met with curses worse than any wizard would dare use. He spoke slowly, eyes bright with something between pride and warning. Hermione listened, asked precise questions, folded and refolded the corner of her sleeve until it wrinkled like old parchment. Ron watched Griphook like he might leap from the chair. I sat quietly and felt the weight of the sword beside my leg. Because that's the price. Griphook wants the sword. Godric Gryffinder's blade. He says it belongs to goblins, that it was stolen long ago. That we, the wizards, claim ownership where we've only borrowed power. He doesn't want payment in galleons. He wants legacy. I said yes. Ron looked furious. Hermione looked afraid. But I said yes. Because we need him. Because no one else can get us in. Because if we don't do this, the war ends, and not in our favor. Tonight, we sleep fitfully. The waves crash just a little louder. The gulls sound like warnings. The sword rests beneath my bedroll, still sharp, still gleaming. Soon, it will leave my hand. But not before we use it one more time. Gringotts is a fortress. But so are we. January 10th, Griphook agreed. But not without looking me straight in the eye and saying, "Wizards lie." I didn't flinch. I wanted to. But I didn't. We're in this together now. Or close enough to pretend. He laid out the terms slowly. Coldly. He would help us get into the vault. He would guide us through the enchantments, the security, the goblin wards. But only if we swore to give him the sword after. Not before. Not as collateral. Not as a symbol of trust. After. I said yes again. Hermione pulled me aside afterward, her voice just above a whisper, sharp with nerves. Harry, what if he takes the sword before we can destroy the rest of the Horcruxes? She looked scared, not of Griphook, but of me. Of what I was becoming to make all this possible. I didn't have an answer she wanted to hear. We can't destroy anything without that sword. But we also can't reach the Horcrux in Bellatrix's vault without Griphook. So we gamble. The plan is still a shifting thing. Griphook tells us little at a time, like we're trading in shadows. But he's watching us. Measuring. Testing. I think he's trying to see if we'll trick him, if we're the kind of wizards who keep what isn't theirs. He's not wrong to wonder. We're pretending Hermione is Bellatrix. Polyjuice, borrowed hair, practiced sneers. She's not happy about it, there's fear behind her every blink, but she's trying. Ron's going as one of the handlers. Disguised, of course. And I'll be under the cloak until the last possible second. It's reckless. Almost impossible. But it's also our only way forward. I'm not sleeping well. Every time I close my eyes I see vault doors slamming shut behind us. Gold turning to fire. The sword slipping through someone else's hands. And beneath it all, Dobby. I keep touching the shell Luna gave me. The button Ron slipped into my palm. Little pieces of memory I carry to remind myself who I am, what we're doing, and who we've already lost to get here. Griphook doesn't believe in our cause. Not really. He believes in reclamation. In goblins taking back what was never truly given. I don't blame him. His history is written in theft and betrayal. Maybe mine is too. But I'll keep the promise. He'll have the sword. Eventually. Just not yet. Not until it's finished drinking from the dark. April 1st, we did it. Somehow, impossibly, we did it. We broke into Gringotts. And we survived. I don't even know where to begin. Everything happened in a blur, like trying to read through smoke. But I remember the sensations, the heat, the panic, the roar of ancient magic waking up and deciding we didn't belong. Hermione transformed. Polyjuice potion, hair snatched from Bellatrix's cloak. She wore it like a shroud, stumbling in tall heels, her voice a broken imitation. I thought she looked nothing like her, until the goblins believed her. That was worse. We walked in through the front. No alarms. No spells yet. Griphook walked ahead of us, upright and cold, as though the marble floors bowed under his steps. I could see his hands trembling, though he tried to hide it. Then came the thief's downfall. A waterfall of goblin magic, crashing over the cart as we sped deeper into the underground. It stripped away every charm, every lie, every thread of disguise. The illusion burned from Hermione's skin like mist from morning. My cloak lost its protection. And everything turned. We reached the vault, somehow. Bellatrix's chamber. The moment the door opened, it breathed heat. And multiplication. Everything we touched, every golden chalice, every cursed artifact, duplicated. Grew. Swelled. Mounded against our legs, then our waists, then our chests. Buried us. Burned us. The cup. Hufflepuff's cup. It glittered among the sea of false gold like something alive, something smug. I grabbed it, wrapped it in my shirt, and held it to my chest as the treasure grew into a mountain. Griphook took the sword. It happened so fast. He yanked it from my hand, grinned through bloodless lips, and vanished into the flood of gold. Betrayed? Maybe. But a promise is a promise. And we had the cup. We barely made it to the dragon. Yes, the dragon. The one chained to the deepest vaults, its scales bruised from decades of captivity, its breath ragged with rage. We freed it. Hermione's spell cracked the chains. Ron shouted something that might have been "Hold on," and I jumped. And then we flew. On its back, clutching ridges slick with grime and fury, we burst through the roof of Gringotts. Stone shattered. Sunlight blinded us. Screams rose from Diagon Alley below as we tore into the sky. It wasn't graceful. It wasn't heroic. But it was freedom. And now, hours later, we sit in a rocky outcrop somewhere far from London, the cup between us. Safe. Real. Still untouched by the sword we no longer have. One more Horcrux found. No way to destroy it. Yet. Ron's asleep beside the fire. Hermione's wrapped in silence, her eyes staring deep into the flames like they hold answers. I sit with the cup in my lap and wonder if Griphook ever looked back. We all lose things in war. Today, we lost the sword. But we gained fire. And we're not finished yet. April 2nd, the cup is here. Wrapped in a ragged scarf, resting in the deepest part of Hermione's beaded bag, as if it's just another trinket. But it hums. Not out loud. Not in sound. In presence. I can feel it, even now. Like something watching me from inside the dark. It's not just gold. It's not just a relic. It feels alive. And we can't destroy it. Not without the sword. The dragon left her somewhere in the Scottish Highlands, not far from a loch too still to be natural. We haven't moved far since. We're not running, not yet. Just thinking. Planning. Trying to breathe. Hermione's been pacing in careful circles all morning, her wand dancing in her hand. She's whispering to herself, half runes, half theories. Her mind is racing faster than her feet. She hates not know. Hides his soul in beauty. In legacy. In things that don't seem dangerous until it's too late. I tried touching it again earlier. My fingers brushed the rim and my skin went cold. Not with temperature, with memory. With sorrow. My head filled with voices I didn't recognize. Cries. Laughter turned sharp. A woman begging in a language I couldn't place. It isn't just a container. It's a prison. And someone screaming inside. We need another way. Another blade. Something with basilisk venom. Something with history. But we're running out of time, and Voldemort is moving. He's angry. I can feel it in the air like lightning before a storm. I think he knows. I think he felt the vault break. His soul cracked again, and somewhere deep in his mind, he's realized he's bleeding. The sky is grey today. No wind. No birdsong. Just stillness. The kind that holds its breath before something terrible happens. Hermione says we need to go to Hogwarts. Not yet. But soon. Because that's where the last pieces are. We feel it now. Like the story's folding back on itself. Like everything that broke in the beginning wants to end in the same place. The cup waits. And so do we. But not for long. April 3rd, Hogwarts is no longer ours. That truth settled into me today like ash on the tongue, bitter, dry, and impossible to swallow. It used to be home. The place where laughter echoed through stone halls, where ghosts told bedtime stories, where lessons felt like spells instead of survival. But now it belongs to Snape. We've been circling it for hours. Apparating to nearby hills. Watching. Listening. The castle looms in the distance, darker than I remember, its towers hunch like shoulders bracing for a blow. The sky over it is always heavy. Even when the clouds part, the light doesn't touch it quite the same. Hermione found a muggle spot on the map, Hogsmeade's Edge. We'll try that next. But even from here, we can feel the shift. It's not just the castle. It's the magic itself. It doesn't welcome us anymore. The enchantments ripple differently now. Wards that used to hum with warmth now prickle like thorns against the skin. Snape's signature is woven into the air, silent and sharp. He knows what he's doing. Of course he does. He was always good at hiding things in plain sight. Ron asked the question I didn't want to say out loud, do we trust him? I didn't answer. Because I don't know. Snape saved me once, more than once, if I'm being honest. But he's also stood by as horrors happened. He's played both sides so long I'm not sure he even knows which one he's standing on. Hermione's trying to be logical about it. He was Dumbledore's man, she whispered. That has to mean something. But even that feels thinner now. Dumbledore's plans, they unravel more each day. Did he leave us a thread, or did he just hope we'd make it up as we went? We know what we're looking for. The next Horcrux, Ravenclaw's diadem, we think. And if it's anywhere, it's in the Room of Requirement. Where things go to hide. Where I once went to hide. Hogwarts is still hiding secrets. So are we. The cup is still in Hermione's bag. We sleep beside it every night. It watches us, even when it's quiet. Sometimes I dream it rolls closer to me while I sleep. I wake with a start, hand on my wand, sweating through the blankets. We need a weapon. We need another basilisk fang. We need the truth. About Snape. About Dumbledore. About why all of this still feels like someone else's plan written in a language I'm only just learning to read. Tonight we're camped in a hollow, not far from the lake. I can see the tip of the astronomy tower, black against the clouds. And I wonder if Snape is looking back. April 4th, we're in. The castle doors closed behind us like the final note of a song long and finished. That sound, ancient wood meeting stone, echoed through the entrance hall and into the pit of my chest. And for one suspended breath, I felt like a first year again. But the warmth was gone. Hogwarts isn't asleep anymore. It's holding its breath. Watching. The portraits whispered as we passed. Not in greeting, but in warning. Their painted eyes tracking our steps like shadows on the wall. I don't know how many of them are loyal to Snape. I don't know how many are still ours. Neville found us. Out of nowhere, thin and bruised, but eyes blazing with purpose. He looked like someone who hadn't slept in days, but when he smiled, really smiled, it was like seeing light push through a crack in a tomb. He didn't ask how we got in. Just said, "You're late." Then he pulled us into a passage I didn't know existed. Down past classrooms turned to holding cells, beneath hallways once filled with laughter, now silent but for the drip of distant leaks. He's been leading an underground resistance. Hiding students. Shielding them from the Carrows. Feeding them scraps and hope. He brought us to the room of requirement. And it remembered me. The moment we stepped inside, it shifted, growing warm, wide, full of cots and blankets and jars of pumpkin juice and fading posters of Dumbledore. Luna was already there. Dean. Seamus. Lavender, with her arm in a sling. All of them, tired, scraped raw, but ready. The castle felt us. It knew. It opened. Ron kissed Hermione. It happened in a rush. She said something brilliant about the house elves needing to be warned, how they had to be protected, and Ron just grabbed her. I looked away. Smiled, quietly. Because in the middle of everything falling apart, something had fallen into place. Ginny. She's here. She saw me and didn't speak. Just ran forward, full body, arms around my neck. We held each other for a long time. No promises. No plans. Just the now. The sword is gone. But there are other ways. We still have basilisk fangs. Hidden in the chamber. The thought makes me cold, but I'll go back. I have to. Because the cup waits. And so does the battle. Snape knows we're here. I can feel it. Like pressure in the walls. He's waiting. Calculating. Maybe he'll come tonight. Maybe not. But the castle is no longer just stone and staircases. It's alive again. And it's on our side. April 5th, the pipes still remember me. The castle has many voices, some loud, some hidden, some buried in places only snakes can reach. I hadn't spoken Parseltongue in months, but the moment I stood before the sink in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, the words came back. Like a scar whispering its own name. The sink slid aside. The tunnel yawned open. The smell hit first, damp stone, ancient magic, and something sour that hadn't faded with time. Hermione insisted on coming with me. Ron too. No one argued. We didn't speak much as we climbed down. The bones of the basilisk still lined the chamber floor. Its skull, wide and cracked, grinned in the shadows like something halfway between monster and memory. I could almost hear the echo of its death. The sickening snap of fang through skin, the rush of blood, the silence that followed. We found the fang. More than one, actually. Long, yellowed, sharp as gilt. Hermione held it like a relic. Ron didn't touch them. Just watched me. I unwrapped the cup. It hissed when it hit the stone. No breath. No sound. Just fury. Cold and silent and immediate. Hermione readied the spell. I gripped the fang and drove it down with all the force I had left in me. It screamed. This one didn't fight with illusions. No voices. No twisted memories. Just pain, pure and ancient and furious. Gold warped, cracked, melted into itself like a dying star. Black smoke curled upward. The scream died into ash. And then there was silence. Another piece, gone. 2 left now. Nagini. And the part in Voldemort himself. I held the fang for a long time after that. My hand shook. My lungs felt tight. Hermione was breathing fast. Ron had tears in his eyes. Not loud ones. Just the kind that come when something enormous has ended and you're not sure what comes next. We climbed back up slowly. Myrtle watched us go. Didn't say much. Just drifted above the sink, her eyes wide and knowing. I like the snake, she whispered. It was quiet. The castle air felt different when we stepped into the bathroom again. Braver. Older. As if it, too, had been holding its breath. Tonight, I sit beside the fire in the room of requirement. The cup is gone. The basilisk fang is cleaned, waiting. Ginny is asleep, curled near the wall, her hand brushing Luna's. Ron and Hermione are whispering in the corner, forehead to forehead. The battle hasn't started. But I think the castle knows it's coming. And this time, we're ready. April 6th, it's begun. The first cracks of thunder didn't come from the sky. They came from the castle itself. From the walls vibrating with spellfire, from the staircases groaning under the weight of hurried feet, from portraits shouting warnings as students ran past in clusters. Voldemort knows we're here. And he's coming. It started when McGonagall found us in the corridor outside the Great Hall. Her eyes, stern, sharp, alive, took one look at me and lit like flame. "We've been expecting you," she said. And then, to the suits of armor lining the walls, "Wake. Protect your castle." They moved. Iron groaned. Steel shimmered. Helmets turned. The castle was waking. Within minutes, messages flew down the halls. Filch fled. Teachers appeared like summoned spirits. Sprout from the greenhouses, Flitwick from his tower, Slughorn in his dressing gown. All ready. All willing. The DA answered too. Cho, Padma, Ernie, even Zachariah Smith. They came. And the Order, Kingsley, Lupin, Tonks, out of the smoke and into our halls like reinforcements in a story that hadn't ended yet. Fred and George grinned at me like it was a joke and war was just a louder version of mischief. Molly hugged Ginny tight and told her to stay in the room of requirement. Ginny said no. That was the end of that. I don't remember the plan falling into place. I just remember movement. McGonagall casting enchantments across the corridors. Flitwick reinforcing the doors with charms older than the stone itself. Students standing shoulder to shoulder. One's out. I set. I saw Percy. He looked thinner. Sharper. And when he found his family again, the silence broke like a snapped wand. I turned away, let them have the moment. Ron clapped him on the back. George smirked. Forgiveness, in war, is faster than in peace. I asked McGonagall about the diadem. She didn't know. But she mentioned the room of requirement, how it changes for need. How students hide things there. I nodded. I remembered. The place where I once buried the Half-Blood Prince's book. The place I first felt like I could disappear. That's where we'll look. Later. If there is a later. Because now, the walls are shaking. The ground is humming with the force of bodies pressing toward us. Giants. Werewolves. Death Eaters. Dementors swirling outside the boundaries, waiting to slip past the cracks in our courage. And Voldemort. Somewhere out there. Close. I keep feeling him, like a shiver in my blood. Like he's beneath the floorboards of my soul. I've left instructions. Hermione has the fang. Neville has the sword now, retrieved, somehow, from the goblins. If I don't make it, they'll know what to do. But I have to make it. Because we're not just fighting to win. We're fighting for everything. For Fred's laugh. For Luna's hum. For Ginny's touch. For Dobby's last breath. For the children who still dream of sorting hats and floating candles. Hogwarts is not just a school. Tonight, it is a shield. And we are its heart. April 6th, I found it. Or maybe it found me. The room of requirement shifted beneath my feet as soon as I asked for what I needed. Not just a hiding place. Not just safety. But the place where lost things go. I'd been here once before, desperate to stash a book I could no longer trust. Back then, the room stretched forever. Now, it feels even bigger. Mountains of forgotten secrets. Towers of discarded magic. Crates of shattered brooms and cracked cauldrons, old spellbooks, cursed amulets, shoes missing their pair. Everything anyone ever tried to forget. And somewhere in that maze, the diadem. Ravenclaw's lost crown. It took all of us, me, Ron, Hermione, searching separately, calling through shadows and stepping around half-spilled cauldrons and jittering potions that had brewed too long in the dark. The air felt heavy with age. Like every whisper stuck to your skin. And then, there it was. Perched on the bust of a long-forgotten warlock, balanced atop a dusty cabinet, the diadem glittered like frost on silver branches. Elegant. Cold. Wrong. It pulsed with the same sick energy as the locket, the cup. A Horcrux. We knew before we even touched it. Ron reached first. Hermione gripped the fang. I held the sword again. Neville had returned it, pressed it into my hands without needing to ask why. But we weren't alone. Draco. And not just him, Crabbe and Goyle too. They'd followed us in, somehow. Intent on capturing me, handing me over. Winning glory in a war they barely understood. Draco hesitated. His eyes flicked to mine, and for a breath, I saw the boy from the tower, the one who couldn't kill. But Crabbe? Crabbe cast fiend fire. The room howled. The fire was alive, a monster of heat and hunger, shaped like dragons, wolves, giants made of flame. It devoured everything. Books screamed. Cabinets exploded. Lost spells burst into the air as they died. We ran. I don't remember grabbing the diadem. I just remember fleeing. Ron and Hermione led the way. I turned back just once, and saw Draco stumble. Crabbe was already gone, consumed by the fire he conjured. Goyle collapsed. Ron doubled back, grabbed him. I pulled Draco to his feet. We escaped on brooms, smoke choking our lungs. The fire consumed the room. And the diadem, struck by Fang, burst apart in my hand as we flew. The scream it made wasn't human. But it was final. We landed back in the corridor, coughing, blackened, shaking. The diadem, gone. Another piece of Voldemort shattered. Only Nagini remains. Only him. The battle still rages. The castle bleeds. But something changed. A weight shifted. A soul screamed and did not return. We're close now. So close. April 6th, the world can end in the middle of a joke. That's what I keep thinking. Over and over. Like the words are trying to take shape inside me but can't decide whether to scream or whisper. Fred was laughing. It was a real laugh. Bright. Loud. Even joyful. He was standing beside Percy, yes, Percy, who had finally come back, really back. And together they'd just brought down a pair of Death Eaters like they'd done it all their lives. Percy made some ridiculous ministry jab, and Fred burst out laughing. And then, everything shattered. There was no warning. Just sound. Stone. Fire. And Fred, my Fred, our Fred, was gone. The explosion tore through the corridor like a god screaming. Smoke. Dust. Silence. He didn't get to finish laughing. I don't remember falling to my knees. I don't remember Ron's cry or how George's face went so completely, horrifyingly still. I just remember reaching for Fred's hand, already cooling, his eyes open, his mouth still parted in that last breath of mirth. We pulled him back. Carried him. Not far, just into a quieter stretch of hall, away from the next wave of chaos. And then we sat with him. All of us. Like the battle had paused. Like time had paused. Because how do you keep fighting after that? But somehow, we did. Because Fred would have. Because if he were still here, he'd have said something wildly inappropriate, made us laugh again through tears, and pushed us back into the fray. But he's not. So we carry that laugh instead. I saw George later, leaning against a broken pillar. Silent. Wand limp at his side. I didn't speak. I just stood beside him. He didn't look at me. Just said, it wasn't supposed to be him, Harry. And I didn't have anything to say. Because nothing will ever make that right. And yet, Hogwarts still fights. The staircases shift. The suits of armor march. The spells light up the sky like fireworks gone feral. But there's something quieter now, underneath it all. A crack in the heart of this place. Fred was part of Hogwarts. Part of us. And now he's part of the price. We'll keep going. We have to. But nothing will ever laugh quite the same again. April 7th, the forest called to me. Not with sound. Not with words. Just a knowing. A pull. Like the earth itself had remembered my name and whispered it back through the roots. I felt it deep in my chest the moment Voldemort's voice echoed across the grounds. Come to me, Harry Potter. Come to die. There were no threats in it. No rage. Just certainty. Like the ending of a story that had already been written. I knew what I had to do. And this time, I didn't fight it. I didn't tell Ron. I didn't tell Hermione. I saw them just once more, smeared in ash and blood, gripping each other's hands as they ran toward another corridor full of fire. I saw Ginny across the great hall, healing someone with trembling fingers. I didn't go to her. If I had, I might never have left. Instead, I walked to Dumbledore's office. The snitch was still in my pocket. I whispered the words again, "I open at the close." And it did. Inside, small, dull, but warm in my hand, was the resurrection stone. I turned it. And they came. First, my parents. Their faces soft and shimmering, but more real than I remembered from the Mirror of Erised. Then Sirius. Then Remus. He looked tired, but lighter. He said, "I'm sorry I won't know him," meaning his son. His son. I couldn't speak. But they were there. Not ghosts. Not shadows. Just love, shaped like memory. I asked if it would hurt. Mum said no. Dad said they were proud. Sirius said I was brave. And I walked into the forest. The air was cool and damp. Every step sank slightly into moss and soil. The trees watched. The centaurs stood still. No one stopped me. The Death Eaters stood in a circle. Nagini coiled near Voldemort's feet, her eyes golden and waiting. Hagrid was bound, sobbing, thrashing against ropes he couldn't break. I met Voldemort's gaze. I didn't raise my wand. He spoke once. Then there was green light. And nothing. But it wasn't the end. It was between. I woke in a place that looked like King's Cross. White. Boundless. Soft underfoot. Dumbledore was there. I won't write all he said. I couldn't, even if I tried. But he explained. The piece of Voldemort inside me, it died. The Horcrux inside my scar, gone. Burned away by love, by choice, by walking willingly into death. I could go on. Or go back. And I chose back. Because I'm not finished. Because Fred deserves more. Because Ginny smiled at me once in a way I haven't yet earned. I woke on the forest floor, still, quiet, unseen. Voldemort thought I was dead. But I wasn't. And now, it ends. April 8th, we met in the Great Hall. Not with ceremony. Not with grandeur. Just chaos falling still as two figures stepped through the dust. Voldemort and me. And everyone watched. The bodies lay around us. Fred. Lupin. Tonks. Others I hadn't even recognized through the smoke. Their blood still fresh in the cracks of the stone. And above it all, silence. He tried to speak. Tried to twist the truth, Lee. Ian, everything snapped into place, not with fear, but with disbelief. Like he couldn't comprehend being wrong. And then, we cast. Green and red. Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus. 2 spells. 2 ends. 2 truths meeting in the air like swords unsheathed. The Elder Wand flew. High, spinning, radiant in the early morning light. His body fell like something emptied. Hollow. No scream. No fire. Just silence. And Voldemort, Tom Riddle, was gone. I caught the wand. Not because I wanted it. Because it was over. The hall fell quiet again. Ginny was the first to reach me. Her arms around me. Warmth. Breath. Life. Ron and Hermione weren't far behind. Dirty, bruised, but smiling. For the first time in months, I let my body feel everything. The ache. The relief. The grief. It came in waves. We buried the dead. Honored them. Told stories in murmurs beside broken benches and candles that flickered over empty plates. I sat with Hagrid. He cried openly. Huge, shaking sobs. I didn't stop him. I cried too. McGonagall looked older. So did Neville, standing quiet and tall beside what was left of the Gryffindor table, the sword at his side. He'd killed the snake. The last piece. Without being asked. Without needing permission. A true Gryffindor. The war is over. But we are not unchanged. The hall is quiet now. The battle is done. And I'm still here. April 9th, the castle is still. For the first time in what feels like a lifetime, Hogwarts is quiet. Not the silence of fear or waiting. Not the hush before battle. But something softer. Something gentler. A quiet born of survival. Smoke still lingers in the rafters of the Great Hall. Ash has settled over the stone like snow that doesn't melt. The damage is everywhere, walls scorched black, tapestries in tatters, staircases cracked, windows blown wide open to the cold spring air. But beneath it all, the castle still stands. And that feels like a miracle. We've slept in shifts. No one wants to leave each other's sight just yet. I found myself drifting through corridors before dawn, half asleep, barefoot, tracing my fingers along the walls. I passed the entrance to the room of requirement. Or where it used to be. There's nothing there now. Just blank stone. It's gone. And somehow, that feels right. So much has ended. So much has been let go. Fred's body was moved to a quieter chamber. George hasn't left his side. Percy sits with them, saying nothing, just being there. I haven't had the words to comfort him. No one has. Some grief is too big for spells or speeches. Ron and Hermione stayed with me last night. We didn't speak. We just sat against the wall of Gryffindor Tower, watching the first light spread over the Forbidden Forest. That same forest I walked into yesterday morning, expecting not to return. I think part of me is still there. Still walking toward that clearing. Still hearing my mother's voice saying you are so loved. And I was. And I am. And that is what brought me back. I saw Ginny just before sunrise. She was standing on the edge of the Black Lake, barefoot in the dew, her arms crossed against the chill. I walked up slowly. Didn't speak. She leaned her head against my shoulder, and we stood there, watching the sky shift. Everything feels fragile. Like the whole world is catching its breath. But the battle is over. The prophecy is fulfilled. The scar is quiet. And the morning, it came anyway. April 10th, I put the Elder Wand back today. Not in a drawer. Not on a shelf. I returned it to Dumbledore's tomb. Quietly. Without ceremony. Just me, standing beneath the weight of the sunrise, the wand cool and ancient in my hand. I whispered goodbye. It didn't answer. But I think it understood. It never belonged to me. Not truly. Its power was borrowed, its purpose twisted. And yet, it had done what it needed to do. Protected me. Ended him. Closed the circle. And now? Now it rests. Hermione walked with me most of the way there. She didn't say much, just squeezed my arm as I stepped into the graveyard. Ron waited outside the gates. I think he wanted to come, but something about graves makes him go quiet. They've both changed. We all have. Afterward, we stood at the top of the hill overlooking the castle. The breeze was soft. The grass wet from the morning melt. Somewhere below, students were sweeping broken glass into piles. Professors were levitating stones back into place. Life is starting again. And none of us quite know how to step into it. I think Hermione will go back to school. Finish properly. Help rebuild the library, maybe. She's already talking about changing laws. About fighting for elf rights and revising the curriculum to include magical ethics. She says it like she's apologizing for surviving. Ron wants to go home. To the burrow. To Molly. To George. He doesn't say Fred's name much, but I catch him looking up when someone laughs too loud, like he's waiting to hear it. Ginny kissed me last night. Soft. Not desperate. Not dramatic. Just there. She said, "You came back." And I said, I never wanted to leave. We didn't make promises. We didn't talk about what's next. But we walked through the greenhouses hand in hand this morning, and I think maybe that's enough. For now. My own wand is back in my pocket. Holly. Phoenix feather. Mine. It feels healed. It rests easy in my fingers, like it's forgiven me for everything I've done, everything I've broken. I think it knew I'd come back to it. I don't know what happens next. The papers are already printing lies. The ministry wants answers. The people want peace. But I just want rest. I want tea in the burrow kitchen. I want the twins' room full of light again. I want Luna humming in the sun. I want to visit Dobby's grave and say thank you, properly. The war is over. But our stories are still being written. And for the first time in years, we get to choose the ink. April 12th. The burrow smells like bread again. Real, warm, honey-crusted bread cooling on the windowsill like something out of a dream I used to have during darker nights. There's a softness to this house, even now, even with the ache in every corner. It hugs you. It knows you're tired. And it lets you rest without asking why. We arrived yesterday. No one said much at first. Arthur hugged me like I was still a boy with ink on his fingers and a clock hand that hadn't stopped spinning. Molly just held my face in her hands and nodded like that was all the approval she ever needed to give. Her eyes looked tired, but they still sparkled when Ron walked in behind me. Ginny was already here. She smiled, a little uncertain at first, but then she leaned into me, her forehead pressing against mine. No words. Just breath. Just presence. I think this house makes it easier to feel again. Safer, somehow. Fred's room remains untouched. George keeps the door cracked open, as if he might return from a walk at any moment. Sometimes I see him inside, sitting on the bed, turning things over in his hands, jokes that never got told, fireworks that never flew. The silence between his breaths is the loudest thing in the house. We don't rush him. Ron's been helping Charlie mend the shed. Something about fixing broken wood with your hands feels right. I see him outside each morning, hammer in one hand, wand in the other, trying to make something hold. Hermione sits beside them sometimes, scribbling notes, rereading spellbooks as if the answers might look different now. I think they do. Last night, the kitchen table was full again. Bill and Fleur arrived with Victoire wrapped in blankets. Percy brought tea and didn't correct anyone. Even Luna stopped by, floating through the back door like she'd always belonged here, carrying a bowl of what she claimed were grief-absorbing berries. Molly didn't ask. Just added them to the pie. And we laughed. Real laughter. It felt strange at first. Hollow. Like something echoing from far away. But it filled the cracks. Slowly. Gently. I went outside before bed. Stood beneath the stars. The sky here is quieter. No curses. No flashes. Just a gentle sprawl of constellations that don't ask anything of you. I looked up and whispered, "We're still here." Not for anyone. Just for myself. Because we are. And somehow, that's enough. April 14th, I've been writing letters. Not because anyone asked me to. Not because the ministry needs testimony or the prophet wants a statement. Just because? I need to. My thoughts feel tangled until they touch parchment. Like they need a place to rest that isn't my chest. The first one I wrote was to Teddy. He can't read it yet, not for years, but I wrote it anyway. I told him about his parents. About Remus's steady eyes and Tonks's wild laugh. I told him how brave they were. How much they loved him. How much they wanted a world safe enough for him to grow up in without needing to carry a wand too early. I didn't say I was scared. But I did say I'll be there. That I'll watch out for him. That I'll remember for him until he's old enough to carry those memories himself. Then I wrote to Sirius. That one hurt more than I expected. I told him I understood now. The choices he made. The anger. The recklessness. The love that looked too sharp around the edges. I told him I forgave him. I think he'd roll his eyes at that. Who asked you to? But I wrote it anyway. Dumbledore was the hardest. I didn't even finish it. Just sat in the orchard with the parchment across my knees, quill unmoving, watching the wind press through the trees. How do you write to someone who gave you everything, and still left you so many unanswered questions? How do you say thank you and why didn't you trust me? In the same breath? I still don't know. I folded the blank page into my pocket. Maybe one day I'll finish it. Hermione's been writing too. She says there are laws to challenge, records to correct, names to clear. She wants to undo all the little injustices that grew in the shadow of the war. Ron keeps teasing her, but I think he's secretly proud. He's always been braver than he knows. And me? I'm mending. Slowly. I still wake some nights, thinking I hear Voldemort's voice curling through the dark. I still flinch when doors slam too hard. But the fear fades faster now. And the quiet no longer feels like waiting. It feels like rest. Hedwig's cage is still in the corner of my room. Empty. I haven't moved it yet. Maybe I never will. Some things aren't meant to be tidied away. Some things stay because they should. Like stories. Like scars. Like the smell of Molly's cooking wafting up the stairs while Ginny reads quietly in the armchair by the window. The world is moving on. And I think I'm finally ready to follow it. May 2nd, King's Cross looks the same. The pillars. The clock. The wide stretch of sky between platforms where sunlight always seems a little too bright. It feels almost wrong, standing here with nothing in my hands. No trunk. No owl. No spellbooks weighing down my arms. Just breath. Just memory. Just me. It's been a year. 1 year since the battle. Since Voldemort fell. Since Hogwarts shook and the sky cracked open and everything we were holding finally spilled out. And now, here I am again. Platform 9 3/4. But there's no train today. No steam curling through the morning chill. Just the ghosts of every goodbye I've ever said. I walked past the pillar slowly. Pressed my fingers to the bricks like they might remember me. I half expected the wall to hum beneath my touch. It didn't. But it didn't push me away either. That's enough. I'm not returning to school, or not yet. Maybe not ever. I've learned what I needed. And unlearned even more. But I needed to be here. To stand in the place where it all began. To remember. Fred. Tonks. Remus. Hedwig. Dobby. Colin. Snape. Dumbledore. Sirius. My mum. My dad. They all live here now, somewhere in the bricks, in the tracks, in the warm, strange magic that breathes through this platform. In the spaces between departure and return. In the quiet that comes after the storm. The world is not perfect. The ministry still stumbles. The Daily Prophet still spins its tales. But people are trying. There are new voices speaking truth. New hands rebuilding. Children are laughing again in corridors, and the portraits have begun to argue about Quidditch instead of curses. The future is unknown. But it's ours now. And that's more than enough. I slipped the diary into my pocket before I left the burrow. This one. The one I'm writing in now. I don't know if I'll ever fill another. Don't know if I need to. But something in me wanted to write this last page. One more entry. One more moment. To say, we made it. And we're still making it. Ginny is waiting for me back at the Leaky Cauldron. She said, take your time, and kissed my temple like she already knew what I was coming here to find. When I return, we'll go home. Wherever that is. Maybe we'll build it from scratch. Maybe we already have. But I know this. The war is behind me. The future is before me. And I am no longer afraid. If you're still here with me, eyes closed, heart quiet, breath soft and slow, thank you. Truly. Thank you. You've just traveled through the full story, from the cupboard under the stairs, to the forest where Harry walked willingly into the dark, and back again into the light. You've heard his voice, not in battles or headlines, but in the secret hours. The hours when the castle sleeps and the fire's burning low. When parchment rustles and the wind brushes the tower windows like a lullaby. Together, we've opened every door at Hogwarts, watched every friendship deepen like ink soaking into old pages. And we've whispered goodbye more times than any of us expected. But we made it. You made it. Through every diary page, every year, every spell and scar and small, shining moment that made Harry's journey so much more than just a story. If this is your first time hearing it told this way, gently, slowly, in the hush of night, there's more waiting for you. Parts 1 and 2. Years 1 through 6, filled with the Sorting Hat's voice, the flicker of floating candles, and the soft footfalls of invisible adventures. You can find them right here on my channel, or follow the link in the bio below. And if you've listened all the way to this final page, if you curled up with each diary entry, let your breath slow as Harry whispered his heart into the quiet, then you are part of this story now. You're part of this dream. You're the reason I create this space, to help you rest, to feel safe, to feel held. Some of you leave little moons in the comments or stars, or soft little hearts. And every time, I smile. Because I know you're still here. Still drifting with me. So if this journey meant something to you, even just a little, I hope you'll take a moment to like this video. It helps more dreamers find us. And if you'd like to hear more magical worlds, more gentle stories, I invite you to subscribe. Right here on my channel, you'll find even more Harry Potter fanfics, told in this same quiet voice, stories that unfold in candlelight, that imagine what came after the war, or what might have been in another timeline. There are magical sleep aids, dreamy soundscapes, and soft storytelling for all who need to feel safe again. You can find them all right here. So wander gently through my channel. Let yourself get lost in the magic. And whenever the world feels heavy, you can come back here. The fire will still be glowing. The castle will still be waiting. And Harry's voice will still be whispering. Sleep well tonight. And always remember, you are loved. You are loved. And the story isn't over. It's just begun. Good night, dreamer.